Okay, I'm on camera. It's weird talking in a microphone and not actually being amplified. So, but I know this is for the cameras. So I'm Justin Strickland. I'm your city manager. Chief, I was just on the phone with Chief Moon. She's trying to find us. She was over at the studios. She thought we were there, and they weren't letting her in the gate. They weren't letting her in the gate. And she was like, "Where do I go?" I was like, "Rome, ROAM building." What? No, her badge didn't work.
But did she get her phone out? That was the key this morning. Don't get your phone out over it.
So she should be here in the next 5-10 minutes shortly. Got a place for her. So thank you all for participating in this today. This is our annual council and staff retreat. So we got a lot of people in the room today. Oh, got a watcher as well. Got a citizen showing up here. But happy to have you here. And I'm going to turn it over to Suzette Arnold, who's our facilitator from the Carl Vinson Institute with UGA. And she's going to do a quick introduction, and I think we're going to go around and tell who we are so she can remember who we all are.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me back to spend some time with you. It is my honor and privilege to be here today, and as Justin mentioned, I'm with the UGA's Institute of Government, and I want to thank you all for choosing us to be your facilitator for today. I have had the opportunity to meet some of you, but in the interest of ensuring that we all know who's in the room, I'm going to ask us to do a quick introduction for everyone who's here, just to state your role and what you do for the city of Peachtree City. So I want to start with this beautiful lady over to my left. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Bush, and I am the Financial and Administrative Services Director.
Thank you for being here today.
Jasmine Julio. I am the City Clerk and Executive Services Director.
Thanks for being here today.
Suzanne Brown, and I am a City Council member.
Can we just use this one, or do we need to pass this one?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass
Not
this one?
necessarily. Do what's most comfortable.
Okay,
for
Laura
you.
Johnson, City Council member.
Thanks for being here today.
Kim Leonard, Mayor.
Frank DeSadio, council member.
I'm Clint Holland. I am Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm Kathy Wilder, Director of Recreation and Special Events.
I'm Harold Layton. I'm the Assistant Recreation and Special Events Director.
Jonathan Miller, Public Works Director.
Dr. Tab, Tia Austin Bing. Dr. Tab, I am the Human Resources and Risk Management Director.
Good morning. I'm Shayla Reed. I'm the Planning and Development Director.
Good morning. I'm Tyler Runyon, Executive Director with the Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Jill Prouty, Library Services Director.
Dave Borkowski, City Engineer.
Good morning. Clint Murphy, Fire Chief.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for your brief introduction. Justin is helping me to move our slides. So I want us to start out this morning by doing a project review. We had the opportunity of looking at our 5 pillars last time we met. And so once again, I want us to kick off our meeting this morning by taking a look at those 5 pillars and making some decisions about things you want to do, you haven't done, or that is in progress. And I think Justin is going to take us through that review. If you have questions, please feel free to raise them now. And so we're going to start off our retreat right into getting our sleeves rolled up and getting some work done. So let's open the floor to our city manager to do that right now.
Thank you. Council's all the way over there. So, and I don't have the loudest speaking voice, so I hope that y'all can hear me. But I had to be over here because the computer had to be hooked in. So let me, and the Excel sheet wasn't, oh wait, it went away. Try to plug it back in. See if it picks it up. There we go. I'm going to have to zoom in, I assume. Oh, this is the rec plan. Wrong one.
No. All right, we're going to do our best to work through that.
How do I zoom? Here we go. Can you see that, Frank?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah, not the clearest font. It looks good on my computer, but you can't see that. Okay. So I just wanted to go through, the first item on the agenda is a review of our 5 pillars project list. And if you remember, the 5 pillars were made at last year's winter retreat with Bob Norton, I believe, where we came up with the different pillars of safe, family-friendly community, active, healthy community, attractive community, thriving, resilient business community, and a city organization that is innovative, high-performing, and sustainable. So then we took, if you remember at that retreat, Bob, our city manager at the time, Cornell, had a huge list of projects, had the big poster that he put up with like 250 projects, millions and millions of dollars worth of projects. And because we were kind of scattered at the time, oh yeah, your seat's over there, Chief. She was trying to get in the studios to you're ready to make a movie over there. So what we really wanted to do during that spring retreat last year was to hone in on projects that council wanted us to prioritize. So that way we had a clear agenda as staff as to what council expected of us over the next year or two to deliver as far as what are your priorities. So as we go through this, if it's in the green, it came out of that spring session or winter-spring session. And then if it's in the highlighted yellow, it came out of our July retreat, which was our summer retreat we had where we added some other projects as well that council was passionate about and had priority of. And we have the funding source here, and as I go through this, I'll have to kind of go across as we review them. But we also have what phase they're in, are they completed, have they been approved by council, which means has there been an actual vote to move forward with it, the date that it was approved or denied, the budget associated with it, remaining budget, date that I last got in here and typed and updated it, and then detail, I just have notes. So some of them have a lot of notes, and some have very few, so it just depends. So I really want to go through this one by one, if you're open to that. If you have, as we go through them, if you have questions you can ask. If staff has any questions they want to ask of me or of council, you can. Or if council has questions they want to ask me that staff could answer, we can do that as well. So first one is a big one. First one is actually, you just got an update on this one from Dan Davis at the council meeting last week. This is the carriage lane to Publix cart path. The original budget for it, I think, is over here. Yeah. So this was the original budget for this project that was part of the 2017 SPLOST. We know that this project's going to cost a lot more than $88,000. We think it's going to cost closer to $1 million because of the intricacies of dealing with Highway 54 and a cemetery. We have looked at alternatives. Dave could testify to this if you want to ask Dave any questions. But they've looked at going around the back of the cemetery. They've looked at going through Hyde Park to in between some of the houses in Hyde Park to make the same connection. And none of that is either feasible or private owners do not want to give us any easements or land. So really the only option to make it work is to go in front of the cemetery along Highway 54. Now, as we talked about in the last retreat, and we've had some discussions with GDOT, number one, the speed limit of 54 has decreased there, which has made the clear zone decrease as well, which is good. It's good for us to be able to put a path closer to the road. GDOT's open to us doing some kind of barrier as well. The biggest thing we're trying to work on right now is can we fit the path into the actual, can we fit the whole thing into the right of way, or we have to have some acquisition of land of the cemetery, which will complicate things? Go ahead, Clint.
Would you, have you spoken to GDOT about using a bit of the clear zone so you don't have to acquire any land further out? So take a piece of the clear zone that makes your 10 feet wide path right away and a little bit of clear zone.
I think that's what Dan is looking into right now, is if they want to help us as much as they can and design it to their, that they'll sign off on it. So I think that's the biggest thing with the update last week was Dan, as of right now, he's not sure he can get the whole thing into the right of way, but he's going to keep talking with GDOT to do everything. I told him our goal is to be in the right of way and not have to get any cemetery land. So if whatever he has to do to make that possible is his mandate. And as a last resort, if he has to come back and say, we just can't do it, then we'll have to talk. But that'll make the project go up more if we have to acquire land from the cemetery. The other stuff with this project is, I think it's a Presbyterian church on the corner of Carriage, and the stormwater there is not adequate for even what's there right now. Is that correct, Dave? It wasn't built. So it is adequate right now, but with the path, we'll have to do more stormwater. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. So we'll have to rework the stormwater for the church because we will impact it. Part of that also we're looking at means we may have to do some stormwater stuff on the other side of Carriage Lane, which is private property owned by a resident. And then tying this in, the whole big thing is this will eventually tie in to another project as we get down is the bridge to connect the high school and middle school, which if we're going to do that and cross Carriage to get to the bridge, we also need to acquire land on the other side of Carriage. So whether we have to acquire land from the cemetery or not, we definitely know we'll have to acquire land on the other side of Carriage. You have a question, Suzanne? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Since the speed limit reduction impacted how much clear zone there has to be, is there an option to ask GDOT for that section where the cart path would be adjacent to the highway to drop the speed limit even lower? Is that an option?
I mean, we could always ask, but it'll be up to them.
Because that would then again affect the clear zone in the same way. And or it'll also affect what kind of a, for lack of a better thing, guardrail or barrier you have to have there between 54 and the cart path.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I mean, the number matters in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
them lowering it has helped. It has.
Yeah, but dropping it to say 40 for that, like half a mile or whatever, that's going to be impacted. It's not even a half a mile.
Right. We could ask, but off the top of my head, I could probably just say GDOT probably wouldn't like that because of just how short of a, dropping it that low for a shorter stretch and then bringing it back up quickly. Doesn't hurt to ask, though. We could ask.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I know that we haven't got any dates on this yet, or when it's going to start, or when it's going to be done, but we're at a point where we're looking at drawings for the cart path and the approvals for GDOT. Those seem to be the stumbling blocks to get it to a point where you can put some drawings together and then start getting some costs, real costs, instead of the $88,000 we've got now. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes. I mean, we know it's not going to be $88,000. We know that. It will be less. I do know, based on the original kind of concept drawings and design they had, with it fully being on the cemetery easement, or buying it, it was going to be a significant cost because of what all the cemetery wanted for privacy and moving power lines, like the power lines we're going to have to move. For all that, it was going to be over $1 million. I think that it was 1.3 or so a couple years ago.
But that's going down into the culvert there,
Yes.
as opposed to staying up on the bank, which appears to be about 12 feet from my measurement anyways, but the little bushes got to come out and you've probably got maybe a touch on the clear zone, you should be able to put 10 feet in there. I don't know. Dave, is that something
Well, so that was,
correct?
sorry, Dave. The other, yes, so talking with Dan, I think it will cost less money if we're able to get in the right of way. I don't think, we're not going to get it for that. But I think it will cost less than if we had to go all on the cemetery. Dan has talked, his big thing right now with the reason why we can't get all the way into the right of way is stormwater, is there's no curb there right now. So it has been him just last week when we were talking after the council meeting was brainstorming curbing that section of 54, even just that side. If we just curb it and run the stormwater underneath the path, would that get us all the way into the right of way?
Okay.
So he's thinking.
Justin,
Go ahead.
I know that it's not our responsibility, but how are we going to stop the kids from going through the cemetery?
I mean, that would,
We take down those bushes
right,
and it's open.
if we
No,
were,
there's a big drop there. And right now, they've been going through the very front underneath the right-of-way along 54.
I'm sure
So I
people
don't think
have.
it's gonna open up anything new as far as a problem by putting the cart path along 54. It should solve the problem. Right now, instead of being up level with 54, they're going on the grass in the front of the cemetery underneath the power lines to go over to
Which
Steinmart,
is at
the old
least
Steinmart, which is now Beach Turner.
15-foot
Yeah,
drop from
and
the
it's a
road
big
all
drop.
the way down into
Big.
this culvert.
I'm just telling you that kids are going to be kids,
Well, they're kids right now.
and they're
And they're-
driving right now.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that they're already driving down right now closer to the cemetery than where they're gonna be on the cart path. It's gonna be a dedicated cart path with kind of like a barrier so they don't fall off the hill. So,
Okay. Famous
Possibly.
last
I
words.
don't
I do
think,
know-
I don't think it's gonna be more of an issue. think
I do
it's-
know if we were on the cemetery land, they wanted us to build a wall or a really decorative fence to separate the cemetery from the path. But if we get into the right of way, we may not necessarily have to do that. So it might be open depending on how the grading is. If we have to put a barrier up on that side or not, I'm not sure. So if there's not, nothing would hinder somebody from driving a golf cart into the cemetery.
But nothing's hindering them now.
Nothing, correct?
Landscaping plans obviously are not even in thinking right at this point.
Right.
Because we gotta get through all the other
Right.
stuff. But that will help out having people, go off the path and down into the cemetery with some landscaping that can be done. That would be on the inside.
Yeah, could potentially
not
plant
on
a
the
row
road
of,
side, on the cemetery side.
could potentially plant a row of bushes on that side.
You're gonna
like on
plant
the-
them on the side of the cemetery.
Right.
Right, that's what we
Potentially.
talked about. So that will help a little bit of not having the kids go down into the cemetery. There'll be bushes there planted. At least that's what I heard.
Yep. Any other questions on this one? I think from what I understand from Dan, and Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're gonna go back and start looking at some heavier concept designs for both this and the bridge. And then possibly come back to us with a price to get to 30% design.
Yes, what he's gonna do is he's gonna give us a proposal to get to 30%. And then from there, cost estimates and whatnot.
For both the bridge and the,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they're kind of married together.
they are.
Yep.
Okay, y'all good with this one? And I have it as in design, and it's probably gonna be that status for a little bit. Next is library elevator, completed, yay, that was last year. Last year? I haven't ridden it. Is it nice?
It's very smooth, it doesn't do that weird jerk thing when you arrive at the
Okay.
place, so.
Hasn't gotten anybody stuck in it? Okay, good. All right.
Yet.
Well, it's working. Yeah, yet. Any questions with that one? We good? Okay, next one is Jonathan, can I put you on the spot with this one?
Sure.
Okay. Can you give us an update on the North Hill path and explain it to anybody who doesn't know what it is?
So North Hill is a 2017 SPLOST project.
I may pull up a map while we're...
Yeah, there's a section along North Parkway where, what is that, North Cove? North Hill.
North Hill.
Yeah, North Hill subdivision, but the path dumps in there currently, and carts use that road to basically go through the subdivision and get back onto the cart path. That road is actually a private-owned road by the subdivision, so the North Hill path actually cuts through the greenbelt along the parkway. It's a new section of path. There's a pretty good deep ravine there. In addition, with ADA requirements, the design is they're pretty much almost done. They'll have final drawings to us, and we'll send it out for bid. But that section of path, so we're kind of breaking it in sections. We actually have a design for the path all the way through that section, going all the way up to Kedron Hills. But for ADA, we're kind of putting the limits of where this section will go, and we'll kind of do it in phases. But the path will actually get relocated closer to North Parkway. We'll be adding the curb and gutter section along North Parkway and pulling that path closer to get out of all those grade issues that are deeper and further back. So we're hoping to see that one go to bid this spring for a contractor, but so we'll actually relocate the existing path as it sits and bring it out towards Parkway on either side of.
So you're gonna come this way?
You actually probably need to zoom out just a little bit, because we're gonna go to that next subdivision, like right down there where it ties in to the subdivision below North Hill, yep, and all the way up. to the
Stony Brook, is that Stony Brook?
No.
Goes down to Smoke Rise.
Smoke Rise. And then the path will go
Oh, yeah.
actually to the next intersection.
Yeah, Smoke Rise Estates.
Yeah, Smoke Rise in, it's right there.
Yep.
So it'll go from there, go through North Hill, all along close to the Parkway. And we'll actually stop this section. Wasn't it the next subdivision down, Dave? Is where John had the limits? I think it's all the way across the front of North Parkway to the next subdivision past North Hill.
He showed you the drawing, I don't remember
Yeah.
where the terminus was.
Driveway to.
So this will go away, it goes up a hill up through here.
Right.
It'll parallel Parkway?
Yep, keep going.
From Smoke Rise?
Yep.
And then you'll kind of follow the
Keep
Parkway
going.
all along North Hill here?
And I think he's stopping it there for now and calling that North Hill. And the other part of the design goes from there all the way up.
To the
Kedron
to the
Hills.
Kedron Hills?
Yes.
Yeah, because, I mean, this right here, that's a steep hill.
They're
You
gonna have to
know.
use it for
I
now.
go down that way all the time. I can tell you, I've spoken to the people in North Hills, and I said, it's coming, it's coming. And so one of them suggested that we have EMS ready when they start the construction, because a lot of people will be fainting in that area. They have been waiting so long, what, 6, 7 years for that to
Yeah,
go
it's
through?
a 17 splosh.
Yeah, so they've been waiting a long time, so we may need your help there, Clint, just to get people picked back up, because they'll be fainting.
And this is a private road,
Yes, it is.
so people are cutting through a private road. And this all is ours. All these woods in front of the road is Peachtree City. But with the topography, can't really make ADA work.
It's a steep
Yeah,
grade.
well, it drops down
Yeah.
and then comes back up.
So Jonathan, how close to the Parkway are you going to be, since you're not gonna go in through the grade?
I think we were doing a curb and gutter section with
Okay.
6 foot of separation.
Fantastic.
So we will be cutting, or a 6-foot grass strip, I believe, between that and the road. We will be, huh? Yeah.
Bit of a pay shoulder on it
It'll be
too.
like round 10.
Yeah.
Good. I think everyone will be happy with that.
And so this path would go away?
Not yet.
Well, I know, but once we do.
Eventually,
So it'll connect in here, and then you gotta do that.
Yeah.
And then eventually this will go away.
Ultimately, what we
It'll go up.
designed is a new path all the way through there. Just because this is a SPLOST project, we were trying to find the right terminus point, so we stopped it right there for just the SPLOST project, but we could use impact fees or some additional funding to carry on through to Kedron.
You got 215,000 on that?
Yeah,
It's gonna
be
cost more than that.
I'm sure.
Probably about 6 to 7.
6 to 7?
At least, is what I'm guessing will come out with it.
And you got a cost estimate.
Okay.
Luckily, we have surplus funds in
Yep.
SPLOST 17.
In 17,
Yes, this is SPLOST 17 project, and we still have unallocated surplus funds we had to help finish these last projects that have been, the reason they're still on the list is because they've been hard to figure out.
And you continue the other ones.
Well, yeah, they were prioritized last. Okay. Oh, gosh. Next one. The Pascal, any more questions with that one, with North Hill?
Any
Comments?
start dates on that?
I'm hoping we can bid that section out by spring, so
So it's going to be in early 25? Is that fair?
I'm hoping by
Summer?
summer of 25 it's in construction.
Okay.
Okay. Next one. The Pascal Road Path. So this is the path. Let me get on the map. Zoom out. Zoom back in. Do y'all like the imagery better, or do you want to do a different map? I kind of like the imagery because it shows trees and. Okay. Okay. So this is Highway 74. This is Willow Road. This is Pascal. And here's Fire Station 81. Here's the railroad. And then here's Huddleston. And then there's Dividend. If you know, there's a crossing here out of this neighborhood. Carts can drive down Willow. There's a path here, tunnel under 74, little turn back here. Can go up 74 to the avenue, can come up. Part of this SPLOST project was making this connection here into Clover Reach. The other part of the project that hasn't been done is to actually have the path come in front of the fire station here, which is our land, so we can make that work. Come across the railroad, down beside Caliber here, and then connect into Huddleston. So as of right now, it would kind of terminate here. This would be the terminus if this project was done. The problem, of course, is the railroad. We've talked with CSX. I think we've got a design on this. Or concept design that meets CSX standards in their design guidebook. We went by their standards, and for pedestrian, CSX has said no. We don't want this crossing our railroad, even though we have one down at Kelly Green, similar to what we're trying to do here. And so I have so that's where we are. Like it's stopped because CSX doesn't want us to do it. I have a meeting with CSX virtually with their vice president and a couple other people, I think this week. It's either this week or next week. I have a meeting with them.
What's their objections?
That they don't want carts. If it was a 5-foot pedestrian path, they'd be okay with it, but if it's a 10-foot cart path, they said no.
Other than no, they didn't give you any reasons why?
They don't want golf carts crossing their railroad anymore.
Oh.
Even though they cross on the road.
It's all liability. They realize they have one, couple streets down, but no more. They said they just don't want any more.
So, I've reached out to some folks we know that are higher up in CSX. So we are having a meeting. I don't know. He hasn't given me a hint as to whether they're gonna make an exception or work with us, but there's gonna be 3 or 4 people in the call. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how that meeting pans out. I may have some other ways we could try to budge them a little bit if that doesn't pan out. But that's kind of where we are. We're kind of stuck there with the railroad.
And if they don't want you going across the tracks, obviously, it'll be very costly to go underneath the railroad like we did.
Yeah.
That's almost ridiculous if we're gonna do that. We did that up at other places. No.
And they would have to let us do that too.
Yeah. And the cost would
They'd
be
have
out
to
of
let us go
bounds.
under.
Okay.
Yeah. So, that's where we are with that one. All right. Next one, Walt Banks to North Peachtree Parkway, or up North Peachtree Parkway. Dave or Jonathan, I'll let y'all speak to this one.
This is one that's currently in design as well. We have a,
I'll go there too. Back up North Parkway. So there's Walt Banks right here.
yeah, the school down to the right. So this is for a path to go, on the right-hand side of Walt Banks to go, or Peachtree Parkway to go from Walt Banks all the way up to the next subdivision road, if you want to zoom out just a little bit. Yes, right to there. We have about a 90% design done right now on this one with walls. This is going to be another expensive one, probably over $1.5 million, probably for this section. We're going to need right-of-way easements on this one, and right now we're trying to figure out what to do with the stormwater coming off of the path to mitigate the impacts to the property owner in the low spot. So once we get that solved, then we can put the project, well, we're gonna need to get right-of-way as well, so we need to start that process next. Acquisition of property. So that's where we are with that one.
David, when you say walls, is that a wall in between the path and the parkway?
In
Or what do
between
you
the
mean
path
by-
and the homes. If you drive down that road, you can see the grade drops off significantly
Okay.
to those houses. They're probably like 20 feet below the road. So we've got to build a wall to keep from having to fill all the way into their yards for the path. That was the most cost-effective option for that one.
Dave, I see that that's being done by Pond, and it looks like it's in design now. Any kind of dates and things on that one, other than the future?
Like I said, we've got to acquire the right-of-way, so we've got to start that process, and that can take a while. I do know that the property owners on the corner, the northeast corner of Walt Banks and Peachtree Parkway, have adamantly been against this project from the beginning, so that will probably end up going to condemnation. And then we'll see how the other ones go.
So you're looking years, basically. You start to get into condemnation, you could be years before that's gonna be done.
Don't know. It could take a while.
Yep, okay.
Okay, we've just talked about 3 different paths that are pretty pricey, that are all part of the 2017 SPLOST. How much money how much is left in that 2017 SPLOST? Do we have any idea?
I do.
Is there a danger of running out before these 3 projects or whatever else is still on that we haven't even looked at?
The next one down is also a
Yeah.
2017 on this too.
That's what's frustrating. Oh, man, I had a lot of windows open. Hold on. Oh, there it is. I see it before I even had to. What's frustrating about some of the 17 projects is they were vastly underestimated. Some of them were just lines on a map, and it was just calculated by cost of asphalt and labor in 2017. And so we've had 8 years of inflation plus just not knowing how much engineering would have to go into some of the projects. We've got 8.2. Or no, available balance, yes. Plus Drake Field, got 10.1.
Left.
Encumbered is 6.1, 10 point, yeah.
10.1 left. Now just,
And that may be, that spreadsheet may be a few months old, so it may not be exactly that. But yeah, sorry, I'm on the wrong spreadsheet now. Oh.
I mean, you're just looking at some of the ones you've just talked about. You're looking, well over $1.5 million to $2 million for those, based on today's numbers. So that's 20% of what you've got left. And then you've still got quite a few on this list here that we still got to go through.
So that's why we went through, let me see, yeah. Paul and I did this 2-ish years ago, and we went through and went ahead and basically kind of estimated what some of these would cost, what we would need extra, or no, that's tier 2.
So you got $20 million there, I saw.
That's tier 2. I have one.
What was it, 12?
Yeah, it was a previous spreadsheet. But one of the previous spreadsheets when Paul was here about a year and a half ago, we went through, I think it was me and Dave and Paul. You were in there, Dave. And we went through and saw what surplus we had and figured out about how much we thought each of these projects would overrun, and we had enough. But even if for some reason SPLOST runs out, which it's supposed to, SPLOST needs to run out, that's the purpose of it, we have $4 million in impact fees for paths sitting in an account that can only be spent on new paths, cannot be spent on maintenance. So there's some other projects we're working on, like Sumner Road, Holly Grove, some projects like that we're possibly going to use impact fees on, but impact fees could also be used on these SPLOST projects.
Yeah, we discussed for North Hill, because it will overrun, is using some of the impact fees that we need to spend up by next year, or technically this year.
Yeah, we have
now.
we have a ticking time bomb on impact fees.
Yeah, I heard 600,000 to 700,000 for that. That's the number I broke down. Does that
Yeah,
still
and I
sound
think
about right?
that would be my guess, and I think we have somewhere in the neighborhood of $350 to $450 worth of impact fees that have to be spent this year.
Yeah, about $500,000.
$500,000 of impact that need to be spent this year, so I think it'll line up pretty decent with that path.
Okay.
Can you guys, at some point, with all of the 2017 SPLOST issues and impact fees, if you're going to use that to piggyback in to pay for that, can you break some of the stuff out of the existing budget charts and just do a short summary of some sort that says, here's what the remainder of SPLOST is going to be used for, here's the list, here's our projections, update the projections to whatever the current realistic estimate is, including any, design cost or whatever that we have, because there's gonna be some, including any barriers or fencing, everything, and see if we're gonna make it.
Yeah,
Because
I have a good spreadsheet of
year by
that.
year, obviously, as the prices go up,
Yep.
the money that's in that account is fixed, the cost is going up, it's, it's a losing deal if, if we
true.
don't get accurate construction underway now. Each year, we lose ground
So
by
we've
whatever
got
the
those
cost of the
monies-
building materials is.
We got those monies in some type of interest-bearing account along the way?
Yes.
Okay, so it's gonna at least keep up with the cost of hopefully,
Yeah.
keeps up with the cost of inflation. But that doesn't mean, that means general inflation as opposed to materials inflation, which we saw last year was almost
crazy.
100% on asphalt.
Because, I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna have any kind of a problem with using impact fees and stuff. It's like, just let's make sure that what projects we have on the list are actually realistic
Yeah.
with the money that's available.
We intend, I mean, we have no issues submitting. We just need to get it to design where we can get
Numbers.
some true
Yeah.
numbers to provide that and say, usually in any memo, we'll break it up too. When it comes to council, we'll say, this much comes from SPOS, this much is gonna be impact fees. We kind of show those funding sources
That would be
too.
good to know.
Yep.
I do have all that. I just don't want to pull it up on the spot, especially since my thing's hooked up to the live stream. So I'll either probably, since staff's not going to be here tomorrow, I'll probably make sure I have it all correct tonight, and I should have it. We can look at it tomorrow, like just us, because I do have it. I have all that stuff broken down.
Yeah, I just want to know that we're gonna make it, and not be like, okay, we have to come up with some other source of funding here. Or
Correct.
not do a project.
Yes.
Yeah,
You know.
that's
We are
just what
not
I was
there.
gonna bring up. Maybe
I
we
can
look,
say confidently we are not there. Like I could say that. I'll show it to you. But I can say between SPOS and impact fees, we're not going to have to do any general fund.
yeah, just looking at this, that particular project, that Walt Bank's going down to going down the North Peachtree Parkway, that's gonna be expensive, especially if you gotta
Yeah.
start acquiring land and things like that. The construction's not gonna be much, I wouldn't think, because it's pretty flat through there, but at the same time, needing the ROW, ooh, that could be really costly. Maybe that was the one we push off if we have to.
Yeah, possibly.
Yep.
That's what, with SPOS projects, what can be not frustrating, but a barrier sometimes is you have to do them. Like once you put it down on paper and the citizens vote on it, you got to do it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the cost is. Cost is not a reason to declare something unfeasible. So that was, and as we go through the spreadsheet too, you'll see that like a lot of the other paths we're working on now, like Sumner, Holly Grove, are not SPOS projects because in SPOS 23, we intentionally did not put any major path projects on there besides the high school, middle school connection. That's the only one we put on there. And the reason was because that's a big project, that's a bridge. But all the other ones, all the other potential new paths we could do beyond the 17 SPOS, you could just put that into a general paving pot of paths. And the way we wrote that project was paving money for update of old paths, any potential new paths, et cetera. So that way you can be flexible because your needs change too. And so that way we're not locked into specific projects, so we can adapt easier. And especially if something is going to be really, really expensive, we can really think about it instead of being locked into having to do it. Okay.
Just for the record, you made over $1 million in interest last year on SPOS 17 funds.
1 million on the 17 SPOS or all of them?
Just 17.
Just 17, okay. That certainly does help.
Okay. Bridge to connect Drake Field. I don't know why I have the budget of this and the remaining here. I'm going to have to update that because I don't think one of these numbers is wrong. I think this one is right. This one, I might have typed that number in wrong, so I'll go back and look at that. Another one,
Yeah, you only had 250,000 on
not,
that bridge.
I don't, do you remember is that the original budget for this one, Dave?
Yes.
Yep, 250,000.
Maybe I put this number in because this is from when me and you and Paul went through and looked at the actual price. Yeah, that could be what happened. You want to give an update on this one?
Yeah, this one, this is the bridge that's supposed to go from Drake Field, roughly where the swing set is, over to the all children's playground grassy area. I received a rough order of magnitude cost from Kiewit of about 1.5 million. For that, I have to finish reviewing that and then get them to do the 60% GMP to bring back to council.
And it's just a walking bridge, right? It's not a cart bridge.
Correct, we changed it to a
walking bridge.
pedestrian.
Gee, our was only 250,000 and now it's 1.5 million?
It's one of those red lines on a map that was drawn.
Yeah. I got you. Wow.
It's a lot of money for a walking bridge.
Gee, it is.
Anything else on that one? Okay. All right, the splash pad. So this is, this came out of the spring retreat last year. And if you notice the parentheses as we go through these were very specific ones for specific council people that were, wanted to really push these during that retreat. So Laura, your name's attached to this one. And we had a consensus of council decide to move forward with it. We put it in the budget for this year. So it is in the budget, and it's a CIP project at $450,000. Harold or Kathy, do y'all want to give an update on this one?
Sure, yes. So we did a new survey out there, kind of got the process started. We met with, thank you, several splash pad companies that, we're working on with design from us. We're currently working with Pond to kind of overall plan the park, but also like facing the design right now. So that's kind of where we are. And
Question, do you think anything over there is going to be salvageable? Those of us who have been there a long time, there's already a building, there's a pump house, there's some equipment.
Yeah, I'll let Harold up here.
So I met with several vendors that, build splash pads. Yes, the pump room that used to house the pumps for the pool, we have seen designs that are capable of putting sand filters in those rooms, the chlorine tanks, We feel that hopefully the only thing that will be stored outdoors will be the recirculation tank for the water. So everything else will be reusable.
And the bathrooms need a little update, but it'll be nice still in that area.
There was one thing, we would have to add some ventilation, into that pump room area as well, so, but that's.
I assume when we talk about this in light of the master plan, the recreation master plan, we'll look at tie-ins, paths in the area and things like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
For a comprehensive look.
Yeah, so Pond is, tying into what the back master plan talked about. So kind of connecting over those.
Nice.
So,
Do we have a breakdown of cost of the splash pad versus all the ancillary stuff like parking and stuff like that?
Yep, it's in the master plan. It's in the supplement.
Yeah, well, we're kind of doing it in phases because, yes, that's a lot. But we do have that in the master plan. And it'll also be in the work we do with Pond. Yes, but phase one.
That's the total cost.
We have $450,000.
1.6 million.
We kind of felt like that. We can do it for less than that, but again, depending on what we actually do in the park.
For the park? What you actually do for the park?
As a
Well,
whole.
yeah.
That's what a
yeah.
lot of this is in
It's
here,
just
fixing the
from
park up too.
CPL as a design. They said, you know, we'll put this in there and this nice but right now we're working on the first phase.
Yeah, what we're working on now is just the splash pad,
Yeah.
not the rest of the, because I
Yeah.
think the park, and we'll get into that, I guess, with the rec master plan. The whole park recommendation was what, 1.6?
1.6.
1.6. That's with everything they recommended in Pebble Pocket, which we do not have funded.
Yeah.
Which is just the splash pad.
Yeah.
As you all well know, I did not vote for this when we originally did it. I thought it was superfluous, since we have a splash pad down at Glenlock, and that can be open for free if we decide to change the fencing. But in my mind, I would love to have another splash pad. I don't have a problem against that. I just don't think it should be now. I think it should be down the road, maybe in '27. We can look at it again. But that's just my thoughts on this, and I'm sure we'll hear from everybody else here. But I think if we open up the Glenlock and make that a freebie with whatever fencing we got to do, and I think we can satisfy the needs of saying, come on in, doesn't cost you anything, come on into the splash pad, and hold this off until 2027 and take another look at it. That's just my opinion on that. I'm sure there's going to be lots of other opinions, and that frees the recreation committee up, or the department, to not have to worry about that till down the road.
Do y'all, here's a question for council. Do y'all want to talk about just the statuses of everything right now and get into stuff tomorrow? Or you want to talk about stuff right now?
I think if we're gonna get through this list, we probably should keep going.
We'll have time to get to this.
I'll just jump in with one other
Go ahead.
thing. I did ask for the estimate. It's only gonna cost $1,800 to change the fence and gating at the existing splash pad at Glenlock. $1,800 is nothing compared to our budget. And that could be done within the next couple of months, I'm sure. And we could have a free splash pad this summer. This splash pad is not gonna be a this summer kind of a thing. And I think there's been enough consensus on our council to say, we'd like the splash pad to be free. We all agreed, I should say all, there was a consensus. We want the splash pad to be free. But this splash pad is not gonna even be in existence this year. I think we should move the gate for $1,800, make the Glenlock one free this year.
And push this down the road for another
Because when
year.
I found out that the splash pad's only open for 3 months, and as soon as, if school is open, it's only open on the weekends. So if somebody has preschool age kids, they can't even use it when school is in session. But if we actually change the gate around and make the other splash pad free, we can solve one of the biggest problems we have, which is giving it an option to the kids who are not even in school yet. And that's really, the little kids is what the splash pad is for.
And this money's coming out of our CIP fund, right?
Correct.
So this is not splost or anything. This is coming right out of the budget.
Correct.
So, in my mind, again, I'm gonna say it one more time, kick it down the road, make the Glenlock a freebie, and let's worry about this in 2026 or 2027. I don't know if I've got a consensus to do that, but certainly that's.
Well, I mean, obviously, I should probably say a few words, because this is kind of been where we are with the opinions on this since we started talking about this. This isn't, I know my name is attached to this, but this was a council decision, and I don't come here representing myself. I come here representing a large group of parents who would really like to see this happen. So, it's my job to be a voice for them. When the other splash pad, which was a SPOS project, when it was done, when Glenlock was, when they redid that pool. And when they did this as a SPLOST project, that splash pad was never designed to be a free splash pad. So as a parent, if I'm going to this free splash pad, I think having a free splash pad, and I understand the logic here and the intent behind it, and there's good intent to offer it in a very convenient, easy, low-cost way, and I get that. But I don't think that in order to provide a splash pad to our community, having a free splash pad by a paying pool, it just doesn't work well. Having I'm like, if we have a splash pad somewhere else, then sure, like preschool kids, we could run that whenever we want, and kids could go to that one whenever. But as a parent, if I have multiple kids that I'm taking to that pool, and I have some that now you have to go outside the pool area to get to a splash pad that's also near a parking lot, I'm gonna wanna be by my kids that are in an enclosed area of a pool where they're in a higher risk of drowning. I mean, we had an incident just this last year, where, a kid had to be pulled out of that water. And I feel like safety is an issue. I would hate to have, where I have a gate separating me from maybe some kids here and some kids here, especially when they would have to go outside of a gate. And then you have lifeguards who are trying to regulate, who's paid, who hasn't paid. This is included. I just think overall it's messy. And hold on a second. So I love the idea that this was, this is a solution that's, it's a thought, but I think like in the implementation of it, there's going to be problems that it brings up. I feel like a splash pad it's something right now that parents are leaving our community to seek out. My personal friends go to neighboring cities and they bring all their friends with them when they do. And I would love our community to provide for families something that they have to leave for currently. So I had consensus before for this project. I feel like I would like to see it through. And so I'm still think it's worthwhile.
So if I may, from my point of view, I feel like this is not what I need or I want. I'm a grandma. So it isn't what I'm going to bring my kids to, but I do feel like we're here to listen to our citizens. And I have received a lot of feedback over the years from parents of young children. I think we should talk about this after we break for lunch. I'd like to take another look at our recreation master plan, which was data-driven. And on page 141, it does talk about splash pads. So I'd like to just, before we make a decision, I'd like to take a look at the data that came in. I will say that I think we're here to provide services. I think that's what we're here to do, and to be the voice of our citizens. Just like we provide a library, just like we provide a fire department, we provide services in terms of recreation and amenities, and it's what our citizens want. I think our citizens just want to know that we're operating in a transparent manner, that we are responsible with the budget, and that we're listening to what they want. So I would suggest, I don't want to make a decision right at this moment, but we have it in our agenda that we're going to be looking at the Recreation Master Plan review overall, and I think that'll be a good part of that conversation.
I disagree with you, Madam Mayor. I think that we can get a consensus on this and move forward and not bring the whole plan in. I'm not against this, by the way, just to make it clear. I'm not against this. I just don't want it now. Send it down the road. We got some money coming in. Let's do it down the road, not right now. Open up Glenlock and let's move on, because it's going to be a contentious issue. And I'm not sure what everybody else thinks, but I think we ought to get a consensus. Should we move forward or just can this or move it down to the 26 or 27 area? Because it is a budgeted item. That's just my opinion. I'd like to hear from others if they're for it or against it.
Four. So would you like to share your opinion at this time?
I'm in favor of doing this project. I do agree with Clint that we ought to look at the dollars. I mean, the cost has gone up dramatically. And if we can do something that'll get them an interim process, where they can get something now, let's do that first.
Open up Glenlock is what they can get now, for free.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm just agreeing with you.
So to me, I'm hearing two things, so I just want to, because we're talking about it now, because we have other things to talk about, so if we can hash this out now, that's fine with me. We can open up Glenlock, we can do that, so that's one thing.
Is
The
that
other thing,
estimate that Suzanne said true?
$1,800?
1,800, and then I think we had a quote for 1,200 for concrete to rework, so like.
That's still $3,000.
Still still 3,000.
That's not 1.6
The concrete came in
million.
a little later, so I didn't.
What are the safety concerns with, I mean, there are some operational issues. This isn't just, all right, I'm gonna stay out here in the splash pad with my kids because, and again, I don't have a horse in this race. I'm a grandmother of 6 and they don't live here. But there are many, many families who have children who will span the age of, some will be in the splash pad and some in the pool area. I just want to understand the safety and operational concerns.
So the biggest thing I could think of, and I'll let Harold and Kathy chime in if they need to, or if I say something wrong. Right now there's 2 gates. There's 2 gates to the splash pad. One, you come in the main gate. I go there a lot with my kids, so I've memorized it. There's the main gate. You come into the pool area, and then you have the splash pad fenced off to the side. You have a gate. As soon as you walk in, there's a gate to the left that'll let you into the splash pad, and then the pool's in front of you. Then if you're on the other side of the pool, the deep end, there's a gate right by the pumps over there that goes between the pool and the splash pad. What we would have to do is really just lock those gates. Like, we could leave them, we just have to lock them, and just make the only entrance at the new location, which would be where that picnic table is, like right near that picnic table, near the parking lot. And then so that way, so that way you'd have a separate entrance to the splash pad. You'd lock the gates that go to the pool from the splash pad, so you wouldn't have to necessarily worry about small kids going through the gate running into the pool. But you'd have 2 separate ones, so that logistically the only thing I could really think of that would be tough is for the lifeguards, because really just teenagers run that pool pretty much every day. And
They're certified lifeguards, right?
They are. They're
Okay.
certified lifeguards, but it's mostly teenagers who are certified lifeguards. But they run the cash too. They run the front desk with the check-in and computer and the cash. So my biggest thing is that they would have to monitor, because a lot of people who pay for the pool are going to want to get out and go to the splash pad. So it'd be a thing of monitoring who paid for the pool to come back in for re-entry versus who's just going to the free splash pad and maybe trying to get in, trying to sneak in. Like, I did pay for I could see that being a problem.
Yeah, we have, when we set all the prices the other year to make it, you can go to splash pad, or you can go to the pool and, pay the different prices. We would give them wristbands, and so they can see, okay, that person, is only here for the splash pad or the pool, both. So we did solve that. We could, work with United Pools and maybe work on, what would work better for them too.
And the way that worked is if you were splash pad, you got a wristband. If you were pool, you didn't get anything.
Yeah, yeah.
You were just,
Well, you'd
you
almost
could
have to
go
flip-flop
you'd
it.
have to
Yeah.
flip
Yeah.
it.
Flip-flop.
If you
Yeah,
come
I
into the
mean,
pool, you
we
get a
can,
wristband. If you go
we
out,
can
you
figure
come back
that
into the
out.
pool.
Yeah.
I'd like to address Kim's issue of safety, because I'm all about safety for the kids too. So I'm with you on that, Kim. But at the same time, that's why we have the lifeguards there. Hopefully, the moms can still get involved, but the moms can still go over to the splash pad with the little kids, the littler kids typically, and the lifeguards are still, doing some safety on the kids that are in the swimming pool. That's the way I see it anyway.
Yeah, I see that. Do we have an age requirement to be in the pool without your parent?
You have to be, I think, Harold?
When I was growing up,
I
it was
think-
12.
Well, that's
I was
to
gonna
be,
guess
so
12.
you can go at 12 without a parent,
Mhm.
but there's, I think if you are a non-swimmer, the parent has to be in the pool. Like if you have like any sort of life vest. Otherwise, you're in the pool with them, we're supposed to be.
Okay.
And if not, then they, they can swim. Mom's on the side, hopefully not on the phone. But, so that's kind of the hierarchy there. So we do our best to make them stay in the pool with the kids, but.
To me, that means a mom has to be in two places at one time.
No, it doesn't.
That's
No,
tough.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does.
No, it doesn't, because here's the thing. Splash pads in multiple different places have no lifeguards.
Yeah. that's
There's
right.
nobody.
No lifeguards.
So you don't need a lifeguard in the splash pad. So yeah, if a mother is taking kids that want to use the pool and some that want to use the splash pad, she may have to divide up her time and make them go for one or the other. But I think that case should not be the deciding factor for us to make a decision as a council to say, we're not gonna move the gate to make free splash pad for this summer. We already lost last summer by messing around with this whole issue. We can move the gate for $3,000 and allow an entire group of people to use the splash pad. By the time we get done building a new splash pad, the kids that need the splash pad won't be small enough to use the splash pad. I think this is just dragged on long enough. We
Well, I
need to
mean,
use
and that's something
$3,000 and fix the problem. There's a lot of people, and I understand, Laura, there's a lot of people get in their car and go to Fayetteville and use the splash pad over there because it's free.
Right.
We need to just make our splash pad free. That's solving a big problem. Sitting there and saying we have to spend $450,000 to build a new splash pad so that somebody doesn't get offended by the fact that there's a pool you have to pay for is just not responsible for us to do as a council. I'm sorry.
Yep.
We need
It
to
looks like
make
we
the
have,
splash
looks like
pad
we have,
free.
Frank and I are doing the,
I'm done with that thought.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a matter of being offended about one place or the other. I think that there really truly are logistical issues. And I would say, I mean, what I would ask, what's the point of pushing this down the road another year? Because honestly, I think when we get to that point, it's just gonna be pushed down again and again. Like that's I think the reality I'm facing. When CPL did the plan for our city for the whole rec master plan, not only did they suggest the splash pad, but they suggested another one on top of that, and I feel like I would like to move forward for our families. If we want to make this one free, it's not like I'm completely opposed to this idea. Like, it is a possible solution. I think so many times we make decisions based on what each of us think will be the definite thing that would happen, and I think we have different scenarios here. And which one's right? I'm like, I don't know. We don't know until it happens. And is it gonna work for families? Maybe. Could it also be confusing and a difficult thing for, families and for lifeguards and stuff? Sure. We don't know until we do it. Is it worth it? Possibly. But I would say, can we do this and still move forward with what the plan is, since that's already part of CPL? We went forward to our citizens with a budget. This was part of it when it was presented to our citizens. We voted on it. If we're gonna cut something, I would love to be able to have parents come in and that y'all can hear their voices and know that this is something that they want. When I was just a citizen and not on council, I reiterate this a lot, is I felt like there was a council that said, we care about families. And a lot of times I felt like it was all words and no one showed up for families. And I feel like even with being on council and trying to represent, I still feel that. Oh, I care about families, but let's just push it down the road. I'm all for this, but I'm not for it right now. Like, get in the game now. Show it now. Show that you care for families. And sure, this is the solution, but what is the point of kicking that down the road?
It is budgeted. Sorry, Frank, go ahead.
The cost is budgeted. It's right there.
But doesn't
There's
mean
the
we need to
cost.
spend it this year.
So that comes,
So why not, what's the difference between this year and next year?
Let's see what happens when we open it up for free and see what kind of results we get.
Yes, I would.
Even you said that.
If I may,
you go ahead.
the recommendation from the master plan says, the gap analysis identifies the need of 2 pads for a city the size of Peachtree City. It makes perfect sense to me that we would spend the $1,800, to your point, Suzanne, and make that splash pad free to try at Glenlock. But
Yep.
since we are planning another one, we absolutely are, and it is recommended, and it is budgeted, to put that off is only going to increase the costs. I don't think any of us disagrees with having the second splash pad. But if we put it off, it's not gonna get any cheaper. It's just gonna get more and more expensive. Again, the recommendation is that we have 2 for a city our size. We have it in the budget that was passed last summer. That was part of a very public process where we heard from a few families. But this is in the budget, and that's how we already agreed that we were gonna move forward. I could see, yes, to your point, yes, let's do the $1,800 worth of rework at Glenlock, but we also have this in the plans, in the budget. Let's get it started.
Yes, I did. I mean, I think we're at a point, we're all talking in circles now, because we're all saying the same thing in different ways. I think it's time to take a little consensus from each of the members here that should we push it down the road for a year or 2 and just open up Glenlock this year? And that's what I'm looking for. If there's a consensus, I heard Councilman DiStadio say yes. I haven't heard any others.
Well, before you kind of take a consensus, I know Councilman DiStadio, you mentioned cost. The goal, so $450,000, the goal of staff is that this splash pad is built for $450,000 or less. And that's already allocated. If it can't be done for that, then yeah, I would have to come back and talk with you all. So just as far as, if cost is the concern, and Kathy, we believe we can do it for $450,000 or less, as budgeted, as already allocated.
My only concern with that, Justin, is that you've told us, how many projects have we talked about with path projects or splash pad or whatever, and the cost keeps going up.
Right.
And I'm just concerned is, when are we ever just gonna settle on the price and do it for that amount?
This one we are,
I think that's where we are.
because we're doing it like right now. It will go up if we wait. Not like, it shouldn't go up a ton.
But it does go up.
But it does go up.
Yep. So I still think, though, there is going to be other funds available in the future years, and I think we should be looking at not spending this kind of money right now when we're still not sure what's going to happen with HB 581 and what effect that's going to have, not only just on this year, but also on 26 and 27. So from my mind, kick it down the road a year, and we'll go from there. And I just need a third person to
I
come
agree.
along.
I agree, we should wait. The other thing that, the elephant in the room, the recreation plan is a plan. Not everything in it is gonna get done, not everything in it is gonna get done now. And we need to make sure that that gets echoed loud and clear to absolutely everybody, because everything in that plan has a huge price tag, including moving the mulch pit and all kinds of other stuff. We have not even addressed any sort of discussion of how we're gonna prioritize that. And I think
Or
the
where we're gonna
splash
get the
pad
money
got
from.
put out ahead of that, even though I tried to bring up, we needed to wait for the final rec master plan and figure out what priority we wanted to do things. I still say this splash pad, whether it's funded or not, needs to wait. We can open up the gates and have a free splash pad this summer.
So if we have to have a balanced budget, and this is coming from the general fund, then, I mean, is there something in particular you're looking that this needs to go towards?
Not really at this point.
You're
I
just
think
saying
we
that
just-
this,
I just
there's
think-
not another need
I just-
that's out there?
Not yet. We'll be
You're just
going through
saying
some of
no
those
to
needs.
this one.
I-
Finish your thought,
No, I was just curious, I'm like, I mean, I just see that there's a lot of value in this, and I just was curious, like, what if this has to go towards something in order to keep that, that balanced budget, what's the other project?
I will
No,
tell
that's
you.
not,
I will tell you, let me answer her question. I will tell you specifically. I went up and visited the inline skating location. It is abysmal. They've got water on the court. The kids can't skate. There could be problems because of that. They've got many other issues of water coming in there, and the maintenance on that really needs to be ticked up quite a bit. So if you need some other project, we got teams that are coming in that they're turning around and walking out because they can't do it. He's got a son-in-law that says, I won't skate there, it's too dangerous. I mean, we got things that need to be upgraded for the teams and for the children that are there. There's young people that skate there. So you look about some other thing that needs to be fixed up, there's one for you right there we could use the funds for.
Justin, it seems like you had said we were getting some equipment or something for that, to fix it?
Well, to try. So the hockey rink with the condensation, we're talking about things that are supposed to be later, but that's okay.
But they're kind of tied together a bit.
They
She
are.
was asking a question,
Sure.
look, what would you do? And I answered the question for you.
I know, I was just curious if because that is a valid,
So this is
that is a problem.
this is for when we get to the rec plan, and you look. I just want to point out all of their recommendations. And we'll talk about this later, but this is like all their recommendations and costs, and this is the funding.
Yeah, a lot of negative on the
Nuns.
funding.
Justin, my whole career's been doing maintenance on the Air Force Base.
Absolutely.
And all I used to always hear was from citizens that always came in and said, I need to have this done. I mean, at some point in time, we got to balance the budget. We've been talking about that.
Yeah.
And if we can come up with $450,000 to do something that needs to be done, great. We're satisfying some of our citizens, but not all the citizens. We got to look at the majority. I mean, how many times have we had people like Keith Larson coming in saying, I got to have this done right now? Have something to do with the bicycle path or whatever he's working on this day. But we've just heard about recently the rink, and the rink is really a problem for us. Is that $450,000 going to be something we can use on the rink, or is it up to $3 million, $5 million?
So the hockey rink, as of right now, we're kind of just trying a Band-Aid solution. We redid the roof a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, for about 70 grand, 100 grand, 70, 100 grand, which worked. Sorry. It's not leaking anymore. But the problem is the condensation and everything. Now it's just a little ecosystem in there, and the groundwater it all gets just condensated water on the rink, and so they don't want to skate because it gets slippery.
So are we talking about walls enclosing this gate?
So the solution we're trying that we just installed is they put a humidity sensor in the rink, and the humidity sensor is supposed to cut on all the fans in the rink when the humidity goes over a certain level to try to kind of dry it out. Will that actually work? I don't know.
As you all know, humidity is just what's dissolved in the air. It's the condensation when the dew point is low enough, and then you condense that. And that usually happens in the evenings. As the sun goes down, the temperature goes down, and your condensation the humidity goes into condensation, and it just coats all of the floors in that location. That is not a good situation.
Yes.
Okay,
So really, I think, and Dave, you can chime in if you want, but past that, the solution would be to either enclose that building, which I'm not sure we actually can do, or to tear it down and build a new structure and put HVAC in it.
Correct. The issue is the condensation, and the building is not enclosed, so you're fighting Mother Nature. You're trying to fight Mother Nature, and you're not always going to win with an open building, no matter what you do. So yes, the only permanent solution would be to enclose it, and I can tell you that that building is not designed to be enclosed.
Is it the walls are not designed to be closed because the structure inside are 24-inch I-beams? So I would think it's just the walls, not the actual skeleton.
It's
of
the whole
place.
structure's not designed, the whole structure's not designed to be enclosed. It's a Butler building, and they design those to what they're designed to.
Be pole barns?
Yeah, to be pole barns. It's designed to be a pole barn, not a structure.
Okay, so all the big I-beams are not going to work.
No.
Okay.
Do we have the cost to fix it?
No. So that's, the 2.5 I put up there is just me just putting a number on a board. So I don't, no, we haven't investigated at all what it would be to tear it down and build a new one. And then if you tear it down and build something else on the site, we'd have to basically, not do hockey for a while, until we can build something else.
I just want to point out also that, unlike SPLOST, money that gets put in as a CIP in the budget is not mandatorily having to be used for that. The money can be reallocated to something else.
Correct.
And so it's not a matter of, balance the budget, this, that, or like where we're locked in. Unlike with SPLOST, where if we say we're going to build a certain path in a certain place, we have to build it.
Yes.
If we run out of the funds, we still have to build it.
Yes.
But this is a completely different thing.
Correct.
Okay, well, I can be on board with if we want to change a gate. I would also like to see the splash pad. If I get voted down, I get voted down, but, it seems like maybe Kim and I want it, you guys don't. I don't know if Frank, if you are supportive of the splash pad or not.
Yeah, I was. I was the one that voted with you. I'm just concerned more about cost. I mean, all we've ever talked about is how much these projects have gone up.
Right.
And we've got years of projects that need to get done. And every project we talk about, it goes up a little bit, it goes up a little bit. And we all say, yeah, let's do it, let's keep going. I'm just worried, when are we gonna run out of support from everybody? I like your idea of enclosing it, giving the kids something now, if we can. I take my children, my grandkids over to the splash pad, or I take them up to where they go to school up there, and they play in the splash pad they have up there. Splash pads are really great. I like them. I like the kids having fun on them. I'm just overly concerned about the cost of everything. It's going up. And Justin, you haven't given me any cost estimates yet.
For the splash pad?
No, for the entire splash pad.
For the splash pad at Pebble Pocket, we are going to do it for 450 or less, 450,000. Just the splash pad. The Pebble Pocket park itself in the rec plan that they recommend with the playground and some paths was 1.6 million. But just
But
the,
that's not, we haven't just even decided.
we have no money
that's-
for that.
And we haven't even decided what from the rec master plan we're gonna do.
Correct.
This isn't talking about all of that. That's yet to be decided.
From Kathy and Harold talking with me and talking with splash pad folks, I don't know how it's the people that do splash pads, we can do this Pebble Pocket splash pad for 450 that for what is budgeted.
Are you happy with that, Suzanne? Or excuse me, Laura?
Yeah, yes, I'm happy with that.
So you're changing your vote? You said no before, now you're saying yes.
Give him a minute.
I said
I'm-
yes
I gave him the
before.
minute.
I
I mean,
said
it's
yes
on there
before.
because he said yes
Yeah, I know.
originally.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's try to stay as efficient as we can with our time. When we start talking with each other and we're not allowing each other to finish a thought, we're not getting anywhere closer to making a decision. So if we're gonna move to consensus, let's do that, so we can get that understood and then we can move on. And we are bumping right up on our time. We have about 5 minutes left before lunch. So if we're gonna do it, let's use the 5 minutes as efficient unless you wanna change the time for lunch.
Just depends on if it's out there or not.
Why don't,
We'll go to lunch whenever it's out there.
Just for the minutes, can we get a verbal yes or no?
Yes,
Yep.
absolutely, we can do that. So, for the purpose of polling on this decision right now, can we just move to making that decision? It's a yes or no. Yes by show of hands, no by not raising your hand.
For
there's two different issues.
yeah.
There's two-
Okay,
okay.
I'll say which one. You want me to?
Those two issues.
I'll frame them. I'll frame them. First issue is relocating the gate at Glenlock and making that splash pad free for this season onward.
Right?
That's fine. I'm willing,
Yes.
I'm willing to give that a try.
Well, let's go one by one.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
Do we have all yeses?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
But now the second one is the critical one.
Second one is.
Do we do it now, or do we just kick it down the road for a year or two? Because it is just a CIP. It's not like a SPOS. So we can kick it down the road and do it another time.
Okay, I'll frame it like this. Second one is Pebble Pocket splash pad that's budgeted in the CIP for fiscal year '25. Do we proceed forward with that project right now
Cost.
Me,
with a cost of $450,000 as budgeted?
no.
No, yes.
I'm a yes.
I'll be a yes.
I'll be a no.
Okay.
We're back to where we were before.
Yes.
So we got nothing done with all that conversation.
No, we just got a gate for the unlock. We just accomplished something.
And this will, so right now, I will tell you what the status of this project. Right now, the status is, it is in design with pond. So should be bid out soon, next month or two.
For
Should be bid out.
450,000 or less.
Yes, and it will come back to you all for approval. Once it's bid out, we have a low bid, it'll come back to you all for, so it will come back again for final approval to construct.
So you're gonna do another vote at a city council meeting?
Because you have to approve.
Once you've got the final numbers?
Yeah, you have to approve the construction.
And it's not to exceed number?
Yes.
Wow. It's gonna have a lot of dirt around it then.
No, it's gonna have so few
You're gonna put a
features.
splash pad in, 2,000 square feet. What, all around it is, right now, is just dirt.
Well, it's grass right now, like flat grass. But, yeah. Okay. I think lunch is out there. We could maybe get to the end of the, well, no, we can't.
You're dreaming.
Y'all want to try to do the next two?
You are dreaming if you think you're gonna get to the end.
Y'all want to try to, no,
Of the one section?
yes, just this, to
Oh,
the
okay.
yellow, to the yellow.
So that one's
You could,
out now.
On the list before we get to the next section, so it is our hope that we can get through the next two items.
I think we can.
Sure.
Let's do it. I think that was the big one for a while. Okay, connection between north and south side, that's the bridge between the high school and middle school. Clint, you had this one down as a priority, so we're moving on that one. Dan gave the update to you all. We kind of talked about it with the carriage lane to Publix. Dan showed you where the location is most likely to go.
Very exciting.
On the west side of the Chevron, on the south side of 74, and then between the Catholic Church and, is that a real estate office? On Prime, is it Prime right there? Prime, yeah. To go up in there, and obviously row 12 and row 5 are heavily connected. And you see we actually have a pretty good budget for this one because this is a 23 SPOS project.
Is it gonna make it in the numbers, or is it gonna be over that?
I don't know. I hope it'll make it. I think the Gateway Bridge cost 3 point something, and they under budgeted that one. So that's why I was like, well, we need to go higher than that. Need to go up to 4. Hopefully with this one, we won't have to do as much dirt work as they did over on McDuff. My big thing with Dan, I said, was let's do actual columns coming down instead of trying to build up a huge berm, because there's already buildings. Like that just wouldn't work to build huge hills like that. So we'll see. We'll see and with land acquisitions too, yeah, it'll be close. It'll be close. But we did budget. One thing that I am glad we did with this 23 SPOS that they didn't do with 17 is we built in $7 million of contingency into the 67. So out of the 67 million were allocated by the county, we only budgeted 60 million in projects, and the rest of it, 7 million, is contingency for overages, because I just knew that would happen. And then also, we know, well, we don't know, we hope we would take in more than 67 million, just like we have with every other, like the past SPOS, the 17 SPOS, we took in 12 million more than what was budgeted. So I hope that would happen again. So that would leave us with 7 million contingency plus 10, 11 million of additional funds, which would put us up to 17, 18 million for overages, which would be good. Because as these projects go, 7 years, we're 8 years into the 17 SPOS, and that's the way SPOS goes everywhere I've been. You're always working on previous SPOS projects a decade into them. It's just the way it goes, because there's so many projects that the numbers you gave 10 years ago with inflation and everything just are never going to be correct once you get to those last projects. So anyway, any questions with that one beyond what we've... Okay, City Hall elevator. So this one, you're going to see multiple ones of City Hall, and they were separate projects in the ARP. So all these City Hall ones are ARP funding projects. We've wrapped them all into one big City Hall project in our accounting, so we can just keep up with it easier. And Dave has wrapped them all into one big bid. We did bid it out. We got bids back. We had a problem with the low bidder. So, and I think I told you all this. We got the bids back. It was what was it? Like 2 million? It was about 2 million, which is, we have the money for that in ARP. And we had a problem, so we're having to go back out to rebid. I think, has it been rebid yet, Dave, or about to be?
About to be, yeah.
Okay, it's about to be rebid. What they did was they went back and took all the addendums on the original bid and worked them back into the main bid, so that took a minute. So it's going to go back out to bid soon. The big problem with the City Hall one, well, I say problem, but the big hurdle to overcome with the City Hall project is that we will have to, especially the upper floor of City Hall, we'll have to not be in there for about 3 weeks because the roof, even though that's not here, we'll see the roof later, the roof is going to get replaced. So we cannot be in the building for 3 weeks. So we're going to probably not have court during those weeks. We have court every Wednesday and some Fridays. So we'll probably cancel court and have a little backlog for a few weeks.
Justin, can I ask you a question
Go
about
ahead.
that? Well, during COVID, didn't court move somewhere else? Did it go to Fayetteville?
It was canceled for a long time.
We did an IGA with
And it
Fayetteville.
was
And
Fayetteville.
we had court there on Fridays, and it was packed up, but they have a court, so it's not like we can just move and take over their court. And they are also in the process, their police department is expanding into their court, so they're looking for another location
Oh, my
for their
goodness.
court. What we had talked about doing was during the 3 weeks that we would be closed for court, we would still have like bond forfeiture calendars and plea calendars. We would keep as much of it moving as we could.
And we're keeping in touch with Judge Collins on this?
Yes.
Yeah. okay.
Kelly is.
Yeah, as an update, Kelly and I and our folks are working on a plan to try and keep everything moving.
And I met with Judge Collins after we met, and he was fine with all of our
Okay, good.
thought processes, even to just having court on Fridays instead of Wednesdays, so that once everything gets going, the roof's on, and they start remodeling in the lobby, we can only have court on Fridays, so they don't have to worry about the remodeling on Wednesdays. They can keep pushing through and just.
That'd be great. Yeah, they could work
He
all
was good
week
with
and
that.
just have, yeah, that's great.
When COVID did hit, though, court was, I know where I was, court was canceled for
Well, by
months.
executive, yes, by Judge Melton's executive
Yeah.
order, we couldn't. But then once we could have
Yeah.
court, we had to abide by, the whole council chambers would have had to have been, followed the same
Distance.
procedures as a courtroom. So we couldn't have court there, or then we couldn't have done council the way they wanted to do council, so.
Fun. So that also means during those 3 weeks, if we will most likely have a council meeting sometime during those 3 weeks. We'll have to do council somewhere else, which we have buildings. We could do that. So like Kedron, Glenlock, somewhere. Like we may have to have a temporary council meeting or a temporary council location during those weeks. The other thing is the lobbies, both of upstairs and downstairs lobbies will be getting worked on. They'll be shut down for longer than 3 weeks, but the great thing about the council chambers is it does have that secondary entrance where the outdoor stairwell is. So once the roof is on, we can actually use the chambers again. We just may have to route people through the back door to the chambers while the lobby's getting worked on. Yeah, we'll go through more of those projects. Okay, we made it to the end of this section. If anybody has any? Okay, well, lunch is out. Well, go ahead.
Does anyone have any questions before we break for lunch? Okay, hearing none. Have a good lunch.
We're going to get started back 8 minutes early, the afternoon session. I think we have another break worked in mid-afternoon. So,
Yeah, so sorry.
My mom's car for
everybody good?
You want a cough drop? I got a cough drop. Okay, I'll take that. So where did I put them?
Yeah, you need to be using.
Council's looking for cough drops.
Sorry. That's payback for the allergy tablet. Thank you.
How many you got? I need one too.
I think there's about 4 or 5 in there.
You pass them around?
I'm good. I'll make it. I'm good.
Sure?
I'll grab one maybe later.
There's 3 if you want.
There's 3. I need all 3. I'm good. Oh, Kelly's bringing me one too.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, that's what I was looking at. Make sure you turned it on.
Thank you.
At least I went over there and did something. I thought I was doing it,
Okay, so to pick up where we left off, we are still under safe, family-friendly community, but we are moving on to the items from the previous July retreat. First item is path connectivity, South Highway 74, and I think it ties in with number 16 too, which is replace sidewalk with path along GDOT highways. So if I remember correctly, this came out of the summer retreat. We were looking at the path master plan, and I think Councilman Holland, you had the ideas to let's talk with GDOT, not just about the carriage lane public's path, but once we kind of figure that one out, let's look at that master plan and connecting a path down South 74 to get to the PAC?
No,
Was
get
that-
all the way down.
Get all the way down.
All the way down to
Mead?
Field.
Oh, wow. Okay. So with this
At
one,
least
you,
that was my idea. I don't, we can obviously talk about that, but that was my idea back then.
okay. With this one, you see that I put it as need more info on phase, just because we have, as you've seen with this top one, this is where most of the path projects are. I think all of them. So once we get past this, we're not really going to talk about paths anymore on this list. For me, with need more info, number one, you see we already have ones that we still need to complete. So those are the ones we're really focusing on. Second is, these aren't, you see my funding source there.
Yeah.
Those are really just kind of hypothetical. Impact fees, SPOS 1723, if we have funds remaining, which we may not, we don't know yet. So for me, there's just a whole lot of information still up in the air with these of where the money would come from, when it would be, because we've got these other ones in the pipeline that need to get done. And then also just feasibility with still talking with GDOT about that 74 corridor, because we haven't had a conversation with them about that yet, just the 54. So that's where kind of I am on it. I don't necessarily need more info from you all. It's just that there's still a lot of things that need to be hashed out with possibly accomplishing something like this.
Well, once we get the okay from GDOT to put some kind of barrier between the roadway and the path, I would think at that point, that's going to be the main issue on going down 74 would be, let's make it safe for both the cars and the carts as they drive down 74. Of course, on the roadway. You have sidewalks going down there. I don't know if those can be extended or paved over and then put up some kind of barriers, but that's really all GDOT questions.
Right. And I think, and Dave or Jonathan, y'all can hop in, but sidewalks for GDOT are different than multi-use paths and have different rules on how you can't just come back and say we want to put a path right where, like, instead of having a sidewalk, we want this to be a path. Like, that would be a whole thing to talk through with GDOT. The one difference I can see too with 74 going south over where we're talking about on 54 previously is the speed limit there is 55.
Yes.
And cars go much faster down South 74. I live down there, so I drive it every day. Cars fly down 74. So the clear zone is probably a good bit further out on 74 than 54. So I would think it would be somewhat
somewhat different conversation just because the highway's different, the rules with sidewalks. So it'd be a conversation we would have to have with them. Now, I guess my question to council is do you want us to have that question, do you want us to have that conversation sooner than later? Or is it something that we're just kind of have on the list and look at it later once we finish some of these prioritized projects?
If I may, to answer your question, I think the next one down was replace sidewalk with path along 74. I think that was the one to lead to Gilroy's and those new businesses there and the clothes less traveled. If there's anything I hear from our citizens on that topic, it's that location.
Okay.
That's the one that.
Specifically the Gilroy's and the Rock,
I'm sorry?
like the Gilroy's location and the Rock.
Yeah, I don't hear generally from our citizens on the other part southbound on 74, but that one I do. And when we had lunch with GDOT that time, we brought it up, and it seemed like we could have that conversation.
Yep.
So I would like to hear more about that one.
And I think it's really just to clarify just a bit of what I was asking for back then. We already have sidewalks going quite a ways down 74. I wasn't saying take those out or anything like that.
Right.
I'd like to extend them, of course, but I would love to have a multi-use path go right along the side of it and build that going down as far as the sidewalks go, which at this point is just shy of Crosstown, I think. A little shy of Crosstown is where the sidewalks end. Is that correct?
Yes.
Guys, is that correct? Yeah, I thought it was. So you can get at least to Crosstown walking and golf cart. That's going to be a big deal.
But there are sidewalks further south. I think they end, but they pick back up.
They do, but they're
Yeah.
pieces.
Down by Cooper.
There's pieces of them as you go down. They're not connected.
I think this would be a more responsible conversation with a map in front of us, but I just specifically want to highlight the need for that stretch that we talked about with
Yep.
GDOT. Yeah.
Yep.
This OSM may be better to visualize the sidewalks. Because I think I've actually gone into OSM and put a lot of the sidewalks in on 74.
There's sidewalks just about all the way down.
Not me, I didn't physically put them in, I put them
I
in
don't know,
this.
it doesn't really show them, does it?
Yeah, yeah, it
sidewalks?
does, so this is,
Oh,
these
yeah,
are
there it
these are
is.
the sidewalks. So this is Gilroy's, this is the Rock, and what clothes less traveled.
Does it go all the way to Crosstown?
It does.
I thought it did, and that's where it starts to get choppy beyond Crosstown.
Pieces of concrete.
Right,
There's Crosstown.
yep. And it does show some more, but
Would you also, I mean, does anybody else feel we could prioritize?
Yeah.
I mean, that's for the use of everyone going down there, and it's gonna give the ability to go to those PAC and also down to Meade Field. Not that we don't have paths that go there, but this is a direct shot, straight down, not going through, down Stinky Path and all the other places that you go to get there. This would be a straight shot down 74. And we could make it really look nice, too, with some kind of barrier, maybe some landscaping, all the way down.
I think we need to put it on a low priority, and here's why. That's a lot of mileage and a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, you're talking, what, 4 or 5 miles?
I didn't want to, I was going to do this.
Yeah.
I already got that.
Yeah, I guess that's why, back to what I originally said, if we were to choose a section to prioritize, it would be the one north of Gilroy's that leads you to that area. That's really the only part I've had anybody come to me and say, please, please, the close less traveled people, please, let's get a path to our facility.
Yeah, how much of a path would it be to connect to that area?
It would be tough. Dave, you can chime in if you want, but this is, I mean, you got a tunnel here, which is great. You can get, and Kelly Drive has a crossing of the railroad. The problem is if you came down Dividend, you'd have to recross the railroad, which would not be possible.
You'd have to come all the way down to Crosstown.
Yeah, you come down to Crosstown.
Down 74, the key's going to be having those conversations with GDOT.
Yep.
And getting their approval to
Have carts cross
Okay.
Crosstown?
I guess I would
All the
say,
way around.
they
They're
didn't
not
say
gonna-
no.
No, she's
No.
talking about from Kelly Drive down
Right.
74, the front of 74.
Right.
Okay. Got
What's the-
got it. Yes,
What's
yes,
the
yes.
distance on that one, Jonathan? Do you happen to know, or
Keep
David,
them
do
right.
you know?
I could tell, it's actually on the revised master plan. I just
So
got
almost
done
cro-
doing, but I don't
crossing
remember
Kelly
what the
Drive.
length was.
Coming in front of, I forget the name of this place.
It's just,
Hella.
just in place
Hella,
of the
yeah.
sidewalk.
Right.
Yeah, coming in front of Hella down to here. Yeah. We can look into it.
I think it's
Into that
discussion at
specific
this
one.
point. I agree with Kim on this, that this is really all about talking right now. Not a lot of, I don't know how much engineering, maybe some estimates, as Dave said, order of magnitude kind of things.
I thought that we left it in a conversation with
Mm-hmm.
GDOT, that they were gonna look into some concepts about feasibility of that section.
We've really been focusing heavily with that, of just passing the right of way on that cemetery one.
Yeah.
I understand. Could we bring this up as a focus area?
We could.
Council?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
does
I
that-
think I hear the same thing as far as from our citizens, just the connectivity, mainly to that, the rock. A lot of people, that's a very busy, very busy
It
area
is.
for that. A lot of
So-
people go there, close less traveled. That's
So an
a lot- there's a lot there
investigative,
to get to.
look at specifically this area for right now.
Well, that's what we're hearing, but I've heard just a little bit further down to the PAC, but that's quite a ways down. That's another
That's a-
couple of miles
yeah.
beyond
It's
Crosstown.
quite a ways, and there is a way to get
Yeah.
there that's
There's a
not
great
too-
path.
Yeah.
There's a great path that goes there.
Yeah, this area is not connected at all, right?
Right,
to the
this,
path
yeah,
system.
this one isn't connected
Right,
at all.
right.
The PAC has
It's a good first
a
step.
beautiful path going.
Let's leave it at
It's
that.
a good first step.
Yep.
Okay.
With a good cost estimate.
So for clarification, are we?
Even
we
order
just
of
wanna
magnitude
update the
would be good.
project. Are we changing the project or are we adding a new one? Are we changing, you wanna go
I
back?
think we're
to-
clarifying it a bit.
Yeah, I think we're just focusing it,
We're clarifying.
But it
on
sounds like there's an A and a B.
but I think you,
Yeah.
You know, the A being like from
Just the
Kelly
short.
Drive down to Crosstown, for
And
lack
that
of
was
better.
going down to
And then
PAC.
the other was from Crosstown down. I think they're two separate projects as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the one I'm
Okay.
talking about is Kelly Drive to the business
Right.
area.
Which is just a short distance north
It's
of.
almost
Or,
across
I
town.
mean, is this
And
something
there's
we
no
could,
sidewalks there, right?
There is a sidewalk there.
Yes, there is. Mhm.
is this something that we could have our tag group look into a little bit more? Because I think in the past, one of the things we wanted to give to them was
It is?
duplicate paths. And so if we're looking at getting rid of duplicate paths, I would hate to build a duplicate path.
so
They have looked at this.
yeah, so the tag is working on the,
And?
well, they have
Well,
a,
the section you mentioned is in the proposed master plan that we'll be reviewing.
yeah, they have a draft of a new master plan. They have a meeting tomorrow night that I will be at to review with them. So I'll do all this for the next 2 days and then go straight to the tag meeting and I'll be exhausted. But we're gonna review it with them, before it comes to council.
I'm glad you're doing that. At least we'll have a little bit more information from the tag group to talk about too. That's good, Justin.
So we could change the titles of these two. We could have this one, well, we could have one say, we could have one be the A part to Crosstown and one be the B part further south.
And that one
The-
looks like
Mayor?
it would be more
I'm
in
talking
the future.
Kelly Drive to the businesses. Boom, we've got a sidewalk there now.
Kelly Drive to Gilroy, to the driveway at Gilroy's. Yeah, that could be that top one, and then this one could be the rest
Okay,
down. And so this one would become more, still not
It's more
at the process of being funded or having construction, but this could be exploratory, and this one could just be future.
That works.
Okay. 54 corridor study. I can pass this off to you, Councilman Holland, if you want to talk about this.
Yeah, well, it's just one of
You see,
my-
I have it as future. I just have it
Yeah,
not
and I've got
budgeted
it
in
down.
future.
I put F next to it. That doesn't mean the grade of F, it means future in my notes. But obviously, Mayor and I are working on this, and so far, We do have some, Kim, you can opine anytime.
Go ahead.
We do have, Kim told me that it looks like potentially Coweta County wants to get involved. And I know that I've spoken to Ed Johnson, I don't know if you've spoken to him or not, and he's definitely on board. I've talked to Eric Dial up in Tyrone, I don't know, you talked to him too? Okay, so it looks like we're getting some of the pieces in of the so-called consortium of people. The one big one is Fayette County. And I don't know if you have anything new. They've not returned a call or two that I've made to the commissioner. Do you have anything further to add?
No, my next steps are, we'll get an update from GDOT in our municipal summit.
Good. Okay, so we're still a ways away. This is definitely, you got to put it in the future. It is. But at this point, that future is really looking for a study, a true engineering study. Is that what it says?
Yeah, 54 quarter study.
Okay, study.
Future.
It does say that. And that's really, at this point, because you can't even start talking about it, what the costs are until you go through the study. But it's such a big project, I can see this probably 10 years before we,
Oh, no.
not the
once-
study will be quick, but anything else? You really think it's gonna be shorter than
I
10
don't
years?
understand your question.
Oh, for something to be done
For something
as a
to be
result?
done,
Oh,
other
yeah,
than the
10
study,
years.
you're probably looking at
Like
10
to
years.
widen 54?
Oh, let's see what the study says.
Okay,
I think there's nothing more you can say on that at this point.
yeah. Next one, senior property tax homestead exemption. We got that done since July.
Yay.
Yep.
So that was good. So the status of it right now is it's with Representative Bonner,
Yes,
and he's putting it to the
yes.
legislator?
He said he would forward it.
Okay.
Good.
So next pillar, active, healthy community, tennis center renovations. Oh, I was like, who's moving? I think that's you, Jasmine.
Yes,
Is that, okay. Jasmine's following along live. I was like, what is moving? Tennis center renovations, this was an ARP project, included the clubhouse, is it called the clubhouse? Or the main building?
Tournament building?
Yeah.
It's a little one, right?
Well, it included more than that. We did the downstairs, the main building.
Yeah, okay.
We did a lot of stuff. We did the downstairs, we did the bathrooms, we're doing the awnings, we did the upstairs. We've renovated a lot at the tennis center. The final piece of it for this ARP project is the old pro shop. I think this old CVB. I think the CVB was there for a while. So that roof was leaking. There was a lot of damage on the inside. So basically the building is being gutted from the inside out and redone. So the roof is going on right now? Is that?
Yes, the roof is going on, and we're looking to be done end of March.
This project, it says, under construction. It already came to you all for approval, was awarded, and is in construction. Taking a little longer than we thought it would take, but it's getting there. And I think the plans for it is to turn it into some offices or some space. And then I think the plan is for rec administration to either go to the downstairs of the main building and then the tennis operations to go out to that building, or vice versa, one or the other. Because right now rec admin doesn't have a home. Harold works out of his truck. So we want to get them in one spot together.
So you're saying you're putting basically everybody into the tennis center from the rec department, it's kind of their headquarters?
Not everybody, because
Not
there's
everybody.
so many, Kedron has its own staff that have to
Right.
stay there.
And Glenlock?
Glenlock has special events folks
Right.
work out of Glenlock, and then all the maintenance crew works from PAC. Like that's where their facilities are. But rec administration, director, assistant, they don't have a space. So, okay. Mead Lights Girls Softball, that one is complete. That was changing out this was another ARP project that was completed, switching the Mead Girls Softball lights to LED. And you see, I did say girls softball there. because there are the other adult softball fields at Meade that are still don't have lights, but the ones that got
Or
converted.
players, right?
What?
Or players.
Or
We don't-
players. They have dogs out there. A lot of people take their dogs to those
And
Meade
frisbee.
fields. Yeah, frisbee.
Clean up. No?
I'm going to go back up because I did not mean to go. Next one for LED lighting is the lacrosse baseball field lighting. So this was the bid that went out in the fall and was conditionally awarded if the low bidder could meet the specifications, and the low bidder was Georgia Power, but there have been issues with Georgia Power being able to meet the specifications. So that's why construction has not started. Dave, do you want to, or Harold, do y'all want to elaborate on this one a little bit?
You start and whatever. I'll pick up the pieces.
Yeah, there's issues with Georgia Power meeting the specs. The specs are certain foot candles at the property line. What the bid says is that at the property line, you can't have any spill. So basically zero. Well, what happened is that they didn't notice that the property line is really close to some of the fields. So basically, nobody can meet the specs because it's too close.
This is the lacrosse fields at Meade.
Yes.
And the
Lacrosse
property
fields.
lines are the one near Rockaway Road?
The gravel road on the property. That's where the property line is.
On the other side of that gravel road is private property.
So in trying to meet that, nobody really can. So we're probably going to end up having to get a legal decision as to what we
why
need to do
can't
with it. It's too close. The property line's just too close.
Too close to the field.
It's like within 15 feet of the edge of the field. So.
Yeah, there are no lights in this bid that don't spill at least somewhat over the property line, like with the light coming off the fixtures.
Yeah, with the way you have to angle the lights, and Harold, you can jump in, you know more about lighting, for recreational purposes, you try to get every square inch of the field, you've got, lights pointing down.
Yeah, right now, the problem is not, there's 2 light poles that are right on the property line. Those 2 light poles are not the problem. They are shining back away from the property line. The issue is the poles in the center of both fields are shining at an angle that's trying to reach all the way across the field. And what's happening right now with the metal halide lights that we have is we're actually lighting, some of the pine trees and some of the power lines on the other side of the property, just trying to get the light across. Now, any kind of LED will be better than what we currently have, but I met with CPL Friday evening at 7 p.m. and we turned the lights on and walked, and she was taking readings all around the property line. Basically what she told me is out of the 3 bids that we have, only 2 of those currently would reduce lighting spills vertically and horizontally from what we currently have. She said that she did feel that within an extra 15 to 20 feet, that number would diminish greatly, but as of this time, there's only 2 companies that can reduce the spill from what we have.
And those are not the low bidders.
Correct. And, the lighting issue, obviously, we could put new poles in to raise the lights. That would steepen the angle. That would help out. But again, that would be something that we would have to rewrite the bid and, resubmit it as well. So.
Can we approach the private property owners with kind of like an easement type of a thing where there's going to be a little spillage of light into your area? Would you allow this? And I don't know if something like that's even legal to do, but just thinking outside the box, instead of trying to do all this engineering and lights and all that stuff, maybe the property owner says, oh, we'll put a parking lot there anyway, so go ahead. You can spill over some lights. Just saying, reaching out to to that property owner. Just
I
a
don't-
thought.
At this point, I don't think that's not the major issue. The major issue is awarding the bid right now, whether we're gonna get sued from one vendor versus another. That's really the issue, because nobody meets the specs right
Yeah,
now.
the major issue is how the specs were written, and if we award it to someone, even if they don't all meet, if none of them can meet the specs, but some of them are better than others, would it lead, to that kind of, so I've been emailing back and forth with Ted.
You're not looking for a council decision
No.
on this. This is just an update.
Just an update. I've been
Yeah,
emailing
thank
back and forth with Ted. Just what I can tell you is that based on what we've been talking about and with Ted, is that worst case scenario is we have to deny all the bids and rebid it with different specs to account for the bleed over, but still be less than what is currently there, which will be improving.
Keep us posted.
Yep.
Sounds like a plan.
So we'll
Do we
see.
have spending issues
Exactly.
with that ARPA funding, though? Do we need to spend it by a certain time, or is it just
We-
gotta be allocated?
we technically
to be
did.
spent and encumbered?
We allocated it.
Okay, so we're clean? Okay, good.
Okay, rec master plan, that one's done. We'll talk about that one in depth a little later today and tomorrow, so. Lake Peachtree Bridge, this is the bridge that was completed in the fall, and we've had a couple issues, a couple checklist things we need to do with them. Electrical boxes are being moved to the outside of the bridge. Last week or this week?
This week,
This week?
the 10th, yes, today, they're supposed to be starting moving those. Yeah, that was not our decision to put the boxes where you see them. That was a decision that was made, I guess, on the fly by the contractor when they were working. But there is no danger of anybody being electrocuted. We've gotten several emails about that. The power's not even hooked up yet with Georgia Power. So yeah, they're going to be moving those to where they should have been to begin with. And then the roughness of the concrete and stuff, we're waiting till the spring for them to come in and grind and then put a leveling epoxy down, because it's too dependent on the weather, moisture, humidity, temperature. So we want to get to the spring where we can count on a certain number of days to get them in and do it. So.
And also the asphalt approaches. I think I had commented
yes.
that the way they did the asphalt approaches to the bridge were not good. The asphalt work was not very good. So they're gonna come back, redo the asphalt both sides, and smooth out the concrete on the bridge itself. The electrical stuff, we're not having to close the bridge down. Once we get to the concrete and asphalt stuff, we will have to close the bridge back down for a little bit to correct that. But we have withheld their payments and withheld their bonds until they do this correctly.
Good for you.
Good, good.
All right, lake dredging. So you see, I know this is a big one for you, Frank. You see that I have it as future, and it's because since we've talked about the dredging the past couple of years, I've actually gone back and read the IGA with Fayette County. And the way the IGA is written is that Fayette County agrees to pay for half of the cost of the dredging with us, but not until 2030. The IGA says 2030 for the next dredging. It says we have to do a bathymetric survey of the lake by January of 2030 or 2029. It's 2029 or 2030. I think 2030. And then the way it's written, after the survey is done, we have 12 months to actually do the dredging. So we have to do it boom, boom. The county is going to split 50-50 costs with us, and they also will put a maximum of up to $1 million towards our split of the cost. So if the cost came out to $3 million, we would pay 1.5, they would pay 1.5, but then they would pay $1 million of our 1.5. We would only be on the hook for $500,000.
That's in the IGA.
That's in the IGA.
That's good.
It is a good deal.
Do we have any reason to be concerned about that way out time frame?
That's more of a Dave question than me. But I do, the way the IGA is written, it does say that we can dredge before the deal, but Fayette County will not pay anything. So if we want Fayette County to pay, we have to wait until 2030.
The good news is we haven't seen any vegetation creeping up or any sediment breaking the surface of the water. So,
You don't want to go that far.
Yeah, let's not wait that long.
yeah, I'm just saying we
It'd
haven't
be
seen
full
it,
by
so
then.
that's good.
When we've kept grass carp, we stock them into the lake every so often to eat away at any vegetation that's underneath there. So that's coordinated through recreation. It's interesting how like we coordinate different things through different departments, but recreation gets the grass carp for us to dump into the lake.
What about the part where, like, the water that's coming from Huddleston Pond empties into Lake Peachtree on, like, that side area over there?
The
Because
lagoon?
over there, I have a certain resident who tells me
Yeah,
all the
got
time
the
how much
sand.
this lake needs to get dredged. But I think what he sees is a lot of that, that sediment
So
building up right there.
I don't think the lagoon is a part of that agreement. I think
Okay,
just
so that's
the
gonna be separate from the other dredging anyhow, so, is that right? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. The lagoon's not included in the 2030.
Okay, so
agreement.
that's something that if we wanted to take care of, we would, like, the city would have to take care of that on our own?
Yes.
That wouldn't be any, okay.
Justin, the original design included putting a large diameter hole at the end of the lake, the stream that comes up from the lake. What the hell's the name of that stream?
You mean where it feeds in from the golf course on the north side?
Yeah,
What's your question?
Flat Creek, isn't it?
Flat Creek, thank you.
Part of Flat Creek?
It's
Yes, that's
Flat
what it is,
Creek
you're
that
right.
comes up. The original design included a 50-foot diameter hole so that the dredge, the sediment would come in and go down that hole. And we could then turn around and just pump it out every couple of years. And not let all the.
So it's a sediment catch is what it is.
Not let all the sediment go on into the lake.
I don't know.
Got put in.
You know who knows about that is Dan Davis.
Sure. That was actually his recommendation to Parsons that was doing the dredging.
Okay.
Catch the sediment before it gets into the lake.
Okay. I can talk to Dan.
Yeah, I'm going to add something to the discussion here. Because dredging the lake is a big project, we all know it. If we have to wait till 2030 to do that, that's 6 years, well, 5.5 years from now. We still have the issue of Drake Field with its muddy conditions that it gets into after every rain. So the drainage on that. And then secondly, as I've always said, since I've been on council, we need a bathroom there. Somewhere we need a bathroom at that place. Otherwise, they're going over to see Jill at the library to use the bathroom, and if they can get in. So I think those are kind of tied in with the dredging to those, because what comes first? I'd prefer to do the dredging because you're going to be going over that Drake Field to probably get the haulage out of there. Now you could ruin your drainage on Drake Field. But doing the bathroom could be kept separate. Just do that, tie it into the sewers, and you're done with that, as opposed to trying to do the other two before you do the dredging.
We talked about putting those bathrooms in when we were talking about the bathrooms on the other end of the lake.
Yeah.
Battery Way?
Yeah, but they didn't get done, though. But we could still do it, because the sewers do come down just to the lower parking lot, I think, of the library. There's a sewer connection there.
Yeah.
So you can at least put them up into the trees there, and you can do gravity. That's according to Dan Davis, when I spoke to him about that.
Well, I think the last time we had talked about the restrooms, which are a SPOS project, and they're on the, they're not really in the rec plan that much, but I put them, there's some projects that weren't really in the plan that I put on the spreadsheet that we'll look at. But last time we had talked about it, if you go up to where the library is, you'd have to put a pump in to get the sewage up the hill, which we don't really want to do
No, you
because
don't
of
wanna pump it
maintenance
up
and
the hill.
smell and everything. The better way is to gravity it from that area to around where the cart path is, like where 54 is.
There's an
'cause you can do a-
existing, yeah,
'cause
there's
you
an
can do a
existing
gravity.
manhole there, you know.
Bore
So there
it,
is a manhole
bore it
there
under the
that you could
parking
do it?
lot or bore it under that driveway.
Okay,
There is a parking, there is.
good, so you could gravity into that, fantastic. Well, it seems like that, if, and I don't know what the council thinks on this, but we can move that project along, at least give us a bathroom over there, and then worry about the dredging and the drainage at some future date.
Well,
Just a thought.
we'll talk
everybody
about
here.
it when we get to the recreation stuff.
Okay.
Next up, this is kind of a recreation one too, so I can either save this conversation for recreation or we can talk about it now. I would kind of almost want to talk about it with recreation.
Okay.
I
This
just
is
think
the
it's
pickleball
hilarious
stuff?
that my name is on that.
I don't, yeah, it's interesting.
No, I was gonna
I don't know how
challenge
you
that.
got labeled,
You were
Laura.
not even on the council when the splosh money
It's been on
got-
there for,
You
got
can
labeled
change.
with that
maybe
one.
you were the
I
one
think
that were
it's
like,
to
we need to
say
have
Kim.
pickleball on this list, and then we just put your name on it. Like,
I
Laura,
think
man.
all of us have a vested interest in doing
Yes,
something about
we do.
pickleball.
So do y'all want to talk about pickleball a little later when we talk about recreation? Okay. Southern Conservation Trust, I have this one marked as complete. We've reached out to them. They're doing educational programming with us now. They did a nature hike in January. They're doing a bone
An owl,
identification.
yeah, it's an owl, pellets and fur. It's completely full, so,
Okay, so
wonderful.
completely registered for.
yeah, it's going good.
No, the first one was January 18th. That was the same day as the Rotary Club Half Marathon, so
Oh.
there was a little bit of,
Couldn't
And the
do both.
weather was not.
that's right. That's right.
Next one, pickleball again.
One that says pickleball Laura and the other one says pickleball venue. Should there be just one?
They could be, but what I remember from the summer retreat was pickleball was kind of just a general pickleball topic, and pickleball venue was, do we do something more grand? If you remember during the summer, we talked about, oh, we need to have like bleachers, and that was kind of, I think, why they were separated out a little, but they're pretty much, they could be the same thing. If y'all agree with that, that's fine with me.
Sure.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
fun.
Fine, put them together.
All right, next, an attractive community. Gateway Bridge Landscaping, that's complete. We're under contract with the company, I don't remember their name, but we're under contract with them to do 2 years' worth of maintenance out there to keep it looking good, which is great to get everything established. Next up is, did anybody, was there any conversation with that one, with the Gateway Landscaping?
As long
Okay.
as the people end up holding up their end of the bargain on,
Yeah.
Oh.
maintenance and,
Right.
2-year guarantees and all that stuff.
We've got a staff person assigned to like make sure
Okay.
they're doing what they're supposed to.
Is there an erosion problem over there? I was coming into the city, and on the left-hand side over there, it looked like the backside on the left over there was kind of
Coming in
eroded.
on the left-hand side, on
Uh-huh.
the Windmead side.
Yeah, I just remember. Anyways, like, is everything going
Recently?
okay over there? Yeah, somewhat recently.
Oh,
Look
okay.
at Jonathan going,
I say, not that I know of.
you know, I know, you
feel
don't
like I
go
was
past
walking,
the bridge.
going through there, and I was like, "What's going?" I'm like, it just looked like there's been like some water. That's
Oh, maybe. Did you see construction going on out there? Like because Fayette
not-
Water,
I've seen
Fayette Water
construction
was
over
extending
there,
into,
but not-
they were doing a connection to Coweta.
maybe. I can look at it again
Oh,
and
yeah,
see if
they're
it's.
going across the river, aren't they? With a
Yeah.
pipe? Yeah.
Okay. If I'm over there and I still see it, I can take a picture.
Jot down a note to check it, Jonathan.
I was just.
Go at the right time of the day and you'll sit there for 5 minutes to take multiple
Yeah, you
pictures.
can really look at it. Okay, next is Field House Roof. This one has already come to you all and been awarded. It's just a matter of actually doing it, which I think is going to be in the spring.
They should get started in March.
Okay. Will Kedron have to shut down or anything at all?
No, no,
Okay.
no. The bubble should be out of the way as well.
Okay.
So it comes down in April, right?
Next one is City Hall roof, which I feel like we already talked about. This is one of those that says City Hall that is lumped into the one big project that we talked about. Next one.
Has that come to us yet?
No.
Council?
Well-
You says bid RFP process.
That means that, so awarded means it has come to you all and been awarded. Process means we are in the process, it hasn't come to you.
Hasn't come. Thank you.
We did bid it out, and we had problems with it, so we're having to rebid it.
Thank you.
Tree City USA, that one is complete, was what we awarded in December. So that one's done. Backyard Chickens, check, that one's done. Liberty Tree, we got that one planted.
Yay.
We're gonna do something else in 2026, yeah, 2027.
Yeah.
No, 2026, Declaration 1776.
2026 dedication.
Yes.
And July 4th, if we can even get it on July 4th.
Yep.
We haven't, that hasn't been decided yet. And that'll come before all of us.
Planning Commission's proposal, this was the UDO. This was the Planning Commission coming to you all to do the UDO. That one is complete. You've approved for them to move forward with that.
Before you go on to the next topics of the thriving, resilient business community.
We're going right now.
As I drive up 74, as I go down to see my in-laws at Summerby, so I'm always driving up 74. I see the wall that's on the right-hand side would be on the east side of 74. And along it, it looks really nice because we've got it covered with beautiful vines that somebody put in. I don't know if you had them put in, Mayor, or not, when you were on council. Looks great. And then you got blank wall. And then now you've got beautiful vines again. Then you got another blank wall. And then you got beautiful vines. Any reason why we can't have Jonathan's group or Dave's group
He looked right at you.
plant some beautiful vines to fill it all in? So I think it would be just that attractive community would be, as you drive into Peachtree City, you see
I can do
this
poison ivy.
beautiful vined wall. Just a thought, everybody. I don't know if anybody thinks I'm crazy, but
I think you're crazy. How much damage do the vines do?
It's been attempted. That was the intent when that sound wall was put up, is to have vines grow down it. so
Just
you
to
can see-
soften it.
You
Yeah.
can see what the product of it, I mean, it's very, some areas you've got it, some areas you
yeah, it's
don't.
spotty as you drive up.
So we
Does
need a
it
couple
damage
of the
wall?
landscape guys to go and take a few cuttings and plant them and let them,
Root 'em?
that's the cheap way around it.
Council?
Put it,
Where would that fall on your priority list?
It depends on how high it is for you all. My priorities are yours.
if it's a simple project, that's one thing. If it becomes cumbersome and onerous, I think we would be putting it at a low level. If it's something simple about getting somebody out to plant some.
I don't think it's
I'm
simple.
with Clint on that, to just take a look and
Yep,
let us know, one way or
exactly.
the other.
Thank you, Kim.
I got something else. Are we certain that we're getting the proper lighting on the Gateway Bridge? Because in coming through there at night, you can't really read Peachtree City. I mean, it's like invisible. It's like it's not even there. What can be done with that is the big
Is
question.
it like once you get to a certain angle, once you're so close?
I was gonna say, I
that you
think
can see
I
it
can,
better?
I can
think
kind of,
so.
when
It's-
I'm at Fisher's Crossing, I can read it. But then when I go down into the dip where the creek is, I can't really see it until I get right up on it.
Yeah, that's what I
I mean, it's as bright as it, we've got
So-
it turned up as bright as it goes, don't we?
So does the sign need to be angled down a little? I mean, what's the solution to it? Because it's
I think
like,
the reason too, to me, the reason why it's a little different than most of those signs you see, like on highway bridges, is because of our sign ordinance. Like, you can't just have lit letters that you could see from any angle. It's in a box that is backlit because,
Yeah, the lights in there shine towards the back of the box so that it provides a soft illumination. But I guess I'd have to know what y'all want.
because with
to
our sign
solve.
ordinance, you can't just have lit up letters.
okay,
You want it brighter? Is that what?
I don't know how to tell you this, Justin, but I think we have some connections on the city council to get a variance on that. But is it like, okay, should we put like a white opaque or whatever, something behind the letters on the sign, and then actually light from behind onto that?
Well, the letters are hollow. The letters are
Right, they're
hollow in the light.
cutouts. But, so I'm saying,
They
put
kind
a,
of bleed out.
yeah, so I'm saying, put something plastic, because obviously, You know, okay, if you can read it from Fisher's Crossing, but you can't read it from 30 feet in front of it, there's a problem.
Because you're underneath and there's a box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how many people from Fisher's Crossing are actually looking it up going,
Yeah.
oh, Peachtree City?
I
I
look
mean,
up
it's
when I'm
like,
coming in, I'm like, ah.
we're letting the Coweta County people get the benefit of our sign. No, we want, anyway, what could be done is the question. To make it more visible.
Lights.
Don't
You know,
I'd have to
Oh,
go back
no.
and
white
look at it.
plexiglass behind it of some sort and light the, you know, actually,
We could explore some different options. Ultimately, we'll have to go back to GDOT.
Oh,
to
there's
get
some
their
regulations
approval-
on that?
To get their approval for anything we do to that sign at this point.
stinkers.
Oh, boy.
So,
And
I
it
mean,
costs, and it
it's
always
over their
costs.
highway, anything you do as far as a mounted sign has to have their approval or any
Well,
modification.
I think we should at least have that discussion, because I don't think we're getting the mileage out of that sign. If people actually, as they're entering Peachtree City, can't see that they're entering Peachtree City, you know, it just, we're not accomplishing what was originally set out to do.
Rest of council? Thoughts?
I want to go back and look at it myself, because I mean, I feel like I've seen, maybe thought similar things. So I'm not a yes or a no. I think I would want to see it again to see how bad it is.
Same with me. I'm just not familiar with the nature of the problem. I need to go take a look, sorry.
I've seen it. I think the problem is that we need to have lights on the outside of it. Lights need to be shining on the sign, not backlit the way it was.
So internally lit letters or uplighting? Or
Uplighting.
But if you did uplighting and there's nothing but a hole where the letters are, you'd
Right.
have to put something
Yeah, you'd
reflective
have to-
white,
yes.
plexiglass or whatever behind
have
it.
to redo
Kind
the
of the
sign.
same idea.
Yes.
In my opinion, I've been by it both day and night. I understand that it is kind of dull when you're at night, especially up close. But I like what Jonathan said. Let's make sure we're not in any violation before we go messing around and spending a lot of time on it. We're going to be in violation of any kind of GDOT regulation.
Well, what I'm saying is if there's, obviously, I know some of y'all want to look at it. If you come to a consensus that something needs to be done, we can then proceed with looking at various options and what approvals we can get for those options.
If we have to go to GDOT for approval for that, if we do, is that just for the sign, or if we do anything to that bridge?
Basically, anything over their roadway, right?
Over their
That's-
roadway, what about beside their roadway?
As
What about,
far
what about the wall, the retaining wall that's holding up that bridge? What if we put something on there with a light shining on it?
Like the logo or something like that?
I think a lot of the
Welcome to
retaining
Peachtree
wall is actually on, I don't think very much is in there right away.
Some of it's on our property,
A
yeah.
lot
I
of
mean,
it's on
and
our
I'm,
property.
yeah.
And, I mean, if it's in there right away, they're gonna want to approve anything that we do. Even when we did landscaping, you know, we couldn't have certain, structures in there right away and things of that nature. I mean, I don't know that that would be, if you're talking about a sign with a light, I don't know that that's gonna be as much of an issue as having to go potentially redo the whole sign over the bridge.
I would think just a light. I think you can get them to agree with lighting of the sign somehow, whether we do it in front of the sign, or I don't know if you do backlight it or not, but you need to do something that just makes it brighter.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how those lights were set up in those boxes when they were built there.
They're inside of a metal box. The only way to access the inside is to get a lift, close some lanes in the road, get a lift out there to open it up and get in it. So, that's an issue.
Seems like we're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah. Oh, are we done with that one? Because I'd like to bring one more up before I
Are you done?
apply it on this particular topic.
I don't know, are we done?
I need
No,
to-
We should look at it.
I'm sorry,
If-
without expressly taking a look at it when I'm driving into town at night,
Right.
I just don't have an opinion on it at this time, sorry.
Okay. We don't have three,
It
but
does sound,
certainly.
it does sound to me like it would be a lesser of all of the evils if we were just to get kind of like the sign that got approved for the 74 displaced left-hand turn sign things, like something like that, to put on on the side of the road, not above. You know what I mean? In other words, which was the logo of some, Peachtree City logo, but do it on,
Almost like the lit sign on the corner of 5474 now that we have with our logo, right?
yeah.
Oh, I've gone in and out of there a lot, and it's hard to see.
Yeah, it is.
If we also want public art, it could be like a cool place to put like a mural or something.
And I like that. I liked a lot of the public art. But I want to go into, just broach this subject. I don't need anything other than discussion if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, are we done with?
We didn't get consensus on if we can go back for a second, the vines. I don't know if we should gonna add that. I don't know if we got consensus on it. Where are these vines?
The
The
vines
vines
on
growing on the walls all along 74.
the noise barrier
Oh,
walls
yeah.
along
Yeah, the noise
74.
barrier, just to, give it that attractive look coming into the city.
I think we said we would ask staff to take a look.
Yep.
Yeah, can we get more information on it?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
Now this-
going on to the last one that I have.
Was there, what do we, sorry, just
I know, where did we
number
stop when we were doing
43.
this?
What did,
I'm afraid
What did
I
I
don't,
hear?
I don't have an
that
opinion.
on.
well, we just added, Jasmine just added it. That's what Councilwoman Brown just brought up.
We need, I think we need to readdress it after you've looked. No, I mean, put it on the list, but then
Yeah,
we
well,
can always
you guys
cross it
look
off
at
the
it.
list if it's not.
I'll put investigate for both of the,
Yeah.
both of
Yeah,
them.
Yeah,
and same
that's
with the
good,
vines,
good.
just take a look to see what it's gonna take, as you got up there. One more thing on the attractive, on the north side of our city, coming in 74, it's beautiful with all the trees and stuff, but you're going from Tyrone into Peachtree City. I would love to get together with Tyrone and right at the border, which is right near the Dogwood Church, put a connection from the east side to the west side over 74, which obviously will need big approval by GDOT. But it would say, as you're going north, welcome to Tyrone. As you're going south, welcome to Peachtree City. You're right on the border. Now, whether they can coordinate with us would be, Eric and you can discuss this maybe. Would they be willing to talk about splitting the cost on something like that? I think it's a great way to connect east and west at the north side of the city, but at the same time making a beautiful friendship bridge between Tyrone and Peachtree City.
A bridge like a pedestrian?
Yeah, it could be a pedestrian bridge like what you built, that thing over 85 when you did the Noonan one. That kind of a thing going across there. Just a nice, just a thought. This is just an idea that I've thrown out to everybody. We didn't even talk about this. You
Well,
guys
just a little history
didn't even
on-
know I was going to bring it up.
Oh, I've
But
heard this idea.
You have? Okay.
Well,
So-
it is a bridge from World Drive over 74 to,
Maple Shade?
to Crabapple, where the water tower is, and in front of the fire station. That is project number 1 on the PATH master plan. That's the only project number I think I know, is because it's project number 1.
But that could be moved a little further north to make it right on the border? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
I
know,
think
I'm
it would be still considered that. It was brought up in the SPLOST. So with the SPLOST committee we had 3 years ago at this point, there were 2 bridge projects that were possible to be funded, and it was that one and the high school, middle school one. And they chose the high school, middle school one and took that one off. So just wanted to give a little history of that. It has been talked about.
Now, you're talking about a cart path bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's on the PATH master plan.
See, when Clint was referring to bridge, his clarification was more like a pedestrian
I
bridge.
heard.
My feeling, I guess, would be, if there's enough justification for it, to put anything there, you might as well make it for a cart path.
Yes.
Make it a multi-use
Because
path.
putting
That
up
would
a
be fine.
pedestrian
too.
bridge
Is
is
the one over in
useless.
Noonan, that,
A
you
cart
can do
path
carts and walk?
Yes. On their link, thanks for thinking of that. It's a beautiful bridge and a
Yep.
great project over Interstate 85 in Noonan. But their link path does not have motorized vehicles. But so to answer your specific question, yes. But in Noonan, they do things a little
But if
differently.
you're gonna build it to be an MUP,
Yes,
that makes more sense to me.
absolutely.
So just something to think about,
It's
everybody.
on, it's on the plan, it just doesn't have any funding.
No, it has no funding, we're at the idea stage, and hopefully we get some consensus on that at some time in the future.
Well, I have no objection.
Well, here's, I would say like, I've heard this idea, and I cannot in good faith, like, join in with Tyrone on something like that and have that possibly be a priority for them when it comes to like a cart path with Tyrone that might have,
Yeah.
you know, a
Low
little bit more of
priority
a
for them.
priority than that. So if they get this other thing done, then I'd be like, "Look, maybe we can talk, you know, but like, I can't have that undone and do something like that.
That's the art of the deal.
So
Yep, that's exactly right. Pull the Trump on him.
I'm not pulling out, I'm just saying like, that is a great idea, but like something else has kind of to come first.
What else did you want to have done before? What was the issue?
Maybe better connectivity from Tyrone to Peachtree
Oh,
City.
yeah, well, we know that, but that's over county
Before.
lands and everything else. So
I-
there's a
I'm
lot
not- I'm
more
not
to
bringing it up. I'm not
I don't want to
bringing
get
it up.
into
I'm just
that
saying.
right now, but I just thought it was a good thought that
It is a nice
at
thought.
least we should bring it up to be discussed in the future, and it doesn't, if it maybe hopefully gets on the list here, we can discuss it at some time in the future.
I love
Anybody?
it.
Okay. Anybody else say yes on that?
Sure.
Good.
I mean, if we're discussing it, I love the
Yeah,
idea,
let's put it on then.
but.
Thank you,
like-
Jasmine.
There's no funding on it.
No, there's no funding on it. There's nothing yet other than the idea.
It's a transportation pipe dream.
Can I ask what, because I'm getting confused, because it seemed like we were going down this list and then
We
we
are.
kind of went to Clint's list, but was that like because we were in a certain section of this, or?
Yeah, it was in a certain section.
And,
an
and we're
attractive
under, and
community.
what are we doing? Adding things if we want?
Jasmine's typing stuff as we go. But I
But
do-
there's no
we-
funding.
We do have open discussion again tomorrow where I can bring this back up.
Well, we just went to McDuff, and I just had a conversation that just came to mind, so I'm just going to throw it out there. According to several citizens, I don't know what the official spelling of McDuff is in our city.
Really?
Because I think if you go down McDuff Parkway, they're like, it's spelled like 3 or 4 different ways.
The different road signs?
Yes.
Willow Bend.
On Google, it says MAC.
Is Willow Bend the same way?
Willow Bend has, it's one word and then sometimes it's 2 words.
Oh, okay. Apparently, it's just inconsistent, so.
Let's be consistent.
I actually, when I typed some of these, I had, with McDuff specifically, I actually went into Google to like see, I was like, is it MAC? Or is it MC? And I-
I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen it as MC
Depends on if it's
also.
Irish or Scottish.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll go with Irish.
Moving
MC.
along.
Laura, did you get yours put in there?
MAC is
But that was-
Scottish.
It's in there.
That was just the.
It's got your name
You'll
next to it
still,
now.
you'll still have more time. You'll have more time.
Okay, thriving business community.
Should I put that inconsistent signage? Is that-
No, I would
No.
say, don't put it on a project list. That's just, no, it's just a,
Comment.
yeah, it's just a
Jonathan's making
comment.
notes. Jonathan's making notes.
I'm not,
Okay. A thriving, resilient business community. First one we have is Peachtree Parkway Crosstown Roundabout. This one was approved. It's still in design, but it was approved by you all to go to 100% design and to bid it out. So the next phase, Dan and ISC are still working on the design to get it up to 100%. One part of it is we know we have to acquire small little slivers of right-of-way, especially on where the bank is, Regions Bank. So Dan is going to send that information to Ted to start the process of negotiating with them for that acquisition. So as that happens, you will see parts of that to get that small slivers of land. And then the final part that actually will come back to you all is when this is bid out, to actually award it and construct the roundabout. So there's one part left that'll come to you all with this project. So,
Can
any
I ask
questions?
the rest of the council, have they gotten pushback on this, or they got, go, go, go? What if the citizens talking to you about that roundabout?
Go. Pushback.
Pushback.
Pushback?
I think part of the concern is the current condition of the intersection, engineering-wise.
Yes, I
The
do
current
know.
condition is of terrible
Yeah,
concern.
it's actually illegal from what I heard, or
Hey,
not
don't use those
illegal, but,
words.
you know, it's unusual, maybe I say the right word.
Not up to the
Right,
standards.
Right.
I think that it's natural to have some concern about how to drive a roundabout. That's part of it, and it's right by Arbor Terrace. That's to be understood and respected. And I think we can overcome that in a way that works for our citizens. But I don't think leaving it the way it is an option.
I agree with that. I've got both sides. I've had people talk to me and say, yeah, it's great, put it in, it'll be nice flow of traffic. The next one says, no, I don't want you
Yeah.
to touch my trees.
Yeah, that's
So
tough.
I get,
That's
I
tough.
get the two sides of that discussed all the time. Is there any issues that we have with public safety with putting in a roundabout there? Because you've got a fire station right down the road from that. Is there gonna be a problem with that, particularly depending on the size of the truck that you're gonna put down there? No. No issues, okay. That was one of the first things, because obviously those things are set for a certain size truck going down there. 18-wheelers particularly. Speaking of 18-wheelers, do we have signs on all the parkway that say no 18-wheelers?
No,
Because they come down the North Parkway all the time.
no, we don't have those.
Should we have? Do we have those? Are they supposed to be up? I don't know.
Right across from the fire station, right after you pass that shopping center.
There's one or two random ones.
But how about coming from Kevin Shopping Center going south? I don't think there's any signs that say, you know,
I'll double check.
no 18-wheelers here.
I think there's one right after Georgian Park, after that intersection.
I drive it every day. And I'm either blind or it's not there, one of those two.
We'll get
You're
you a
blind.
stick.
I'm blind. Frank just said I'm blind.
Wow.
But anyway, I think that, you know, that should be a look-see, because when they come down there, they're rumbling down that North Parkway. Okay,
All right,
Well,
jot it down.
okay.
Notes.
Okay, never mind.
I'm talking to staff, Councilman. No tractor trailer traffic on Peachtree Park. Any other discussion with the roundabout for now?
I've had pushback on it for a variety of reasons. Arbor Terrace is one of them, you know, oh, it's gonna cut in, I'm gonna lose the trees, it's never gonna look the same, why are you trying to do this, that? Is this just the precursor to opening up TDK Boulevard? I mean, there's been a lot of questions, comments, we don't want it kind of thing.
I think we need an update from Dan Davis on the status of the road as it is and what our options are. I kind of thought we went through that already.
We did, that's why I
You know,
don't,
what was your,
It doesn't make the citizens not complain, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. That's the problem. We
I
did
mean,
our due diligence.
They don't
Mayor.
listen to all of the, they don't hear it, they don't listen, or they don't watch.
is it do you think it's a communications problem in your opinion?
Maybe an education problem more so than anything, because
Could
it's
be.
for safety is the
Fear.
reason why we're doing it.
yeah, the biggest
think they're
thing is we've had Dan come and show, we've done, how many traffic studies have we done at that intersection, Dave?
Pushing the table forward, sorry, Mark.
For 20 years, so
20 years, that is true.
for over 20 years, we've done different traffic studies, and there's money tied up in this project from 2003 SPOS, 2002 SPOS with the county. So yeah, I mean, the project's been kind of on and off for a couple of decades now, way before my time. And the biggest thing is, and Dan said this, he said this to all of you, I think, is that the intersection is failing. Like it is a failing intersection as it is right now. And any improvements we could do to it as it's currently situated, as the traffic currently flows with a four-way stop, we've had engineers tell us they will not stamp anything to actually do anything to that intersection because it's a non-conforming
That's the right word.
intersection.
Yeah, that's the right word.
So it's kind of, it's a pickle.
So if we scrap it and go to a roundabout, that puts us back into conformity?
Yes. With standard traffic designs.
Okay.
Does make the citizens happy.
What's the
Right,
next
I'm
step?
like, I think y'all are hearing from other people obviously than I am, because I haven't heard any of that. All I've heard is, yeah, it's great, and it needs to be done, so.
I'm hearing mostly from the people who live south of Crosstown.
Okay.
You know,
Village-
and I mean,
Village Green-
and we're dealing with the
Village Green?
traffic. I mean, I go there all the time through that intersection. That's one of the primary ones I go through, but.
I
Is that-
do
is that-
also on that, going down, sometimes I take it to go down to Summerby. The one issue I had when Dan brought it in, which was the last meeting, we told him to go ahead to 100%. We all agreed to that. But the issue I had is you come southbound on the Parkway and turn right on Crosstown, you could not make a left-hand turn into Arbor Terrace. You had to go down to Kmart, turn around, make a left-hand turn, come back on Crosstown, and then make a right-hand turn. And he said, let me look into it. That was, I think, where he
I
left
think I
it.
remember it the same way.
We
Yeah,
haven't
they
seen
won't let
what
you
kind
make
of.
That's the way it
left
was
turn
at
out
the
of the
60%. I guess I don't know how hard he's looked at it since then. Because they're still working on getting it to 100%, but that is, the last time we saw it, that is the way it's designed.
Right.
And one of the problems is really Crosstown needs to be widened down that commercial corridor. But there's two
Cart
tunnels,
bridge.
but there's a cart
Tunnel.
tunnel
There's a tunnel in
right
the
where Regions Bank is.
Right.
And so if you widen the road, you have to widen, you have to do that tunnel as well,
And
which
do we have
is not
any-
part of this.
Do we have any police fire issues? Because if we put that in and it doesn't have a left-hand turn, I would think that that's going to hinder the police and fire from getting from wherever they're coming to that traffic circle and then getting into Arbor Terrace.
Put in your fire lane on the backside of that property, off of,
There's a fire line back there.
There is?
Off of, what's the name of that subdivision?
Village Green? Is it Village Green? Am I
No, it's,
Village Green's further down near Braylon. Village.
Center on the Green.
Center on, yeah.
no.
No, it's
That's
one of
not
those
on the green.
names.
No, it's Village something or other, but it's not Village Green.
So there's another entrance that police and fire can get in there should there be an emergency. Okay. Thank you.
Village Park, is that it?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
there
that might be
is.
it.
You got it right there.
Yep.
But it doesn't look like it connects, though.
It's not, I don't think it's actually paved, Clint, because I think at one point in time, they were looking, the idea was, is we thought we owned that road, and the idea was we were gonna build that connection in the back, but we actually don't own Village Park Drive.
Wow.
Yes, Village Park Drive is a private road.
Village Park Drive is actually owned by Arbor Terrace, ironically.
The other thing is, I think if you were to make the turn up from the Parkway onto the left-hand turn onto Village Park Drive, if you try to make a right-hand turn to go up into Arbor Terrace, that's a really steep incline right there. When I say really steep.
Right
I don't know
here.
whether a fire truck would be a,
Well, they have right off of Village Park Drive, if you turn the satellite on it, you can see the.
Which one is Village Park Drive?
yeah, but I'm saying it's an
There, he's pointing
incline.
to it right there,
So
off
as
the
you're turning,
parkway, just south of Crosstown.
can a truck make that fire truck?
Let's see what
Clint?
Dan says.
So originally, when this building was built, fire marshal had to put a subterranean, it has a
Grass
road
pavers.
underneath.
Grass pavers, I think.
Yeah, it's was big enough, it was sturdy enough for us to put our aerial we had at the time on it. So, because we could not get all the way around the building, the way the driveway was originally set up, I'd have to pull the plans to look at it, but at one point, it's actually there, you just can't see it because the grass grows over the top of it. So you can actually drive on, there's a road already over it. So it gives us some options if we need another way into there. And I think that was originally, we didn't know that Village Park didn't belong to us. I think it was assumed that it did belong to us. And that they were gonna put a permanent access road into it.
I would think that Arbor Terrace would be delighted that you had another access in there from that place.
I
but
think
maybe
they would,
not.
I think they would too. I think, once we get closer, we can work on this and.
Well, there have been ideas of putting a drive right here.
Right.
I think we had site distance issues, I think is one of the reasons it got canned.
Because if they did that, Councilman
was-
Holland too, if you do the roundabout
distance?
and you can't turn left,
For that
or
driveway
you
back?
come here and you can't turn left, you have to go out here.
That too.
If this drive existed, you could just go through the roundabout and then come in this way.
Correct, but it doesn't exist.
It doesn't
That's-
exist.
That's the issue right now.
Right.
In,
Good.
in the main, emergency response for them is gonna come from the south, from that station at the south.
Correct.
And even their, I was trying to think who's the back closest. 81 is probably gonna be the next closer one, they'll come down, across town. And in.
You gotta make that
So,
left-hand.
so what you're saying is, if you can't turn right onto Crosstown and left into Arbor Terrace, they'd have to go the other way also. Or go down and turn around, which
They're gonna
slows.
follow the same traffic pattern everybody else does. To some point. I mean, we can do some things, that are gonna be different, but it's hard for me to say that it's gonna be an issue without knowing what the road actually looks like in the angle. So.
Yeah.
So Dave, you said Arbor Terrace owns this part of Village Park?
Mm-hmm.
I think, could you just make a note that before, that let's talk with Arbor Terrace about this connection?
We
I
can
know
look
we've
at
talked
it.
to him, I know we've talked to him about it before.
Yeah, we can look into it again.
Okay. We good to move on? Driveway. Okay. Huddleston dual left turns. Take it away, Dave.
We redid the plans to be in compliance with the MUTCD, and we sent it to GDOT a week or so ago. So it's up in Atlanta for re-permitting.
So if you remember, this was one that we actually brought to you, and a citizen discovered that it was not compliant with MUTCD. It was missing one thing. And our contractor didn't catch it, GDOT didn't catch it, but one of our citizens caught it. And so we yanked it off. The contractor fixed it at no additional cost. GDOT is helping us pay for that portion. GDOT's actually going to pay for that portion that they missed in the review, as far as construction and everything.
It has to do with the right-hand turn?
It had to do with the yield out of Best Buy.
Yield out of Best
Going,
Buy.
right, yes. And so GDOT has ponied up, saying, yeah, we missed it, and we'll pay for this part. So it has been redesigned at no cost to us. It is put to GDOT now for them to put their stamp on it to go back out to bid. So it's taken a little.
Which project were you talking about?
The dual left turns for Huddleston, coming off of Huddleston onto 54 West.
Yeah.
Coming out of Best Buy.
Okay. 5474 improved signage. I have this one as under construction. I mean, really, kind of our portion of it is done. I could change it to complete, but it's not technically done. This has to do with the DLT project at 5474. This was the additional signage that you all approved for the more aesthetically pleasing signage and
enhanced lighting and
The
stuff
enhanced
too.
light, what are those, I'm forgetting the name.
The mast?
Oh,
The mast
yeah.
lighting. It
Mast.
came to me right when you, yeah.
Yeah, mast arms for the
The mast
signals.
arms for the signals, the improved signage that'll look like our cart bridges for as you're approaching the DLT. So that's just all, that's on here, but it's rolled into that DLT project.
So are those signs gonna have the same problem as the Gateway Bridge sign? With
No.
metal, with a cutout and a backlit?
They'll still have the green dot signage. They'll just be on prettier, more aesthetically pleasing posts or columns and
No, I thought
masts.
I thought the post they had
Oh,
approved the.
yeah, I'm
the
thinking
other-
about the actual
Oh, no,
signage
I'm
that says
talking
like
about the
Noonan.
post with the,
You're talking about
with the
the,
fancy schmancy signage.
no, they should look like the ones on the other 54 bridge. The ones near Partners Pizza, those little square with the logo on them. Have you
Yeah,
ever
if you
noticed
recall
those?
if you recall the renderings that we gave you all, there's gonna be, the black cutout, city logo that'll be backlit. It'll have lights
Yeah,
inside.
we weren't on the council when that got approved, just for the
No,
record,
I was
Laura.
on, I was on the council. It was one of the first things that I voted against. And, because I thought it was too much money to pay for the lead. It's over $1 million for the pretty signs, and that was just me.
The rest of us voted
The
yes.
rest of it went yes, except me. So,
Okay.
being honest.
Okay.
But it should look like the Partners Pizza Bridge.
Right.
There's, do you know what I'm talking, we got the logos on the columns. It should look like that.
And they'll be lit.
Yeah, it's not going to be like a huge, yeah, it won't be like the Gateway one. All right, next one, Economic Development Director. If I go over to my notes, I'm not going to go over to them, but my notes are what was actually approved in the budget this year was Economic Development Manager. I didn't really think it needed to be a director position. At Peachtree City, we're built out pretty much, unless council decides to increase our borders and look for more industrial, but we're pretty much built out. So my idea of an economic development manager is someone who actually manages and not manages our business like runs them, but keeps up with our industry, our commercial in the area, make sure we know who everybody is. One of my biggest things is actually being engaged with our corporate citizens and having them participate in our community, which I don't think we're doing enough of right now. So that's really where I see this kind of position thriving and somebody really focused on just our private corporate citizens and how we engage with them and really focusing on that. We haven't hired it yet. I've kind of just been waiting to hire this position. I haven't done it yet, honestly.
Didn't we also have the discussion that we have the contract for the commercial development thing, and we were gonna like leave this vacant to see whether or not the commercial
Retail strategy?
retail strategy.
Oh.
Thank you, Kim.
I don't remember that.
I thought that was
It was
part of
approved in the budget.
conversation.
The conversation was that retail strategy does recruitment and expansion, but not really retention.
And they only focus on retail.
Correct,
Yeah,
and they
only
only focus
retail.
on retail.
Now I do remember talking about retail strategy saying, let's see how they do. And if they don't produce anything for us, then why are we paying them?
What do you think, Justin?
Yeah, what's your latest on that?
I like them personally. They're good people. But I haven't seen anything yet. Honestly, if I'm being honest.
How much do you, off the top of your head, I'm not trying to put you on the spot on this, but how much is the agreement with them?
42,
There you go.
I thought,
I think
50?
it's maybe 45 the first
Yeah.
year, then 50 and 50 the
Could
second
be,
and third
right.
year.
I agree.
And
And there was a discussion that it would take 2 or 3
Yeah.
years to see
Well, that's why I say-
something
Yes,
That's why I don't want to be.
positive.
Yeah, like it takes, retail recruitment takes a while. Like just like a lot of our projects, it takes time for these things to happen. So like I don't want to be too negative and just say, well, we've had them a year. I haven't really seen anything.
Are we in year 2 right now?
Yes, we are in year 2, aren't we, Jasmine?
Yeah, I would say we're
Yeah.
in year 2.
Yeah, what would you say their success has been so far, or that they're still working on right now?
It's hard to say because I know they're working on some with some people, but with that kind of stuff, I can't say stuff out loud.
True.
Too much.
So would you say there is lots of activity, but not yet performance?
Yeah, they're trying. They definitely are. Like I've talked with them about some things to look at. I've forwarded them. I know some of you have sent ideas of things you would like to see come to Peachtree City, and I've forwarded those things to them. So I meet with them every 2 months or so. Our rep's name is Mill Graves. I've got his cell phone number. So I call, if I have a random thought, I'll call him. So I think they're working. I guess we'll just see if we reap anything from.
I could let it ride for now.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's a three. I think we.
Chance.
Yeah, I think we just need to look back at it when the actual contract comes back up.
So in the meantime, we're going to leave the position vacant.
That's not. I did not understand them to be related,
Okay.
but it's a vacant position right now that is funded in the budget, so I could hire it. But
That's
y'all
your
tell me.
call. That's a staffing issue?
Yeah.
It's yours.
Okay. Well, see, I got you over here, and then I got others like, yeah.
But I am going to change and say manager instead of director.
Because I did not have, I guess I had a little bit of retail in mind for this one, and it really was more just not recruitment, it was more talking with retail that's here. But really my biggest goal for this position are the big corporations in our city, the Hoshizakis, the Panasonics, the TDKs, the Gersheimers, like getting all them into a room and getting all them involved in our city more than they are. Economic Development Master Plan. This one I have is need more info. Number one, I really don't want to even start this process until I have an economic development person on staff. Second, I don't really know, like this came out of a retreat, but what exactly are you all looking for? And have you even thought about it?
For Economic Development Master Plan?
Yeah. Because we're doing a lot of plans. We got a path plan, we got a rec plan, we're doing a boundary study.
And I think that was all that was discussed.
Yeah, how many, strategic plan, comp plan?
I don't think so either.
How many plans are,
I could take it off, but let's just let
No,
it
we
ride
leave it
for
on
now.
and Put it, as he's got there, need more information for the future.
Oh, sorry.
Time to pick your kids up.
Gotta get my kids from the books.
pick them up. Yeah, it's time.
Are you okay with that? Push it down the road?
Yes, we have a lot of work.
Okay.
We've got a lot of work already. Okay. Yeah, because we're doing a boundary study this year, putting that RFP, so there's already a lot of plans and studies. Okay.
Will you
Grant
be
writer?
bringing that to council soon, or is that, you're going to be bringing that to council soon, the boundary study?
Yes.
Okay.
Now that our new planning and development director is on board, when we were in a period of not having a planning director, I went ahead and talked with some companies that do boundary studies, got some language from some other places on boundary studies they've done, like RFPs they put out, just so we didn't have to start from scratch. So I've given all that information to Shayla, and she's working with it. She's running with it. Okay, next one is grant writer. That one is completed. We did not budget in our budget for a position for grant writer. We budgeted some funds to actually contract with somebody part-time to go out and focus on getting us grants. We did find that person who's a 1099 with us. She has been going out and going after a good many grants. We just haven't, I don't think we've had any of them. We've applied for some. She's still working on others. We haven't, and just kind of like the retail strategies we just talked about, the reason I wanted to do this as a contracted position is to actually see what we reap out of it. It's a lot easier to contract with somebody and then be able to break that tie with them than it is to have somebody be an employee and have to terminate them. That sounds harsh on my part, but that's, you know, the point of this position is to bring funds into the city. And if that's not happening, then we need to reevaluate how we're doing that. So I know she's working. I know she's put effort into applying for things. She's still applying for more things. She's worked with fire a lot. She's worked with, I know she's working with Dave on some things. Recreation, yeah, she's working on some things with recreation. So we're going after things. She's applying for a lot of stuff. I know you send me stuff, Councilman
Yeah, I
Holland.
send stuff when I see them, and
And
I
I
just
forward
shoot them
them
off
straight to her.
And then it goes down to
and
her,
then
okay.
yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what we can get out of this first cycle of her being on board and how that pans out. All right, next one's the boundary study, which we just talked about. So were there any questions on that? I just kind of updated. Yes, that one, I'm hoping we can have to you hopefully in the spring to award.
The boundary study.
Yeah, to award.
So you're talking only a couple of months then.
To award it, yes. Then we have to actually go through it, which will probably take a while, you know. The rec plan took a while. I'm sure this one will take a little while as well.
Okay.
Would it make sense to break for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
My bladder says yes.
Oh, yes, too late, yes.
Bio break.
We can.
I was thinking of you, Suzanne.
We're down to the last one, so yeah, we can take a break.
Does anyone want to change?
Come back at 2:30.
Hey, what?
Can you hear me? Okay. Last pillar we have, a city organization that's innovative, high-performing, and sustainable. So these should be pretty quick to go through. A couple of them, City Hall, main electrical switch system, switchgear, IT HVAC, that is also City Hall. So both these projects are also rolled up into that City Hall project that we've already talked about, with the roof and the elevator, and these two items as well. So unless you have any questions on those two, we'll just move on. Next one, PD expansion. So this is when it originally got onto the list, it was the actual expansion, actually building a new building behind the police department. Now it's transitioned to the purchase of the gun range and rehabilitating that building into a police training facility and some office space that we need. There's another component to this that I think council is aware of that I can't really get into that may shift the timeline a little bit. I think some staff members are aware of it as well. But it is it's another thing that may happen. We don't know yet. So, Dave, do you want to give a little update of just what we've done to the building so far since we purchased it, and
Sure.
kind of where where we stand?
Sure. Since we purchased the building, we've pretty much gutted it. Well, not got all the furniture and fixtures and stuff out of it. The kitchen's been demoed, all the extraneous materials. Yes, yes,
I
the
thought
gun
you were going
range.
to keep the kitchen.
We decided not to. I thought maybe we were too, but I think with talking with both chiefs for what we actually need for EOC, we decided the space was better used as not a kitchen, and kind of, I think we're going to keep components of the kitchen but make it smaller.
Correct. Yeah.
He's nodding his head.
So we decided that it was better for the we decided it was better for the building because it has the classroom areas, that it would be a better break area than it would be an EOC type kitchen. And we used the smaller portion of some components in it to meet the needs of the break room and got rid of the more commercial stuff for the cooking big meals and that kind of stuff. We're just not going to do that, and we really don't have a way to bring crews in there and feed them there. So it just logistically didn't make sense.
So they're just going to basically use it to whip up whatever they need to eat and move on, not any meals, so to speak,
Yes,
unless
sir.
they make a bowl of chili or something
Yeah,
like that.
it was for simple stuff to be done.
Got it.
So, yeah.
So we've done that. We've made repairs to the roof. Part of the roof was damaged when we got it. We've done that. We're making repairs to the air circulation and filtering system for the gun range. They really didn't do any maintenance on that building at all during the 8 years that they had it. That system is pretty much in disrepair. So we're making some repairs to that now, changed the filters and whatnot, and we're trying to get everything up and running so that the police can use the gun range for what it was intended for, to be able to train whenever they need to by, I think, the end of March, is what I said? Yeah. So we're on track for doing that. So that's kind of where we stand on that.
We've also designed the inside, the second floor and first floor, for the renovation of what it can be in the future. We just have not, number one, we had applied for the congressional discretionary spending to help us fund this, and we didn't get it. So we at least know now we didn't get it, because that was holding us up, because part of that is do not start any part of the project until you know whether you've been awarded this or not. So we know we didn't get it. I do want to just shout out, though, that, Senator Ossoff and Senator Warnock both pushed the project forward to Congress for us. A lot of the projects get stopped by our representatives. Like, if they don't buy into it, they just kill it there. So we were fortunate enough to have them, buy into it and put the project forward to the rest of Congress. It just didn't make it all the way through with all the other projects nationwide. But, so now we know that. We have set aside $2.5 million to renovate the facility. We were hoping to get about $2 million from Congress on this. So it may be one of those projects that we have to allocate a little more towards once we actually finalize what we're looking at doing there. But finalizing what we're looking at doing, like I said, may take a little longer because of this other thing that may happen that I can't say out loud. So I think you all kind of know the status of that, and we'll kind of see where that goes from there. Are there any other questions or comments on the gun range? Chief is here if you want to ask Chief any questions.
I don't have it per se, but on emergency situations, because that is part of I would say, the EOC that we're going to have. My question is God forbid this, is that just like our friends over in Noonan, a tornado comes through and wipes out City Hall. Where are we going to go? Where's your office going to be, and where are the office of the staff? Where are we going to go? Is there some kind of place that would be set aside that could be set up for temporary if we get wiped out by a tornado? So I don't know, that's kind of emergency type preparations for not only council, but also everybody else on staff. So I thought maybe just a little discussion on that, because we're talking about emergency stuff.
So our current EOC runs out of Station 81, the training room. So when Hurricane Helene came through, we were all in there for the briefing. We all did go to our separate buildings kind of once the briefing was over and slept and stayed the night and ran stuff from our offices. But if we came through, like, let's say one of our buildings was hit, we would go to Station 81 as of right now. Okay. We can run things out of there. Finance has got some things in Station 81 to be able to write checks and stuff like that. So we have a kind of a temporary one right now. Station 81 is not the greatest place to be able to do it. We can, but that's why we want to do it. That's why getting this building up and having this is important, to have a permanent actual place that can house an EOC.
I just didn't want you to go into some of the other things. It was just a thought out there to just say, do we have at least some contingency plans of where do we go in case City Hall gets wiped out by a tornado?
I think for clarity, the Emergency Operations Center is basically for the department heads or supervisors of the emergency can get together and organize a coordinated response to that emergency.
Okay.
It's not necessarily to sit there to have contingencies for office staff or other departments.
Okay.
There are areas that we can supplement and do some of those things, but that would be a bridge we would have to cross. I know he's got 4, potentially we'll have 5 fire stations, we can reallocate folks to, we've got the tennis center in different places, but the Emergency Operations Center is basically critically designed to handle it at hand. Okay. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
And that's what goes, if you had something, wipe out City Hall or another building, I'm thinking like schools here, because we're talking about this with closing City Hall down for 3 weeks, rolling trailers in, like the trailers that they have outside of schools, and having little cubicles and, doing those quickly if we had to for staff that aren't ELT. Because, Chief is right. The EOC is built really for ELT and kind of command staff, and if a limited number of us had to stay overnight, not a whole city operation.
Okay. Thank you for the good answers.
You can always use Clint's bedroom.
Yeah. Use my house.
Put some bunk beds in the garage.
There you go.
Okay. Emergency communications. That was, let's see, there are 2 of them, and that's what we could almost combine these 2 as well, but I haven't done it. Yeah, so this one was specifically like the EOC, which we could really just put this one, combine these 2, if y'all are okay with that.
Yeah.
And then this one is the E911 study, which Chief brought to you all last week to award the proposal. Do y'all want him to elaborate on that, or we kind of went over it last week in the council
No,
meeting?
I thought it was a great presentation.
Yep. It's good.
Thank you.
Okay. The Employee Development Program. Suzanne, your name got in parentheses on this one somehow. This one is complete as far as I think there's still some things in the employee or the personnel manual that we'll have to bring forward to you all, but it was budgeted this year to move forward with a different program. We had, I think I've explained this to you all before when we did budget, we had all these different pots of money funded for degrees, merit, career development program. We had different pots all over the city for different things, and people were constantly overwhelming HR almost with how much they were completing, and people were doing stuff different times of the year. It was hard to budget for because everybody's salaries were changing different times throughout the year. So this program is one time per year, a performance evaluation, and top percentage of certain employees get a higher amount, and then there's a lower amount for employees that aren't as meritorious. So if you're performing well, you rate really high, and it'll be based on percentages. It won't be based on score. It'll be based on the highest 10% of all the scores. We'll get that top pay. So we did budget for that this year. Then we have maintenance, which Frank, I know why your name's there, because you are about maintenance. So maintenance, I have a special category for that one, always ongoing, because you never end. I say you never end maintenance. We have increased the maintenance budget. We didn't increase it this year. I think 2 years ago we increased it for the buildings. Increased it by $25,000 2 years ago. I think we increased the CIP amount by about $50,000 2 years ago. So we have kind of two pots there. We have a. What? Go ahead. Did you? Oh, okay. I thought I heard you make a noise.
Do you have any direct
Oh,
concerns or
I looked up and you were just looking right at me. So we have an operating building maintenance account, which is really for kind of unforeseen small things. And then we have a CIP maintenance account, which is for unforeseen bigger projects.
So which one is this one?
It's both. So
And I have a question
read
to
that.
ask you.
Go ahead.
Why is that the amount of money that was allocated to this under the $730,000, and year-to-date, we're almost 7 months into this budget, and according to this, we haven't spent a penny?
Oh, that's because I haven't updated it. We have spent it.
Okay, I was going off what it
No,
what it
I
is.
just need to go in there and update. Sorry, where am I?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I need to go in there and update it. You see,
Yeah.
I haven't updated it. Well, I might have updated the notes, but I don't think I updated that.
Believe it or not, we do go through your information. We do read it, do look at it.
We have spent it, right, Dave? We've been spending it.
Oh,
The maintenance.
I've had to ask for more money.
Yeah.
We're about to bring a budget amendment.
Yeah, we've had to,
You're gonna put budget amendments on money you haven't spent yet?
we have spent it. So we have different buckets, and I think what I'm going to ask to do in the budget amendment is move one from one bucket to another. So it's not really pulling from fund balance, it's just moving one from a bucket to another.
Go ahead, Frank.
Justin, do we have a long-range plan? I mean, we've got projects on here that are going to require maintenance. If we do anything at the tennis center, on that floor, it's going to eventually have maintenance. We need to have a plan we're not just bringing new facilities online without an idea of what we're going to need 5 years down the road.
So my goal, when we've done part of it, is we got all the buildings into Elements, which is our work order system. That was a task, was to get all that in there and inventoried. And then now my biggest thing with the next step is, because you're right, when I came in, it was all reactionary, and it was all Band-Aids. So my biggest thing is let's move to preventative from reactionary. Are we there yet? No. But what I want to do with this element system is to go in and with these facilities, whenever we do and we do some preventative maintenance. We have HVAC come every quarter, fire extinguisher, like all the kind of basic stuff we do have on a preventative rotation. Stuff still breaks even when you do preventative. But the biggest thing is to just try to not have that happen. So my biggest thing is to get these bigger, especially the big buildings with the bigger types of infrastructure, sprinkler systems, HVAC, carpets, roofs, paint, all that kind of stuff. Whenever we do it and put the date in when we did it, go ahead and have that system now track, like put in a year number of when's the next time we should do this preventatively. Have that go ahead and create the next work order to alert us time to do it. We're not there yet with every type of system, but Elements has a way to do it. So it's just a matter of actually getting in there and setting it all up.
And
I know in business, we typically will have a maintenance budget. You go from all the different subgroups, you pull it together and you put it into one big budget. So everybody knows you're spending a lot of money, like what you were talking about. You can see on there that with everything from paint to repairs to plumbing to whatever, and you've got it on one separate sheet. And I don't know if that's something that Kelly would do to put it on a budget sheet for the upcoming year.
We do it for the big ones. So part of that 730,000, 350 of it is CIP, or 375? 335.
It was 455,000.
455,000, okay.
When we worked out the individual projects that we were gonna
Yes.
do with that.
So every year we have 300-something, 400-something thousand budgeted to CIP building maintenance projects, which the departments request. Not all of them get approved. And when you read your CIP in the budget, your CIP 2025, it has those all listed out of what are those building maintenance ones we're doing, which are the big ones. We also have a budget in operating for the smaller maintenance stuff.
We have an annual, because we have annual maintenance, and then we have a non-annual
For
maintenance.
things that come up.
In the general fund.
At one time, you talked about having a bond to do all the big maintenance.
So they did a facilities bond.
22, 23.
Well, we did a facilities bond in 22, 23, which ended up being buying the gun range.
Right.
But they did a facilities bond to actually do repairs.
I think it was 14 or 15.
Mm-hmm. We haven't done one since then. But we do have reserves.
Keep taking the money out of reserves.
Well, we have reserves, or we can do either.
So will we see this
But
year?
I don't know if we're there yet. I don't know. I'd have to talk with staff. I'm sure we do. I'm sure we have a list we could put together if we wanted to issue a bond.
So would we see this year a complete list of all the maintenance dollars that'll be spent, whether it's operational, CIP, new construction, whatever, in one sheet, so we can actually look, okay, we're gonna spend X amount of dollars on maintenance in the coming year, and we can track there. In your element program, which just sounds like a good plan.
Yeah. We do. I mean, we track all of it. It's in BS&A. But yes, you could see it. Okay. Stormwater rate study. So this one's going to be coming to you soon. I think we're going to go over it at the March work session.
Yes.
The stormwater rate study is being done through ISE. ISE. They have met with us initially to kind of go over their findings. We're kind of realistically getting with them about what we actually would recommend to council. I don't want to say too much about it because it's going to be presented to you in the next few weeks at the March work session.
The big thing is like we talked about last year during budget season, the stormwater fund is not self-sufficient. It's starting to run in the red. And so, that's a problem, especially with aging infrastructure and the amount of projects that still need to be done with stormwater. So yeah, unless there's any specific questions right now, y'all can hear this one in March.
Yeah, you're gonna have in there that not only the stormwater, a new rate, so to speak, but you'd be projecting out at least 5 years of what that amount of revenue is coming in so that we can
Yeah.
actually look how much money
I
do
think
we
they
have to
projected it
spend
out
on
10 years.
collapsed pipes and things that Dave brings to us that need to be done.
Yeah, I think they projected it 10 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and they took, I'll just go and tell you, they took what we're operating at right now, and then they also took what we need to do. Like they got with Dave and the stormwater manager and went over, here's all the big CIP ones, and especially here are the ones we need to do now. So they took all that into account to come up with what should the rate be, and then how will that sustain over 10 years.
Who's doing this for you?
ISE.
Dan.
Okay, 3% COLA, that was done with this budget. All right, and then finally getting to this last section here of July items. I'm going to go down. We have insurance costs for council members. So this came up. I remember, I think, Mayor, you inquired about this at the summer retreat. I think everybody else agreed to just hear what the cost was. I have it in my notes over here. So potential for city expense would be $9,702.60 per council member for single coverage. That's per year. If all 5 members did it, it'd be $48,513 cost to the city. If they choose if you choose to have your families covered, or future councils, whatever, the cost to the city would be $196,656. That's if all 5 members did it. And I think if I click here, maybe. Will it do it? There it is. And Dr. Tab, I think you put this together. I don't know if you want to elaborate on it at all.
So those tiers that are broken down, the cost share for you all is under the yellow highlighted columns for each tier. So medical is at the top. Employee only, and this is on a monthly basis. Employee only for medical would be, I'm sorry, can you scroll over just a tad?
Over?
Yeah.
Where?
Is there notes on the end? Is that the last column? That's the last column? Okay, no, that's the last column. Okay, so the full cost for employee only is $846.56. For employee spouse for medical, full cost per month is $1862.44. Full cost for employee children, $2328.04. And then family is $3386.25. And keep in mind, this medical is on the Cigna plan, on our active plan, and this would be for employees that would be under the age of 65. And then dental.
Can I ask you a question
yes.
before we go on? Just to go back, I'm not sure I heard you at the beginning, and I'm really sorry. Full cost, $846.56. That's cost, monthly cost?
That's monthly for the city. That's what we
To
would
the
pay.
right.
And then $62.50 would come out of your monthly check for employee only. $62.50. Yes.
This is yearly right here, right, Dr. Tab?
Yes, that's
So
annually.
this would be the cost to the city if just a council person was covered. This would be the cost of the city yearly if a council person and their whole family were covered.
Okay, thank you.
For a year. Yeah, that's just for one.
And repeat, if you will, like the age thing that you just mentioned?
So any council member that would be, that would be in office under the age of 65, because once the age of 65 is reached, then it would revert to the Medicare Advantage plan.
Okay.
And then dental has to break down for what the city would pay and what the council person would pay, would be $8.26 a month, so on and so forth, down for family coverage. The city does have a cost share in dental, and then there's no vision on here because the city doesn't cost share for vision insurance. That's on the employee or on the council person. So this just shows you what the breakdown for the city and then the breakdown for the council person for or mayor and council for annually. So as city manager said, if you wanted to look into this for next plan year, which is coming up, and this year will be October, then this would be your cost for the benefit plan year, which is October to September of next year.
Thank you. That's exactly what I needed to know. And as far as I'm concerned, I would never opt into this. I'm already of Medicare age, so this isn't about me or you or you or you, Suzanne. Might
What's this
be.
about then?
Apparently, it's only about you.
I also think that most of our council members are either employed and have their own insurances or what have you. But I honestly believe that having this option offered to potential council members is a good thing. There's a gig economy and a lot of work from home, younger people, and I think it would be attractive to younger people to run for council and, represent a demographic that, I'm glad Laura's here because she represents to me a certain demographic, and I think it would be a good incentive for someone younger who's thinking about running for city council.
Also, that was a joke earlier. I'm not asking for this. I'm like, this does not affect me personally. We have our own. As the mayor said, that's not, but that is intriguing. I think, what is customary for other municipalities?
I'm glad you asked that question. So our peers in our target market, are cities of our size and employee size as well. It is not uncommon for them to offer health benefits to elected officials. But there are some of our peers that don't, but more of our peers do offer. So.
Do you know roughly a percentage at all? Like what?
So what I've seen is, as far as from a cost share standpoint, I've seen anywhere from 60 to 40, 75 to 25. We have a good cost share here. The city, we pay, I guess I would say, around maybe 85, 90% of the cost share.
You weren't asking cost share though, were you? You
No,
were asking
I
what
wasn't.
percentage
That
of.
is actually good information, so thank
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry.
But no, I was just saying, like, of the municipality, like you have a majority that do
Offer.
provide. Yeah.
Benefits to elected officials.
And like, so do you know roughly like what percentage of those?
Oh, percentage of our
comparative-
peers. Oh, gosh, I probably will say about 90%.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was
that's
your question
interesting.
again?
Like how many, like what percentages of comparable municipalities?
So our target market is about 16, I think I want to say 16 peers of cities our sizes that we have competitive advantage against, as far as just similar, like I said, similar size demographics, similar size employee count. But in talking with my peers, because we polled this question in my listserv all the time, and it's about 90% of Peachtree City's competition that offers healthcare benefits.
Oh, interesting.
So
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting, because I mean, I think what was it
90% of the
in the past,
cities,
like the
peer
salary that
cities.
council gets was cut in half, is that right? Back in 2008, is that right?
I don't remember that. Oh, 2008 predates me, so I don't remember.
Okay.
I thought that's what I had heard.
Predates all of us. Raise your hand.
That's what I heard too.
So essentially, I'm just saying, like, there's not a lot currently that entices people. If there were things about council that got more people involved and maybe gave voters more people to choose from, then like, might be a good thing.
I have a question for you, Dr. Tappan.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the dental side of this, and I see the employee and spouse, it's 100%. They have to pay 100% of that? Or is that the side that the city pays, and the yellow side over here, I don't understand. Who pays what on that?
On the dental.
Employee and spouse?
Yes.
Dental.
The employee,
They pay 100%?
yes.
Interesting.
Mhm.
But if they join as a family, they only pay
It's the s-
60%. I know the values have gone up, but it's just like, wow, that's the only one out there that jumped out at me that being a little bit of an anomaly.
Yeah, it's the
in
same,
that.
it's the same cost as far as the employee share, but there is a breakdown for for our side of the house of what we cost share.
Okay. I'm not going to be using it, it just didn't seem quite
I
right
think-
to be paid 100.
I think the reason is for that is because we don't offer an employee spouse dental. Like you either just do employee only or employee family, no matter how big your family is. Is that
Yeah, no
correct?
matter if you have,
Is it
if
just
you got
you and-
1 or 10, it's gonna be the same, children, it's gonna be the same.
Okay, so that's the reason why it's 7334, 7334, and 7334 in that
Yes,
column.
that's correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Same for healthcare, sorry. We only offer 2 plans for healthcare and dental, either just you by yourself or you family. So that's why you see on healthcare too, 156.50.
Yep, it's the same.
Yeah.
I want to offer up a comment on this. There are some companies that offer health insurance. So a husband and a wife, and one is covered by one place, and you've got a family plan there. Obviously, the other one doesn't pick up any insurance. And what happens in that case, in general, is that the company that offers health insurance, but you're not taking it because you're on somebody else's, your spouse's, you get reimbursed for the equivalent in money for the cost of that plan. So if, and I'm not saying we should, but if we ever move in this direction, the issue would be that if somebody doesn't have to take advantage of it, because I have government insurance and Medicare, so I would never need this, ever. So I mean, if you're gonna offer it so that you can entice anybody who does need it to come on board, and they're gonna get the salary plus the health insurance benefit, then you would have to take that health insurance benefit and also pay it to all of the rest of the council members who don't take it in actual payout. And that's kind of the only fair way to do it, because otherwise, if I come on board and I'm making a whole whopping 14,000, guys, don't get in line real fast for that, but $14,000 as a city council member, but this alone is worth $10,000 or close to it, just for the employee. So if we're gonna use it as something enticing, then you would have to pay me that too, or it's not fair to me. It's discriminating against me because I don't need health insurance.
I'm not 100% sure you can do that because there's a process of establishing what the council's pay is, and that process is done, it's not just like, oh, we're gonna give you guys a raise today. There's the actual process, which I know you're aware of. And then on top of that, your qualifying fee is 3% of whatever the established salary is. So if different people are getting paid a different salary, because it's not salary and benefits.
Then the only way that you would be able
So
to
it
put
would
this
be
in
legal.
place then, from what you're saying, would be to across the board, identify the health insurance as part of the salary. And if somebody chooses to take the health insurance as health insurance, not the monetary replacement, then you'd have to add the two things together to come up with the salary. So one might take the current salary plus the health insurance, and another might take.
One other thing,
all
just to
money.
be clear on, is that we're self-insured.
Right.
So those numbers are COBRA calculated numbers.
Right.
But someone could be on our health insurance and it could be up to $100,000 a year that they could cost us. We have a stopgap.
Right.
But, which is also something that they tell you, because they charge us, well, they don't charge us, but they calculate the actuarial calculations
Oh, yeah.
on belly buttons.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about enticing younger people to council, they are also less likely actuarially to cross up to that stopgap number. So
so in the industry, what you will see in local government is two things. One may be an incentive for not selecting our health plan and going on to their spouse's plan. And then there's what's called a spousal surcharge. If you are on our insurance plan and your spouse does have insurance, then it would cost you typically maybe an additional $40 a month to be on our insurance. So that kind of entices the employee to either decide if our plan is richer or if they would like to decline our benefits and go on their spouse's insurance, then you would typically see, like I said, a small incentive to the employee's paycheck for doing so. Those are two other ways, that, the idea is to cut down on the healthcare spend.
So, but what Jasmine just brought up with regard to how we set the council member's salary, how do the other municipalities that are doing it do that?
Well, and the ones that I've worked for that have offered health insurance, they allow them to do an open enrollment election just like the employee would do. There's no, that they would be treated the same.
Are they paying a salary and then the employee pays the insurance premium out of the salary that's established by the city?
That's correct.
That would be the only way that you could go around it then, which would be to pay all, as a salary. You'd have to take all of the cost of this that anybody would get if they signed into this, add it to the current salary and up the salary for all council members and make the council members pay their premium out of their.
I think that's a question for Ted.
Yeah, I wouldn't
No,
know.
I'm just saying, keep in mind, I'm not saying we should do this, but I'm just saying that if there is an entertainment
Well-
of doing this, you would have to figure out a way to make it,
Yeah.
even, fair, like.
In all my years, I've not seen any salaries being adjusted even when rates have increased in insurance. I've not seen that. So that's probably a question for Ted. I don't know.
That's a question for who?
Maybe Ted can help us answer that. Because in my experience, healthcare has gone up, year over year, but I've not seen any of the municipalities making adjustments to elected officials' salaries to accommodate for that, to what Mrs. Brown is saying.
If they were talking about incentivizing, if you don't take it, you get additional money for not taking it.
Correct.
Just having the benefit wouldn't affect your salary.
Correct. The benefit wouldn't, but if you are saying, instead of taking the benefit, you pay out a salary increase, then that's where the issue would come in.
Yeah, because if I'm a city council member getting my $14,000 a year, but I need health insurance and I'm of the age that I would need it, then I would get this. But somebody's in a similar position who's a little bit older who doesn't need it or is on their spouse's plan. So why am I being compensated a much greater amount than this person sitting right next to me?
I think it's similar to employees.
Well, I was gonna say that same situation happens.
No, it's two people doing the exact same job, so it's a little different.
We have people that do the same jobs in the city, and one may elect to have our health insurance and one may not, like our police or fire or maintenance techs. Not everybody in the city takes our health insurance.
Okay.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question. I'm like, what do you do then?
Yeah,
Well, I still vote no.
Not all of our full-time employees that are eligible actually elect to have our insurance.
We don't all set.
Some are still on their parents' insurance, but there's no incentive.
Yeah,
Some of them
we
are
don't
under
offset
age 26, so they.
themselves by whatever they're saving the city by not taking it.
Anything else?
I mean, does that make sense as an option?
What do you think, Kim?
I've come full circle. I appreciate all this good information. I'm kind of back to the reason why we had this conversation in the first place, or even asked for these numbers, is because it could be a very good incentive for certain demographic of younger people who would like the option and would consider running for city council then. I think that's what it's all about, is more people who are willing to run.
But I think Suzanne's issue is not disagreeing with that, what you have up
Yeah.
there. She's saying, okay, someone comes in who's available to get that, and I don't need it,
I should be at least put on a level playing ground with the person who's getting that extra money.
Yes, but I'm hearing
That's
from
all
Dr.
I'm hearing.
Yes, I agree, I hear you. It's a very good point, but I'm hearing from Dr. Tab that overall it's a non-issue in other cities.
It is.
So maybe they pay it out of the salary. and
Maybe
there's
they get
no-
paid more than we do.
No increase of salary on the benefit. You want it, you pay for it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the answer in a nutshell. You want it, you pay for it.
Can
Comes
you-
out of your salary.
Can you bring us that in an ordinance or a plan to consider? That's what it's all about, right? Is for those who would need it, who have that circumstance, like Clint just said. You know,
Well,
they would have the option to pay into that like an employee does.
Well, so, okay, so here's where I am is, just so I have clarity with council. We've given you the information of what it would take, which you requested, so now, yeah, I need to hear from you all. Does this move forward for you all to actually consider, or is this, or no?
Did
That's
our
what I
city
need.
ever have it, and did we cut it? Did we ever decide not to? I'm just, I guess it's a little interesting to me if like 90% of similar cities are doing this and we're saying we're not. Like, it sounds like this is a pretty standard practice, and it's something we're not doing. And why are they doing it and not us? I guess that's just an interesting.
Yeah, statewide it ebbs and flows, but for, our, like I said, our target market, my peers are offering it. And but again, I've seen cities that they don't offer, they've never offered it, they don't want to offer it. So it really is up to, it's up to you all. I want to go back to this cost share, Councilmember Holland.
Dr. Tab, can I ask you to hold that one point
Yes.
for
Okay.
clarity? Just clarification, it's not 90% of local government, it's 90% of your peers.
Peers, that's what I meant.
Thank you,
Okay.
Suzanne. So the employee only and the family on both the medical and dental are all that we offer for our employees, but this fee structure is broken down. This is our medical provider is Cigna, our dental is Guardian. We have to have a fee structure in the tiers stated, and if we were to ever elect to have all of those tiers, this would be the cost breakdown. So for dental, you see the $826 per month for employee only or family. It's either or, family $73.34 monthly, and then the cost shares for each of those. So that 100% right now is there as a fee structure, but we don't actually have we don't have those tiers that employees are actually signing up for. That's just a fee structure. So the city would pay $121.19 per month for family dental, and the the council member, elected official, would pay $73.34. I just wanted to clarify that this entire grid is a fee structure. So if we ever offer tiers in the future and we have and our costs stayed the same, that would be the breakdown. So yes, the employee spouse would be 100%. So just wanted to clarify that.
With all of what we're doing in city council, I understand this is great information, really appreciate it. I think it's a non-issue at this time, and we can always bring it up if we tend to have people that want to, get on city council and they're looking for that kind of information to sign in. I say resurrect it at that time. I think we got plenty on our plate than to worry about this. That's just my opinion.
But I think you have a role where, those who are 65 and older who don't have to worry about this, then those are the ones who are like, it's easier for me to run for council because I don't have to worry about this. And so you have, that demographic, that those are the people who can run, And so I'm like, so then is it weighted more in their favor and you have that representation because you don't have this?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, it's everybody who pays taxes and goes to Medicaid and.
I don't know how many
knows that-
I don't know how many people want to work a full-time job for $14,000.
I'm here.
I don't know that many people.
I do also
But people care. I'm like, that's why we're all here, you know? And I think it's something to think about. I personally, as a citizen, I'm like, I appreciate a ballot full of options that, and I like having, anyways, what? I think I was talking over
I think there was
someone.
a question about the salary, so I'm just gonna mention, in 2008, the salary was increased for the mayor from, well, it was $9,000 in 2008, and it went up in 2010 to 18,000, and then the council members was 6,000 in 2008 and 12,000 in 2010. So it has not went down. Additionally, that same ordinance only mentions having the council, the addition was for the 457 deferred compensation, but there's nothing referenced, because I think you were asking if there was previous mention of insurance, and there was nothing previously mentioned relating to insurance.
Was there, I mean, what I had heard was that after the tax crash of 2008, that the city council salaries were cut. That was when a lot of staff positions were removed, cut and whatever, and all of the city council took a pay cut. Did that happen? I mean, you have to look at the pre-2008 and then,
Young people
yeah.
need it.
I do show an amendment in 2008, but that amendment says it's going from, it's gonna go to $9,000, and then effective January 1st, 2010, so they were stating it's gonna go back up to 18. So it may have went down, but this ordinance in 2008 sets it at 9,000 for the mayor and goes back up to 18, January 1st, 2010 for the mayor, and then for the council members, set it at 6,000 and having it effective to 12,000, effective January 1st, 2010.
Do you have access to anything that would tell you what it was prior to 2009?
And I'm still
Okay.
$50.
Because that would be the higher one that would have gone down, and then it was
Right.
put back up.
Okay. So beyond
Oh, I'm sorry, that was 2000.
beyond the past,
2007.
what are y'all, what do you,
My
What am I-
voice has been clear.
yeah. but
I'd
I
like
need
to
hear-
make this.
I almost need to hear it down the line on this one to
All
know
right.
if I'm moving forward or not, to bring something to you.
I think it could be an option. I mean, I don't personally need it, and anybody else, there's a lot of retired military in Peachtree City, wouldn't need it, but nevertheless, if it brings more citizens to decide to run for office, I'm all for that.
Okay. So, no,
Well, the only thing I said no is I didn't think we should waste time on it, but it looks like we've got people who want to do it. The only way that I would say yes to this is exactly what we discussed. They still get the same amount of money we all get, and their cost of healthcare comes out of that. That would be the only way I would say yes. So we're all on an even playing field. We
Is that-
make, whatever salary it is, and it costs you, $62 a month. Is that what I'm saying? Right up there?
Yes, sir.
$62 a month?
Yes, sir.
$62.50? That would
Yes,
come
sir.
out of their pay.
yeah, it
Is
would.
Everybody else is on the same dollars. for
That
Is that
would.
every council
customary,
person.
would you think, customary?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And is
In
that
that case,
all
then I
rolled
think
in?
that I would be a yes if it's indeed exactly as I just laid out.
It sounds like that might be two different processes, is that right? Because I think Jasmine was saying there's a whole other process, or can that be wrapped in with that as far as like how it pertains to, because it seemed like salaries was one thing and then insurance was another.
I think we said that we would reach out to our legal to see if salaries have to be increased to offset. I think that's what we said.
Was that the question?
I think
Was that-
benefits doesn't require it's not a salary.
It's not a salary thing?
It's
Okay,
not
so we
total
could do.
What I'm
Clint
suggesting is,
suggested?
you want to pay for it? God bless you.
Yeah,
Take
that's how we
$62.50 out
Oh,
of
it
your
is?
pay
To an ordinance.
on a monthly
okay.
basis.
Update.
Yeah, it would work
Just
like,
keep 'em-
yeah, it would
What's
work
that?
like any
If
other
you want.
employee.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you want it,
Correct.
you can get it, but it, because Suzanne had said something I thought was interesting is, if you want it, take it out of your own money. If you
Well, no,
don't want it,
because
you stay right where you are with flat, everybody's on the same pay grade.
Anybody walks in the door on council and says, I need health insurance, it's now going to cost the city for that person $846 a month under current amount. That's the city's share that they're gonna
Well,
pay.
784.
So the city is gonna, the city to have that person on the council is laying out a lot more money in a year.
That's right.
$10,000 more in a year.
So then the question becomes, is there a benefit to the city to have, a younger demographic or some people who otherwise wouldn't be able to run for council because they have to have health insurance?
And it's expensive,
yeah.
it's an expensive decision, it's $9,400 a year.
Right, right.
Okay, and in that case, if we go that particular route, mine's a no.
Well, it's the same thing. We're saying the same thing as what we said a minute ago. It's exactly what you just said a minute ago.
But it's what's costing the city is what
Yeah,
he's
right.
So
saying.
it's what it's costing the city,
Yeah.
Well,
It's-
Councilman Holland just,
just to make sure our numbers are right.
yeah. So, yeah, if you offered this, then $6,250 would come out of the council person's paycheck.
Right,
The city would still be paying this
that's
per,
what I'm
per
saying.
month for the council person.
That's correct, and
And that per year.
And that's the total. So the council person would only pay $6,250, but the city would pay $784.06.
Correct.
Yes.
And so what benefit, other than just bringing in some different people and maybe a different demographic, it costs the city to have them covered?
Yeah.
It would.
They're not paying for it, the city's paying for it, except for
Yeah.
$62.50.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so my answer to that is no, I'm not interested in it.
Okay, that's insurance. That's
I know,
why
I know.
90% of our peer cities have this offering, so they can incentivize those who would like to consider running for council, but they can't because they need health insurance. So this makes it an option. I think
Yeah.
it's a very, very positive thing looking to the future. We don't all have to be retired on council. I think that skews our decisions and our conversations and our worldview. Naturally, it skews our worldview to have 4 of us on council out of 5 who are retired. But I think this kind of creates a more level playing field for potentially younger candidates.
At an expense.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Are you
Okay, I want to, just so I'm
Yeah.
clear,
Yeah, we get it.
I want to go down the line and hear yes or no, just one word, whether I'm moving this forward for consideration or not, because I want to be clear.
No.
I would say yes, because it sounds like it is a best practice.
One word, Laura, one
Yes.
word.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely no. Sorry, 2 words.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks for all that research.
Yes, ma'am, you're
Thank you.
welcome.
So we will, based on that, we will work with Ted to draft, or you, we'll draft something up for council to consider?
Yes. And effective this next plan year?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it would have to be, because it's
October.
not a part of this year's budget.
Right.
So it'd have to be next year's budget.
Okay, will do.
How many yeses and nos did we get?
3 yeses, 2 nos.
You, Kim, and Laura were yes. I was a no.
Okay.
All right.
Popular vote elections, that was brought up in the July retreat last year. This would be to really, we talked about just cost saving for elections, and one way to do that is to just not have runoffs, to just go with whoever won the most votes. That is complete, but you see the reason it's complete is council did not approve it. So I think this was all an email. I emailed you all just to remind you about it, and a majority said, or consensus was you were not interested in moving forward with that. UDO, that's in progress. We talked about that with the Planning Commission's proposal. I want to circle back to strategic plan later. I want to circle back to 2 council. I want to circle back to these 2 tomorrow, if that's okay.
Sure.
With just council.
Which 2?
68 and 69.
Like I can read that.
Sorry, strategic plan and 2 council retreats per year.
Okay, we'll talk tomorrow.
Budget processes, this is, I almost want to talk about that one tomorrow too. Some of these, 71 work sessions, we've done that. 2027 comprehensive plan, you'll see that one's labeled future. It was talked about during the July retreat about updating the comprehensive plan before the 2027 due date, going back and changing the 22 plan. It was decided to just, let's go through we're already close enough that let's just let it ride, and let's let the 27 plan let the plan be updated in 27, which will start the process next year. We're already that close. Voting for planning, I'm skipping 73, I'll come back to it. 74, voting for planning commission alternate, that was completed. We changed the ordinance to allow that. And finally, the minimum maximum range on general fund. Hey, we want our policy says 31%, but we really like the idea of it being at 50, or we like the idea of it being at 100. I know some places that do 100% fund balance. Yeah, we're currently at 57% fund balance. So the idea would be, instead of just saying we like this number and that's where we want to be, it would really be a good range for staff to be able to gauge, okay, in future budget years, we see that we're going to overcome this threshold. We need to talk with council about CIP projects, some of these things that let's spend something to get us back within that range. And also kind of, it's good for citizens, I believe, too, to see here's our min and max, and we should stay within this range. So what are your thoughts? We talked about it in the July retreat, but we really didn't come to any kind of...
If I may,
Yeah.
we did talk about it. We had a good conversation about it. And I think my takeaway that day was, I don't know why we would put a maximum on our own heads. As we can all see, there will always be more projects than we have money. It's not like I need a threshold to trigger spending money. I think that 57%, yes, it's high, but we also know we have pending maintenance projects, we have pending recreation projects, we have all kinds of pending projects. I don't know why we would, that's like saying, you know, I don't want too much money in savings, I don't want too much in our rainy day fund. I think that's why we didn't conclusively come up with anything last time, is we couldn't find a reason, if I remember right, please correct me if I'm wrong, we couldn't find a reason why we would put a maximum on. Is there any reason from a staff standpoint why we would identify a maximum number in our rainy day fund as a percentage?
For me... Okay. For me, and Kelly, you can chime in too. For me, from a staff standpoint, from a citizen standpoint, I think I would like it. I would like it because it would just show kind of where that threshold is of the government's not going to save over this amount, and because the percentage is always going to be increasing as our budget increases. Let's say our budget's goes from 52 million to 56 million, and we have 31 million cash in the bank. If we keep that at 31, the percentage goes down because the budget went higher. And so as a citizen, I think that's one aspect. But as a staff member, I think it is helpful. Especially for me as the manager, because then I could say, "Oh, we're getting close to this. I actually can recommend to council spending down fund balance on some things that aren't going to cost us in the future. That aren't going to be ongoing operational." Whereas I think maybe staff could be hesitant to recommend spending fund balance sometimes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It makes sense, but,
Oh, I
our
know.
minimum will be 31 and our max will be 100.
Be 100.
No.
I know where Kelly is.
Because also reminder that this year with the tax commissioner billing 2 months late and the Board of Education had to do 210.
Yeah, it's good to have funds.
We did not.
And right, we didn't have to take out we didn't have to borrow any money like the school board did.
I know.
I guess for me, though, as a manager, like I've said, even with the HB 581, my goal is to never bring a tax increase to you all. It's to never run a deficit. It's to never run a consistent deficit. So it's always, as a manager, for me, I'm hesitant to recommend a budget that spends a lot of money, a deficit. Whereas if you have a ceiling, it's like, oh, here's why we're hitting the ceiling. We need to spend some money. So that's one positive from a staff aspect I could see out of it.
Okay, I mean, I can see both sides of the issue. I know in a conversation that I had with my daughter, who was on her HOA board, and I realize HOAs function under slightly different laws, but the concept is there, and that is an HOA can't overcharge current residents to stockpile money for future projects way down the road, because the residents who are putting the money into that fund at that point are not probably going to be the ones who gain the benefit of it. And that has been my consistent take on this, that, you know, yeah, it's great to have a rainy day fund, but we're going to be in a monsoon with the fund that we have if we let it go to 100%. I mean, we could support ourselves for forever. That's not what the whole thing is geared to do. It's geared to so that, okay, so we had the HB 581, we had the delay, all these other questions and issues. Yes, we made it through that with just a little hiccup. We didn't have to go to great lengths like the school board did. But to tax or save or deny the current residents who are being taxed with all of this money, to deny them, to keep their money, this is their money.
Yep.
In one way, shape, or form or another. All the money we get, just like the federal government, the state government, and every other municipality, you know, we don't make money downstairs in the library. I know that there's good, you know, copy machines around, but we don't make money. So our issue is we're holding on to citizens' money that we've taken from them by force. By force. They have to pay or they could lose their house or whatever. So we take their money, we hold on to it, and we give them none of it back, even though, oh, well, we're just going to hold on to that. There's something really wrong with the logic on we're just going to keep all your money that I just don't agree with. So I mentioned this, and when we talked about it last year, I was very much in favor of establishing a range, and it needs to be a realistic range, not 100%, Kelly.
Oh, come on.
It needs to be a realistic range.
100% is just one.
And I understand where the number, the 31% comes from, because it dictates so much with regard to our interest rates and fees and our ability as a city to function out there in the world to get things. Then we have to establish something above it and say, that's our target. We're not, once we go to that, and I don't think that we need to just say, oh, we're gonna have lots of extra money, we need to just find something to spend this on. We should be setting aside certain things that we have that we've held back on budgeting or funding in our budget, and have them be, if we go over our revenue, you know, amount, and we have a projected, this could actually be funded. Add that and go ahead and do it out of the reserve fund later in the year. So in a lot of things can be done that way. You know, you don't have to pre-fund everything up front. And I think,
So what do you think is a good range?
I would say between 31 and, I don't know, 37 or 40%, probably is about the max. That's 40.
Is that
Maybe-
about what
maybe
you
that-
had, is
I
that
don't-
about what you had in mind?
Probably not. That would be really,
Hard.
yeah, that would go up, that would trigger all the time, which it's up to, at the end of the day, it's up to council. I was closer to probably 50, like between 31 and 50.
I think that's I would feel
If it was
comfortable
just
with
me making the recommendation, it's up to council. Go ahead, council.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a product that we give to the citizens, and it's called service. One of our things that we do is to be mindful that it's their money, and we're giving them back a service, whether that's new roads, cart paths, whatever it may be. We're not in the banking business, and that's really what reserves are. We're in the banking business. Now, I understand you got to have rainy day funds. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I agree that we should have the 31 as Kelly has said, because that's going to help us on our bond rating. But the upper limit, I mean, we're basically being a bank. We're taking their money and saying, it's ours, we're going to make interest on it. Sorry, you're not going to get it back. That's their tax dollars. And everybody who lives in Peachtree City, that's your tax dollars. I say we do put a cap on it, and I'm not sure if it's 40, 45, or 50. That's something debatable amongst all of us. But I do believe we need to do that because I think that's fiscally responsible as elected government officials. We should be responsible to our citizens to use their money wisely and not be a bank. That's my take on doing this.
I think we should always remember that we are responsible to our citizens for being good guardians
Yep.
of their money, their money. Yeah.
Exactly.
I will hark back to Noonan because other than Peachtree City, my only other city experience is Noonan. I worked in Noonan for 3 years. And they keep more than 100% reserves all the time, more than 100%. And yes, people get upset about that. You can ask the city manager, ask their mayor. You know by now several of their city council members. They keep well over 100%. And it used to be a cause of concern. They would hear about it from citizens year after year at budget time until the day that tornado hit. And they were out $12 million out of pocket in the first 2 weeks for hauling, removal, trucks, debris.
Cleanup.
$12 million before they could get insurance and other reimbursements later. And I don't know how it works if you don't have that money in your reserves. I just don't know how that works. So we have to remember this is not our money, but the flip side of the same coin is we are also responsible for providing services, public safety in the cases of the unforeseen. So, you know, if Justin says 50, I'm very conservative. I am very budget conservative. I would say 60. If Justin says 50, I think 60% reserves. And honestly, just from my own personal standpoint, I think it should be much, much higher. But I can see where the council is going, and I'm willing to do a reasonable compromise.
I think great thoughts have been shared. I think like a lot of the things we all agree on. I think our citizens who pay taxes, sure, they want to see those services, but I think a lot of those people who pay taxes are also, and are fiscally minded, are also the people who save and want that rainy day fund. So, yeah, I think that there's a happy medium. If I don't know every number of everything that goes into the city, I don't think anyone, I mean, Kelly, best probably idea of all of those. And if she says 50, and you're saying if it's 37 or something that's going to get triggered all the time, then I'm like,
Well, I hesitate with 37 too, because if there's 1 year that hurts, if you have 1 year that hurts real bad, you could dip below that 31.
Down really quickly, that will affect our bond rating just as well. I mean, if they look at, you've got 57% reserves, and then all of a sudden you've got 37% reserves, that's a concern with your bond
Well,
rating.
but you also come up, so with this idea of min-max, sorry, Suzanne.
That's okay.
With this idea of min-max and what I've read in GFOA and all that too, it wouldn't be a matter of, oh, we're above X percent, we need to spend it immediately. Like, it would be more, we go to council, what is the plan for the next few years to, you make a plan to reduce, you don't necessarily have to do it immediately, you make a plan how you're going to do it.
Yeah, when I say, spend it down or whatever, or, like, hit that, and I'll gladly ditch the 37 and go to 40, but, the point is, since 37 seems to trigger a lot of people, sorry. The point is, what are we at right now, right this minute?
57.
57. Okay, so why wouldn't we adopt a program to whittle it down slowly over the next, say, 3 years? To whatever a target amount we've agreed upon, which if that ends up being, 40%, 45, 50, whatever it is, if we say, okay, how much can we legitimately reduce down in a year without saying, ooh, red flags go up someplace, oh, they're spending off all their reserves, what's going on there? I mean, if we can drop it by 3%, 4% a year, in 4 years.
The key would be making sure it doesn't drop by 3 or 4% indefinitely.
Well, and the other thing would be, you could wait until the third quarter of that fiscal year to look at it and say, okay, this is what targeted amount we would have, and then make your decision on the wisest choice of how to apply that money to
Well,
what's on your little
The best way
list.
to spend fund balance down, we've talked about this, is capital. And especially capital that will not require a whole lot of ongoing operating costs once it's done. And that's, like the purchase of a gun range. We're not going to have additional staff. It's really just, now, of course, we're going to have ongoing maintenance with the gun range. But, that real estate, buildings that don't necessarily require us to hire additional people, building enhancements to parks, which we're going to talk about tomorrow. That's all good stuff for fund balance. It's just a matter of finding that balance. Sorry.
It's okay. All good answers you're getting here. Depends on where we're going to end up. And I think we've decided the low range is obviously preset at 31% because that's a bond issue, so I don't think anybody's got a problem with that. Come on, everybody, just shake your head yes. Okay, no one's got a problem with that. I think it's the upper range. And I think if you take a look, we're probably closing in on $60 million as our budget. Just use that so it's calculated easy. So that means we got $30 million in reserve, okay? And we're at 57% right now on a budget of 56 million, so I haven't done the calculation in my head,
Yeah, you're not
but I'm
doing
sure
it.
you can do that.
Yeah, we've got almost 34.
Okay, so we're probably pretty close, so maybe what we do is, I'm gonna throw this out, maybe we start at 50% and see how that works out, and if we have to go up to 60%, as Kim is saying, to give us a little more cushion, we can look at that. And if it does turn out to not be an issue, we can go down to 40%, because I'm sure Suzanne said that. Maybe that's the right number, but we're pulling out of the air, all of us are, 60, 50, 40. I'm just trying to be a compromiser, somewhere in the middle. Maybe 50% is a good starting point, and we'll go from there a year from now or 2 years from now.
If we set on 50 and we're right currently at 57, then what would the plan look like?
To spend down 2.5% a year?
I think we leave that in their hands to spend it down wherever it's appropriate to spend it down to
But you
get
got
close to that.
7%,
We don't
you
need to
Got 3
say
years.
so much per year.
Can I mention two things? One,
That's true.
HB 581 is going to bring a whole lot of uncertainty in future years.
Yep.
And two, tomorrow, we're going to be having a long discussion about our recreation master plan and what we want as priority and what we want funding for. Would it make sense to kind of hold this thought until after we go through our recreation plans? We've kind of sized up everything tomorrow.
I'd kind of say, no, I think we should kind of set the number today, because that's going to dictate some of the numbers for tomorrow.
Can I say one thing? We are currently at, the time is currently 3:50. Today we have staff and tomorrow we don't. And I think a lot of talent and voices that I would personally like to hear are sitting in this room today, and we don't have a lot of time left. So I think we could have this discussion because we will all be here tomorrow and they will not. And their time is supposed to start at 4, according to this schedule. There's other things on here that we haven't gotten to, rec master plan, but we have rec master plan stuff tomorrow. But I would be very sad if we missed out on this.
Yes.
Real quick, you said 4 million of what would take us down to 50
Spend down 4 million over the next, whatever, to get to 50%.
to get down to 50. 4 million.
Let's belay it till tomorrow a little bit more.
Well,
You guys all right with that?
Well, to Laura's point, we've got the experts in the room
Yeah,
today.
but, I mean, belay this discussion on the min-max till tomorrow for us. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with her.
Okay. Well, we got through it, and those three in orange will wait till tomorrow, and we'll come back to the min-max a little bit tomorrow as well. And I don't think we're going to go to the rec master plan today. No, we don't have enough time.
You got
So I think.
get this? What's it saying next? It's supposed to be.
Oh, we did it.
Rec
I
master
did
plan?
it. Yep.
I think we ought to go to.
So, do you want me to give it to you to kind of
Let's forget the
facilitate
rec master
some
plan.
discussion? Yeah.
Is that what it says?
Any questions for our staff?
You want to do a quick
Locked out.
2-minute break? Or you want to do a quick 5-minute break and then come back? So the staff can. Yes. Okay,
All
let's
the old
do a
folks.
quick
Creek and those
5-minute
bones.
break.
Oh my
gosh, my
No.
knee is just.
downstairs. I'll come back over.
I am gonna run and get some. Start with that, start with that.
I'm amazed he lasts that long.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you all. We are down to that last segment of our activities for today. So I know that some of you might be a little weary, but I promise you that this part of our retreat is very important because staff will now have an opportunity to talk directly to council, and council will talk directly to staff. And so what I want to do in this, that we can be efficient with our time. And by the way, there is no obligation for us to use an entire hour. If there is no need to do that, I want to be clear about that. Let's just make sure that we keep our conversation going, that it's fluid, and that we do our best in our communication to be able to ask and answer our questions and just keep things moving. So what I'd like to do is ask staff at this time to share with council what they would like from council. Once that segment is over, we will do the same. Ask council what they would like from staff. Is everybody clear on that? Yes? Okay. Jill, question? Okay, you made a face. So I read faces, I'm sorry. So I thought maybe you wanted to ask a question. All right, so who would like to be the first person to pose their question, comment, or just anything they may be curious? Jill, all right.
Come on, Jill.
Dave gave her up.
The library is good, everything's fine. This is wonderful news.
No, we're gonna have a chance to go
Yes,
back
sir.
with them after. Okay,
You
we just wanted
will,
to make
yes,
sure.
yes. Okay, don't be, thank you very much, Chief.
So Mayor and Council, I was not going to say anything, but the boundary study being on your list, I think I've talked to each of you in some form or fashion about our history as a city and looking at the boundary study and knowing, I won't call them threats, the circumstances we're in. I applaud you for putting this on there and it being a project because it is directly going to affect my department and I would assume Janet's department. The thing about the city of Peachtree City, and I think I've said this to you individually at some point, is we've always taken destiny into our own hands. I'm probably one of the longest serving employees that you have. And that's always been what happens. Council takes the destiny of the city to its hands. I think from the boundary study, we need to pick a line. Where is our boundary? What do you want? What do you want it to be? Okay, and just secure the boundary. You don't have to choose what goes there, what doesn't, that kind of stuff. When I got here, they were finishing out Braylon. Then they went north and they finished out Crabapple, and they went to boundaries, and they figured out how far can we go and how far do we want to go. To the east, that's where our next service delivery is going to be affected. So that's what I would ask from you is when this boundary study comes in, is please secure it. I think the other thing is when I talk to other the other city officials around us, they are also looking at that same stretch of land. I think you know that. But I think they're faster than we are at making decisions on that. And I think the data center, I had a discussion about that. That's going to push them closer to our boundaries. And, you know, that is one thing about Peachtree City. They've always known what their personality is and who they are. And I think if you don't set your boundaries and give yourself the opportunity to do that at your own pace, but you gotta set the boundary. So I know I'm rambling a little bit, but I think I've said that. You know, there's a lot of things coming against us from the east that we need to set our destiny. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Chief. Is there a rebuttal, a question, a clarification?
Comments? I agree with what you're saying, Chief, and I think it goes for all of the first responders, whether that's public works or fire or police. We have to have the ability to not only set those boundaries, as you call them, but the key word I believe you said was secure. Secure to me means proper services from fire, public works, and from the police in those areas that we say, okay, we're going to go here. Well, that here may be a big chunk of land. How is fire and police and public works going to work that? We need to get your inputs along the way. That would be important for me. Are we going too far, or have we gone far enough? And what would you like to do as far as that's concerned? Not only is the boundary there, but now you've got to have services, not just fire, police, but we got water, sewer, everything, you know, all the other details that go along with services. So, and those all cost money. So that would be my comment on to yours.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I'm just going to read this. Clearly, you know, we look at it from a different perspective than you do. And so, you know, thank you for reminding us to keep you and Chief Moon in the loop when we're looking at potentially going in a certain direction, because that's going to come up. And so as we try to do some sort of a boundary study, you know, obviously, we're going to have to look at what's the immediate projected whatever impact over time for both situations, because everything comes at a cost for services.
Exactly.
So, but thanks for reminding us about that, because really easy to overlook it.
Can I
Oh,
piggyback
go
on
ahead.
that? If you're looking to go south, just to give you an example about services that would have to be provided, you wouldn't think taking in schools would be that much of an impact. Well, now we
SROs.
all have the methodology, we're putting a school resource officer in every school. So let's say we annex Stars Milk Complex down there. Well, that's 3 additional SROs I would have to come up with. And right now, you know, I'm struggling to try to backfill a couple of the 6 SROs we're trying to put in the elementary schools. So these decisions do have impacts that you may not realize on the front end. It sounds like a good idea, could be a good idea, but so the service that we provide is what we have to keep in mind. Vacant land we can plan for, but land that's already occupied and has a space, well, that's an immediate service impact that has on us.
Lauren, you were going.
Did you have
No,
something?
go ahead, after you.
Mine is a different subject for fire. So
I
if
just-
you're on the same subject.
I'm on the same subject. I just, to your point, Janet, thank you for that. What do you want us to know? I mean, are we maxed out in certain areas? What do we need to know before we go into this?
So we need to be in the conversation, and I think we will be. That's not, I think we both have very similar priorities. We want to provide great service, and we also know that there's a quality of life that you are trying to preserve here. We've worked here long enough. We know what is expected of us and know what's expected of Peachtree City. We know that when you do this boundary study, you're going to try to set what the zoning is for it, whatever that is, right? Because you want it to match the, I'll call it aesthetic of Peachtree City, right? Well, we don't want to get that vacant land that's there now, Fayetteville's thinking the same thing, right? And they seem to be very willing to come all the way out to the data center to get it, and they'll get it any way they can. My thing is, and I'm going to say the apartment word or the multi-use word or whatever, it's very hard to start trying to service that when we had no input into it. All of the other places that we had input into, like Braylon and all of the places I was just talking about, that we set our own destiny because we had that border already, right? And then we built into the border. And I think that's the opportunity we have with the border study is to, hey, this is blank land right now. Do we want to make it industrial, residential, commercial? What do we want it to be?
Yep.
And that helps us determine what, and helps you through us figure out, hey, what would it take to service it? Because I think we all have seen they want to annex the land into the city. You've just thinking about Hyde Park, all of that kind of stuff. You know, they're one little piece at a time. You know, and that's usually not how. I may be wrong about this, but that's not how we've done it in the past. It's usually been we go to a certain point, we annex that in, and everything inside of that boundary has a plan. We're a master plan community. So that's I think what I'm trying to get at.
So would I be accurate in assessing that you're saying it's there, secure it, and then decide what you want to do with it later, but don't leave it because someone else could snatch it from you, and at that point you have no control over what comes. Yes. So it's there, you have an opportunity. That word secure, take it, deal with what you want to put there later, but it's yours and no one can take it from you. Yes? Correct? Okay. You had a follow-up?
Yeah, so my question, is this, if this is working?
Yes, it is. It is.
So it's a question for fire that also overlaps with code, but we got some emails recently about people doing backyard burns. And you have people who are going in and getting permits to burn every single day, and then the houses that are close by are essentially filled with smoke day after day after day, causing health risks for citizens who may have asthma and things like that. I was curious, what's fire's opinion on this code? Are there regulations that you've seen in other areas where people can still have the right to do this, but maybe there's other parameters set around it to help be more considerate of neighbors?
You want to go first?
I'll just say that usually in most municipalities, community development or planning and development, we always rely on the permit issuer, which is usually going to be our fire team. I'll tell you that we do partner when it comes to the actual citations if necessary. So if there's a need for code compliance or code enforcement to go out, we will, in partnership with the fire marshal, to direct us. But it is identified as a permit issuer, so okay. I'll say I'll defer to the chief.
So, we have been doing research on trying to figure out what other places do and do not. Most places do not allow burning that we've found so far. Because they're in a suburban environment. We're one of the few places that so far that we found that still allow that. The fire marshal's opinion is he'd be happy with us not burning in town at all. Because the permit system that we have currently, it's very hard to identify. They get the permit, and then if we wanted to actually take the permit back, we can't because of the way the system works, right? And then we have to, it doesn't have data analytics enough built into it to go, okay, these people are getting that same one. This person gets it every day. Mm-hmm. I don't think, what we found is that person's not getting it every day, but there are a couple people that they're prolific. I'll say that. They like burning outside. And that was one of the things I've been talking to the city manager about. because we've gotten those same issues. We've had those issues my whole career here. It comes and goes. But we're trying to get some research done, and we were actually going to kind of give you a briefing through the city manager on it, because we've got a couple of suggestions from people in the community that they think that there might be a better way of doing it. And then we were looking at our internal processes to figure out, can we get down to who the people are that are burning every day? And is that a legitimate thing? We have ordinances on the books for that, what it is, but the state law allows some of the things we couldn't be as stringent on. So, does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's great. It's good to know that y'all are talking about it and possibly having information for us. I would love to hear it.
Yeah.
I kind of have like a piggyback question over that.
Okay.
Would people be burning every day if they're doing like landscape work and bringing home huge amounts of debris and then burning it instead of dropping it off? Is that?
Yeah, they could be doing that. They could be doing that, but that doesn't seem to be the case. From the data that we've kind of been digging through, we just have people that like a burn barrel in their backyard and like it's something for them to do. I really do. The other part that we have that people seem to be doing is burning in the green space. Ooh. They're actually supposed to be in the center of their yard, basically, because of the lot sizes in Peachtree City. They should be pretty much in the center, but they like our property, the city's green space property, better in case it gets out of hand. So that's usually where we find them whenever we go out, is they're in the green space and not in the center. Or they're burning in a burn barrel and it's causing somebody's asthma to flare up, which we're going to handle too. So, yeah, we would not be opposed to not doing it anymore.
So should we find out similar-sized cities, what their policy is, and maybe as a council, address that issue as far as, I mean, with the stroke of a pen, we have the power to change the ordinance.
Yes, exactly.
But if that's an appropriate thing based on all the research and your recommendation, and probably Chief Moon's too, because where fire goes, police follow.
Right.
So
yes, that's one of the things we've been doing. So like, the fire marshal was looking at like Noonan, for example. And I think what Noonan did is they took your ability to burn away, but they replaced it with another service. Don't say that we need to do that. And I've had people ask me during some of the slice events about this same issue, and that is what I told them. It's like, you need to talk to your individual council member about how you feel about this, because I can't change the ordinance. They can, and I'm at your pleasure.
Yeah.
You should be right outside at 210. Did you go to 210?
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Council and Chief. Any other questions coming from staff that they would, or comments that they would like to address to council? And then we'll have the council a chance to address. Go ahead.
This is something I told the amphitheater. We met with DPR the other day, and they just things to put in your brains. One of the things is that Now I'm on. They want to revisit making the Fred a no weapons amphitheater. I think I told y'all I just went to a concert this weekend at Terminal West, and you have to walk through the metal detector. Some artists might be reluctant to play at the Fred because they want no weapons. I think it's come up in the past and it's been met with a resounding no. Council wasn't even willing to entertain it. Is that a?
I don't think it was council, is our city attorney, Mr. Meeker. We get asked this question usually annually, but since if you're a private venue, you can do those sorts of things. We are a city-owned venue, so therefore we have to allow. is what was Ted's. So that was more of a Ted issue, not a council issue, in the way that the state law had changed and the way it's written.
But the thing that prompted that was that they also said that they've had some season ticket holders that get more and more difficult to manage, and that they might need to add, they haven't had anybody like pull weapons or any fights or anything like that, but that they've had some difficult pass holders mistreating the employees, speaking inappropriately to them, and in those cases, they may begin to ask those pass holders to leave the venue, and they just wanted to make sure that council was in support of that.
I have a question for Chief on that, to follow up. You said it was not a city issue, it's a state issue that they can go on our city property carrying.
It's public property. It's when they loosened the gun control laws a few years ago.
Okay.
And
If
Ted
we-
would probably be the best one to explain
Yeah,
how that works.
I'm going to ask,
but,
if we turned it into an enterprise site, would it then change it's an enterprise site, is that now owned by the city or not? You know,
That
I
would
don't
be
know,
Mr.
that's a
Meeker
Ted question.
But then we also have, we have to be careful because we get emails asking if they can bring their weapons and how we respond, because we have people with Second Amendment rights that want to challenge you, and then if you tell them they can't bring their firearm when legally they can, then they'll turn around and file a lawsuit.
Yeah.
So that's why we always have to be careful that we are following the law appropriately to, recognize the Second Amendment rights plus what the law says. And Ted has advised us that currently the amphitheater, since it is city-owned, they are allowed to carry their weapons.
And
So-
just to be clear, there hasn't been any issues.
No, I understand that, and I've actually asked them about having it at a ban in City Hall, especially at council, because we're quasi-judicial, and the judicial, you need to have no weapons. At least I'm understanding the law.
There's also provisions in the
with
state
my
law because
engineering
we
brain.
don't do certain things at council that allows that to happen. That's why that happens.
Say that one more time.
When they
Janet?
changed the city law, we don't screen at city council meetings and things. It is a courtroom, but when you meet as council, it's a different function, and there's no screening there. So therefore, Ted has also advised us they're allowed to open carry there.
Okay.
Don't you dare try to take my gun away.
Well, I understand, but
Don't you dare.
we're just sitting up there. Okay.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question. Sorry. I have a question kind of related to that. What are they checking our bags for at the amphitheater right now, if it's not for weapons?
Food.
I asked that. No, because you can take food.
Because you can bring
and
food and drink in. What are they looking for?
Umbrellas, they're looking for umbrellas. That was what they told me when I asked that question.
It's a good question, because you can bring food, alcohol.
Yeah.
You just can't bring umbrellas.
I assumed they,
That's the only-
Don't bring an umbrella.
I assumed they were looking for weapons.
I think maybe that's why they do it. It's just to have that assumption out there.
So they're nosy and it's wasting staff time.
They bring whole coolers in.
Oh, it's a I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about Kuro. They bring it out.
That's a different court.
No more breaks for you.
No, remember I told them that I would ask, so we talked about weapons.
Sorry. Frank got it.
I know, I saw,
Yeah.
I got called by Sandy, so I had to say, keep going, drive around the side. She got there.
Okay, we have a visitor that popped in for a second.
I was just checking in to make sure everything was going well.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
And we have Rob to thank for this wonderful venue he's hosting. It's been great. Yeah, we'll be back in the morning, council will, anyway.
I won't disrupt, interrupt, I just wanted to make sure you were all well, and we'll see.
Thanks so much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay, so, good discussion, and I don't know if they're checking for umbrellas or not, but they do check.
They do check
Right.
for umbrellas is what they, because that was my
In your
question,
fanny
too.
pack.
Yeah.
It's just strange.
Mini umbrellas.
Mini umbrellas.
The little ones they put in your drink, like the little.
Are there any other questions from staff to council, from council
I
to
can go
staff?
next.
Do you have a question?
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
First, I just want to begin my remarks with an attitude of gratitude. I am always grateful to the mayor, the council, and the citizens for constantly showing support for the public safety and the employees that we have in the city. We're blessed that we don't have to wait until an unfortunate event happens for the community to show support. They do it all the time. And I say that because on Wednesday will be the funeral for the first slain officer this year in the state of Georgia, for Jeremy Labonte in Roswell PD. So our hearts and our prayers are with Roswell PD this week.
How many people you send?
I don't know how many will go, but we will send a representation. And I normally try to go to the line of duty desk in the state as well.
Good.
As a citizen, if you ever go to one, when you watch the parade thing go through, when I say parade, it's, you know, you just stand there crying. It's just
That's one of the reasons why I
heart-wrenching.
don't go. I sit
Yep.
there and I'll cry when I
Yeah.
see this happen.
But the one ask I did have, and the city manager and I discussed it a couple times last year, in our ordinance for a new officer to be sworn into the city, it only allows for the mayor and the mayor pro tem to presently swear them in. We've had a couple scheduling conflicts that come up. It doesn't happen often. Like last year, I think I had to tell Laura that I appreciated her wanting to come do it, but by ordinance, she couldn't. So the ask was going to be that maybe if we could add myself in as a person that could swear in a new recruit or a new officer. But then I got the legislative update from the Georgia Chiefs on Friday, and there is a potential bill that's going to be dropped about the new oath of office for loyalty for police officers in the state. And in essence, that one is saying the CEO of the organization or a judicial officer. So I briefly got with Ted, and we were trying to flesh some things out. So we may be coming to ask you to consideration to revise the ordinance. That for now, we'll leave it in the mayor, mayor pro tem, myself, and any judicial officer that is so authorized by the state. So just kind of wanted to give you a heads up on that. There is some logistical challenges when one graduates the academy. We're down in Forsyth at Gypstick. Normally, most of their families there. Sometimes all of them can't come back to Peachtree City for later in the day swearing in. You know, so it would allow for some logistical ease that as soon as the graduation is over, I could swear them in outside, a bigger contingency of their family and friends, and then they could be done for the day. But it's just something for you to consider. It's your ordinance, and we'll always succumb to the policy of the council.
I know better than to follow Janet. I don't know what I'm thinking right now. So I did want to say also thanks from the civilian side, employees that are not necessarily in public safety or public works, but we have seen the support that you have given, whether it's the pay raises or just following up the performance evaluations, the COLAs, just making sure that the city manager has what he needs. Also, this is something that actually came out of either coffee and conversations with the city manager or the slice, where residents had asked to have a morning meeting. And I know it's been really tough on some of you guys getting up, but I also want to say some staff really appreciate that, because being able to we already stay for things like Slice of the City, PTC 101, some of the other events that we have in the evening, some of the recreation advisory groups and transportation advisory groups, all these different meetings, and then a council meeting on top, or 2 council meetings on top of that. So having that one less day to stay, giving us more time with our families. So I just want to say on my side, I really appreciate that. I know it was something that was born from residents, but also know that it does affect staff. And I did also want to ask a quick question. We previously in September were going to be planning a ribbon cutting ceremony for the 54 bridge. That never happened because of all of the things that needed to happen. And typically we don't usually see a ribbon cutting so many months after it's already been open. But we wanted to hear from council members to see if that's something that you guys are still interested in seeing. Would you all still like for us, when it's all said and done, to still hold a ribbon cutting event for that bridge?
Kim, why don't you go?
I have mixed emotions about that, because it is a time factor. It's, you know, and do we really want to point out to some of the city, do we really want to point out all the problems we've had with this silly bridge? I mean, there have been numerous different issues, and yet it's kind of nice to do. I'd go either way at this point.
I'm fine getting rid of it. I think, like, from a citizen standpoint, to have a bridge there that I've been going over for months, and then we suddenly have a ribbon cutting for it, seems odd. So I would be, unless there is someone that would feel like we are slighting them in any way, you know, by us like disregarding them by not having it, then I might reconsider. But if it's just like we want recognition, or in there's staff that needs recognition, if there is more information that I need to make that decision, but otherwise, like, I think from a citizen standpoint, I would be like, it's kind of weird.
I agree, and I agree. Next.
I think we should have one. I'm of the opinion we should. And the reason why is I'm sure Kim or myself or all of us will get up and say, we are spending your money wisely for good performance on this bridge. Yes, we had to get all the details worked out. We got them all right. You got a very safe bridge. You wanted one of these where you've got 2 cart paths going across it, one in each direction instead of just one. I would say definitely talk about that stuff and let the citizens know that we're spending their money wisely on them.
You want to revisit now that you've heard all the way around?
No, I think it's too late. I mean, that's my gut, as you were talking about it, it's like, the bridge was done, we were gonna do the opening in August? September? It's February! It's like, okay. And like Laura just said, you drive across it for how many months, and then all of a sudden, oh, we're having an opening, really?
Yeah.
It's been
Oh,
open.
that thing's been open for
I
8
think,
months.
yeah, you know, I think it just kind of, let's not shine the light on all the problems we've had with the contractor. You know, let's just solve the problems with the contractor and be done with it. Besides which, we're gonna have to shut down the bridge for how long to do the paving? What's the estimate?
Surface.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
fixing the surface of
So it's like,
A week.
so we're gonna, for a week, now how are we gonna reroute that traffic and this and that, whatever?
Same as we did
They're
last
gonna be
time.
angry with us, and then we're gonna say, oh, we're having a ribbon cutting?
Well, now that we're
It's
done,
like-
we could do it after that and
No, I
say, we are
think-
totally done. Let's go.
I
it
think
will.
our citizens are
I
very
think, yeah,
appreciative that we did that bridge. It was a much-needed project.
Yeah,
and I
because
think
sitting
they
there
are-
and waiting for somebody to come through at a snail's pace is like,
And as we said before, the
Over.
fixes are on the contractor's dime. So,
I appreciate your point of view, but I gotta tell you,
That's fine.
I'm with these two.
Hey,
Yeah, I
I've
think
learned how to lose some. Yeah, sometimes you win and sometimes you lose.
it's relatively painless on that one.
Yep.
Jasmine's been asking me that question for a couple months, and I've
Well,
been
you
like,
know
I don't
somebody
know
wants
what's
to
going
do
on.
it anyway.
I was thinking about it.
I was thinking it didn't make any sense. My staff has been like,
Well,
do
and
we
then
need
I-
to,
and
do we
then
need to
I've said,
plan?
well, council says they want it.
Yeah, no, I
So
think-
thank you for clarifying that.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I got a couple things. I've been doing these listening sessions, just pull together a handful of families and see, you know, we've got a great budget, we just have a new recreation master plan, kind of regrouping. I feel like 3 years of solving problems that existed before we all came in, you know, let's just take 1 minute and pat ourselves on the back for that short list of things we've been able to get done. But so in a sense of regrouping and now what next, I've been having these listening sessions. And one was with Crestwind. And the first thing they said is, I said, what would you change or, you know, fix in Peachtree City? They just said, I want to thank our PD. I just want to tell our police department what a wonderful job they're doing. And so I want to share an attitude of gratitude with Janet Moon and the police department. They feel safe in their communities. They love Josh Teal, and it all just came back. It was so gratifying to hear. One thing I'm hearing, young families are, first of all, coming back, definitely. And one thing I'm hearing is something that we can't fix, and that is after-school program. I just want to share for us all that our young families in Peachtree City are really strapped. They are strapped for after-school care. We don't do this. We don't get into this business, but it's been a little bit heartbreaking for me in the last year. I've heard this a lot. They're, especially those on the north side, I think, with the Crabapple and Kedron sharing an ASP program, they have like 60 people on a waiting list and they just sit there for a year. So it's not something that we can address. I just wanted to share that. And another thing they did share that maybe we could take note of is complaints about the operations at Glenlock. They want to be able to spend more time. First of all, they want more hangout spaces for families, such as town center, it's called, in Peachtree Corners, where there's a restaurant with an outdoor patio. They can order a sandwich and watch the kids play on the green grass, whatever. They want hangout places. And with that in mind, they mentioned the Glenlock Pool, that they can't hang out there for periods of time because they can't bring in any food or float toys, and they feel there aren't enough shade or tables and chairs. And then one woman said, and I don't have any way to verify this or not, but one woman said, here she was with her 3 small children, and all of a sudden they cut the pool in half with a rope and they did swimming lessons. And that was on the stairs side, so she really didn't have anything she felt she could do. I don't have a judgment on that. I'm not asking you to do anything or comment even. I just wanted to share that. And that
I know,
is
we are working on the shade thing.
Yeah,
We're going to
we
have new
have,
shades this year.
yeah.
We're going to do some permanent shade structures, because Glenlock before, absolutely, we had the little roller umbrellas, the
Like the Home
wind,
Depot
like
one
they,
right
yeah.
now.
We're
Yeah,
going
they're
to
doing
actually do some permanent, bigger shade structures at Glenlock.
nice.
With tables,
That-
hopefully.
Well, yeah.
That will be very,
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
much appreciated.
It still gets really busy, even with the shades and the, tables. It's just a small. pool
Well,
deck.
Glenlock is,
I heard the same thing.
as you saw in the numbers I sent, it's more than doubled its attendance over the past 4 years. It went from under 5,000 to close to 10,000 since 2021.
And now that we've made it free to go there, and Glenlock and the splash pad, we may see increases in the number of people
and we
going there
probably
too.
won't capture that,
No, you
because
won't capture that because you're not catching them to pay.
Oh, that's right, we're not catching,
So-
but we will have personnel there and people coming there regardless if we capture them or not. And I'm sure those shaded areas are gonna be well used.
Yeah, and there's no picnic tables.
No, but I think the shaded areas will just be for the pool.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can't
okay.
just eat on the pool deck, but you can easily go
The
outside.
splash pad deck is pretty much all splash pad.
But that's all I had, thank you.
Any other questions for us? I have one question. No one else?
Staff?
Yeah, I forgot one that, no, it's not my turn to do it. I was just saying when the time is right, I'll go.
It's time.
It is my time. When I first got on council, I wanted to make sure that we increased the library hours with Jill, and she knows that, and we were able to do it. And I've noticed that we're closing back on the library hours. I'm looking at the online that we're closing at 6 instead of at 8. And I know that I've had a couple of younger teenagers say, oh, I go there and study, but I gotta get out by 6 o'clock. So
we never
I'm wondering
rolled
if there is some issue with not keeping it open till 8 o'clock for the teenagers?
We never added it back.
Yeah, we never rolled back.
We only do 8 o'clock on Tuesday, Thursday.
Okay, I don't know, then I'm mistaken. I thought it was 8 o'clock every night.
It was 5.
I thought it
Is that
was
correct,
at
Jill?
one point at 8 o'clock at every night. When I moved here, it was.
Years ago, yeah,
Well,
yeah. When
I'm
we
not-
increased the hours, has it been a year or two now?
It's been-
We just
yeah.
did the Tuesday, Thursday, 8 o'clock, but years ago it was, actually, years ago it was 9
I'm wondering
o'clock
if
every
there,
night.
some of that can be increased to 8 o'clock, and I know it's a matter of staffing, I get the reasons why.
Mhm.
But if there's any way, and we should look at how much usage we do get between 6 and 8, and then determine whether or not that's an appropriate thing to do.
Mhm.
And again, I know it's a staffing issue, Jill, so,
Mhm.
but I wanted to at least bring it up because citizens have brought it up about their kids basically, I don't want to say being booted out, but asked to leave. It's 6 o'clock, it's closing time, and they're not done with their studies or whatever they do.
Okay.
I just want to review, though, when we had COVID, the hours rolled back to 5 on Monday, Wednesday, Friday,
I think so.
and then we went back to 6
Yeah.
a year ago.
There were several
Because I remember when I
iterations.
first started, the library was
Yeah.
closed when I was getting off work.
Yeah.
And now it's still open even like till 6. And then Saturday, we extended by a good bit.
To 6, yeah.
Saturday's
it's-
till
it's-
6.
It's 9
Which
to
it was.
6, and then the 2 late days are Tuesday, Thursday till 8,
Right.
yeah.
It's
Is Sunday? Are we
6 o'clock every day,
Sunday.
Sunday it's closed.
Yeah.
Do you
closed
have-
on Sunday.
Yes.
Do you have usage numbers for Tuesdays and Thursdays? Or do you have any input with regard to, is there a request coming from citizens to be open later on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, or any combination thereof?
I mean, I think they do like us being open until 8. I don't think it's necessary to be open any later than that, because we do see a drop-off between 7 and 8. But, you know, I'm sure if you asked people, they would like longer than 6 o'clock.
Correct, that's basically what they've said. Can we go longer than 8? Because you've got a couple of nights, but they may not be the nights that they do, they're studying for an exam, so to speak, or whatever the case may be. But just something to consider, Joe.
And that would just be, I think, Jill, because I think what we ended up with extending the hours Monday, Wednesday, Friday was what we could manage without actually adding headcount
Right.
at the time and spending more money. Well, we spent a couple more hours on just part-time labor, but didn't have to add headcount.
Right.
So if we want to do 8 every day, Monday through Saturday, it'd be a budget
2,
item.
4, 6, 8 extra hours.
How many staff do you have there altogether in the evenings to stay open until 8? You know, like, and
The minimum number of people to keep the library open, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
I didn't hear that one.
five
Five
staff.
people?
Yeah, we need 5
That-
people.
just for the nights, Tuesday and Thursday.
Right.
So 5 people, that would be, for covering those other hours, you'd need that same amount of people too? Is that required to have
doesn't
5,
mean what-
and
doesn't
not
mean
like 3 or something like that?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to hire 5 additional people. It just
Right.
means, we'd have to do the math, but it just means we'd
Yeah.
have to add that many part-time headcount
Probably 2 or 3.
to cover that many hours to where nobody's working more than what they should be working to be qualified as part-time.
Right.
Right,
Is
but
it
it would
30 hours?
really be the difference, the 6 PM to the 8 PM. So it's like a 2-hour time block times 5 people, which would be 10
X amount of
hours
labor.
per
Yes, the
library
budget cost
day
would-
to cover
Yeah.
that time
The
frame.
budget cost would be the labor hours.
Right.
not
So it would be
salaries.
10 per day.
Okay.
Times however many days. Have you had any requests to stay open more nights late?
You know, people adjust. Are people, you know, do we have people using the library at 6 when we close? Yes.
Yeah.
And do they stay until we turn off the lights? Yes. So do we hear a lot about it? Not so much anymore because they adjust, but I'm sure that they would love to stay later.
Yeah. I know there was a few times when I was tempted to get in my car when I was having internet problems and go to the library to use your internet.
Yeah.
But, I mean, is that what a lot of people are doing? Are they there in the evening because of internet access, or is that not?
It's a combination, but a lot of the evenings, at least during the week, like Monday through Thursday, a lot of the people that are there till 6 or till 8 on the Tuesday, Thursday are students. They're kind of more the late users.
So are, for internet access, or just to find a quiet
Studying in
place, or
groups.
just?
Yeah, a lot of, you'll see our tables are
So-
busy with group study. Yeah.
Okay.
And the study rooms, so. I mean, there's people using the computers too, but it's mainly during the week, like I said, students.
So I guess my best question is, how do we analyze the usage, the need, and the cost against each other to find out if there really is a benefit to staying open other evenings?
You know, maybe end up adding one
Survey,
evening.
I mean, questionnaire, do it at the library desk?
We could do.
You know, I mean.
Yeah, we could, and we can also get the counts for how many people come through the doors between 6 and 8 on Tuesday, Thursday, to see what exactly is the traffic when we stay open later, too.
I've got a question for Tyler, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I absolutely love those parties that you give during the year, the events, let's call them. I call them parties, but they're events, the hops and props and et cetera, et cetera. Have you put out a list? Maybe I should be going to your website to look up what's coming up in 2025. We're going to have more of that, because people who've gone there, they absolutely, wow, this is so much fun.
Yeah, so it will be on our website, or it is on our website currently. There's two primary ones that we focus on now. So there'll be one in the spring, April 26th. That's Hops and Props.
Early this year in April.
Yep, so we'll do that one in the spring, and then we're also bringing back Wine and Warbirds this year. So that one will be the exact same type of event, except for focused on local southeastern wineries.
Good.
And that'll be October 4th. So we're doing like a spring and a fall. Good. And then every winter around Christmas time, usually beginning of December, we'll have Cookies with Santa as well, which was a big hit this year at our visitor center.
Any interest in doing a Christmas parade? Just we thought.
Yeah, we just have to be a little careful, so that's kind of where we're at right now with it, because of how the funds can be spent. Okay. Because there's certain parameters within what it means to promote a destination. So that gets a little tricky. Typically, kind of rule of thumb on my funding with the hotel motel tax, it comes back to, am I trying to generate hotel room nights out of it? And if I am, then that kind of gets me into that gray area where I can spend that sort of thing.
I spoke to somebody who, I'll tell you privately.
Yeah.
And this person said they would be willing to not only help out and chair a position for a Christmas parade, but would contribute. I don't know how much, but they said they would contribute to the expenses of having that parade.
Okay.
And I said, when the time is right, I'll bring that up.
That would really
let
be-
you at least digest that to see if it's anything you want to
say,
look at.
Harold's like, Harold scoots away.
Depends on the scope of the parade.
Yeah, I never got into any of that
Is it gonna be a
discussion.
golf cart parade, or is it gonna be road closures? Is it gonna require police officers? Because the tab for that can build up rather quickly.
Well, this business owner, I'm sure, would be willing to step forward and let them, deal with Justin and to see if there's any reality to what they've said to me.
Yeah, and I will say with that as well, depending on what type of event, so if it's something that's not going to necessarily generate room nights, hotel room nights, and then also especially if it's dealing with public property, city land, all that kind of thing, or a city-wide kind of event, I would always default to Parks and Rec first, and then find out how I can support that through the process on the back end.
Got it.
I was just going to say that an
Yeah.
event like that, or a potential event like that, would be under rec and special
That would
events.
be Parks and Rec, okay, then I directed it to the wrong
Yeah.
people.
You're
Sorry
good,
about it, all
you're
right?
good. I just find out how to support one side with the green light
Got
that it's
it.
possible.
Got it.
But good going on the rebrand.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
It's awesome,
Thank you.
awesome.
I really
Does look
appreciate
good.
that.
Yeah.
And I would encourage you, if you haven't, to go to our website and check it out, because I've got just a lot of excitement from the board so far, and also a lot of people in our industry, just the level of elevation that we've brought our website up to and our brand. So things are really rolling in the right direction.
Are you monitoring the hits?
Yeah, we are. So,
And?
yeah, oh yeah, so we're only like a week into it so far, so I haven't even pulled analytics, but we got a whole, it's all getting covered.
That's great.
With all of that, so that'll be good.
Would you like to respond to the question that was posed by
Yeah, I
the
didn't
council member
realize it
about
was
the
Parks and
Christmas
Rec, I
parade?
think.
It was put out there. I don't want to have it land flat.
Yeah, we used to have a Christmas parade.
I know, this was,
Yeah,
the
that
person
one.
told me.
Yeah, and then so we kind of evolved it into hometown holiday. Because logistically, like Chief said, we're talking another 4th of July. It's a lot of, work. But I'd be happy to whoever, wants to reach out.
So I'd assume I'd direct them to you or here. What would you like me to do? This person?
I would just, if you direct them to me, I would direct them to Rick.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm doing it right by the rules here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll reach out to them and see if, they told me this about 5 months ago, when they saw that there was nothing going on in December, so it's only probably 3 months ago.
Yeah.
So they brought it up and said, hey,
You can
we'll
direct them.
volunteer.
You can always direct
Yeah,
people to
they
me,
have-
and then
they
I
have
usually will
Christmas
distribute
stuff.
it.
Y'all have Christmas
Hold
stuff?
on.
Like,
Yeah.
there's Christmas.
Santa Claus.
Okay. Did you have a comment? Because Justin was still talking, so I want to make sure we're not talking across
I'm sorry,
each other.
Justin, for interrupting you.
Okay.
No
For all the
offense.
times you've interrupted me.
And then some.
Okay. Were
Sorry.
you done, Justin?
Uh-huh.
Yes, so did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay. Are there other questions or comments from staff or council? Yes.
Perfect, thank you. I just also wanted to go on record because I think sometimes what I do and what the CVB does is kind of in a different scope of where you all are typically looking. And so I know out of all the praise that we've gotten for our new branding and our new logo and all of that, there's been a couple, too little. When I said little, I really mean like less than a handful of people, but citizens that sometimes just don't fully understand what we do as a Convention and Visitors Bureau. So I just wanted to point out two things that we've changed and I'm pretty hard-lined about it. One, we've stopped using the term golf cart paths, and everything we do now is multi-use paths. And then the second one, there's no golf cart in our logo. And the reason for that is because we are typically always looking to bring in conferences, conventions, large groups of people. And so when they see those multi-use paths, I want them to see themselves on what they would be doing. So walking, biking, jogging, renting golf carts, that sort of thing. But in our research that we did, a group of 75 people coming in for a corporate meeting is typically not using golf carts nearly as much as getting out and just getting exercise on the multi-use paths. So I just wanted to clear that up if you hear anything about that or see that. A lot of times citizens think that they look at it as marketing to them, and I'm looking outside of Peachtree City for people to bring themselves and their money into Peachtree City, spend it, have a great time, and then also get back out in a few days. So just want to clear that up in case you hear anything about that.
Questions, comments from the council regarding?
Am I the only one asking questions here?
Apparently so,
appears
Clint.
that way.
Apparently.
Okay.
What are the things, my background is obviously in business, but at the same time, there comes a time that you look at all the beautiful venues we have and the parks we have and the activities we have around our city. And I don't see corporate names on anything where we could gather some revenue out of that, small amount, but it then becomes something that I'm just going to pick this out of the air. Coca-Cola. It's going to be the Coca-Cola Arena located in Peachtree City. So it does give you maybe a little notoriety, potentially some money, but also does a great job for Tyler over there. Hey, you can come and have your convention at the Coca-Cola Arena. I'm just making this up, by the way. If I'm online here, sorry, I just picked the name out of the air. But just a thought for everybody to think about. Is that something that we want to do as a city?
I think that's something we need. I mean, that's part of that economic development manager position.
Okay.
What I visualize for that is getting those corporations more involved, even if we reach out to other metro area corporations. But I think this is also maybe a larger discussion as we get to the rec master plan tomorrow.
Okay.
With a lot of these unfunded projects of, a lot of these are going to need probably private investment or some kind of initiative from other parties besides us to actually happen.
Anytime you have a PPP, everybody wins. The public-private partnership.
I was just going to say, I know going to Bentonville, Arkansas, and kind of doing our studies there, I know Mayor Leonard was there and Justin was there. That was something I noticed with, especially if Peachtree City ever really wants to get into public art and that sort of thing. There's a lot of corporate sponsorship there, whether it's a little plaque or a name on something or whatnot. But I think also from a corporate standpoint, it gets a little bit more of them in the game from a community standpoint as well. So just my 2 cents.
And then with that, I think if we ever, and I hope it's soon, we decide to get into some public art program,
Yes.
I would think we would be very successful if we had the CVB do it. I don't know if that's a legitimate line item in your list of roles, but I just could envision, like what we saw in Bentonville, could be very interesting and a draw and successful and a positive reflection on our city if we did it through the CVB. Just a thought.
Yeah, the only thing I would want to just make sure on is with, and it'd probably be a TED conversation of just funds and how we're keeping those completely separate and that
Yes.
sort of thing would
Yes.
just be the big piece to that. But yeah, I think for what we think we are as a city and what we know we are as a city and where we're wanting to go, it's something I feel like personally is missing compared to a few other cities that I think are on the same level as Peachtree City. It's just public art kind of comes with being affluent and, yeah, well-versed.
Going back to the naming of facilities, just a reminder, I believe it was January of last year, you all approved a naming policy which allows for benefactor naming, which essentially someone could pay a substantial amount of money to have a facility or a park or something named after them. So there is already a policy, and we will be switching all of those policies over into ordinances coming up anyways as we transition the cars and cans.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We are bumping up on 5 o'clock, even though I said we didn't have to. Clearly, we had some things on our mind we wanted to share with each other. So I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you, to the staff for engaging our council and the council doing the same. We're at the end of day 1, so thank you, everyone. Justin, I'm going to give you the last word for how we move forward tomorrow and what we would like to do for the rest of this afternoon.
I don't want to do anything the rest of this afternoon. I'm tired. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you council. Thank you staff for taking time out of your days to come and get some clarity on some of these big projects we've been working on and talk through and update on those. We didn't have time to start the recreation master plan list today. We'll start it tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll just have council and myself and Jasmine and Suzette and Martha. So it'll just be us tomorrow. We'll talk through Rec Master Plan, and then there'll be a big portion if we get through the Rec Master Plan and talk through some of that. We've allotted time for you all to just talk with each other, talk with me about some things you want to talk about. And staff is free tomorrow to go back to their actual work. So thank you, staff, for being here today, and it'll be just us tomorrow. That's all I got.
One last housekeeping thing is you all staff received a registration form and eval that you would need to complete. If you have done that, please leave it on the table. I will pick those up. And if there's nothing else, you're free to go for this evening. I think there's dinner at 6 at Hobnob. So we'll see everyone at 6 o'clock at Hobnob at 240.
6 o'clock?
Feeder. Get her to look at me.
Say again? The Avenue. It's on the Avenue. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody.